And who will flip the coin? Arar Amin, Bangladesh under-19 captain, will flip the coin.
Tails.
Tails.
So the call is tails.
Heads.
And it's a heads. So Arar, কি করবেন?
We'd like to bat first.
You'd like to bat first. কি কারণে ব্যাটিং প্রথমে?
Seems like a good wicket. আমরা যদি প্রথমের দিকে ভালো একটা রান করে দিতে পারি, তাই থিঙ্ক বলারের উপর প্রেশারটা কম পড়বে।
ওকে, কত রান করার লক্ষ্য নিয়ে আগাচ্ছেন?
200 প্লাস করলে আই থিঙ্ক এই উইকেটে, কারণ যেহেতু বৃষ্টির একটা সম্ভাবনা থাকে, তো আই থিঙ্ক 200 প্লাস উইল বি আ গুড স্কোর।
All the best.
Thank you.
David, would you have liked to bat first too?
It's the second time, yeah, we probably would have liked to bat. In saying that, there's still something in the pitch, so hopefully we can utilise that early on. Other than that, we're just going to have to be really disciplined with our lengths and lines, and we back ourselves to chase down quite a low score.
Right. In the first match, you had some good moments, but obviously in the end, it got really tricky at the end. So what have you learned from that first match? How would you like to change things in this game?
I think that's the nature of ODI cricket. There are going to be ebbs and flows, but I think we managed them relatively well. Obviously, they came in with quite a bit of intent, their lower order, and we didn't expect that. But I mean, it's about managing that on the field and don't really panic. The team that panics the last will probably win the game.
Absolutely. Any changes to 11?
There are a few changes. Whitehead comes in for Lees, and I think that was the only change because Pretorius, there was sickness with Hansen, so that's the only change.
All right. All the best for today's match.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Ravi. Rika is too deep. Rika is too deep. Richard.
Louis. Louis.
Hello, hello. Right, a very warm welcome to everyone who is watching us live in the Bangladesh Cricket Board's website, application, as well as the YouTube channel. This is the second youth ODI between Bangladesh under-19 and South Africa under-19. And the update once again is that Bangladesh have won the toss and decided to bat first in Khulna's Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium. As you can see, two openers are out there and they've enjoyed a decent opening over. No wickets yet, scored a few runs. And this is a match where the hosts need to try and get a win after losing the first one, first youth ODI, at just 5 runs via Dhaka Lewis Stern method. Oh, this is a very good delivery. Right on the money. Oh, this is a very good delivery. South Africa, they've got 2 changes into their lineup as Lees is out of this match and Whitehead comes in place along with Sipho Botswane, and Whitehead now bowls a wide. Needs to bowl it again. This time it's nudged on the leg side, going towards the boundary. There's a fielder over there behind square leg from the long leg region. Another single in the opening over. Oliver Whitehead, jersey number 44. The last ball, it's played fine towards the boundary and it goes all the way for 4 runs off the last ball. Bangladesh get their first boundary in this innings and it's a very good first over for the Bangladesh under-19 team. They are 10 without loss in the first over. Oliver Whitehead, a little expensive. Well, it's a very good first over for Bangladesh under-19 against South Africa under-19, 10 without loss. And we've got a new bowler coming in, the man of the match from the last match. And he's been tonked away straight down the ground, a lofted shot, and it goes all the way after a few bounces for 4 runs. So Mr. Kwena Mapaka has been welcomed in this match with a boundary, aggressive batting from the Bangladesh openers. It has to be said. 14 for no loss, Bangladesh. And we're your commentators. I'm Shanu Rabbani, and it's my pleasure to welcome for the first time in Khulna with me, Prantor Das Onoy. Prantor, welcome, and a very good morning to you.
Yes, thank you, Shanu. A very warm welcome to all who are watching us and hearing us. Basically, first over. Very well for Bangladesh, and it's one. Started also very well long range. Straight as can. Both changes. Most significant one is in the weather, Shanu, because it's shining. It's definitely a good side all throughout the day.
I have to say that let's hope that the weather continues this way, because today we don't have too much of a cloud cover. I hope I don't put the mockers on it and jinx it. Mapaka with his third delivery. This time it's a bit straighter, played on the onside. There is a fielder right there on the short mid-wicket region, and there will be no run in this case. 2 boundaries already for the Bangladesh openers, one from Siddiq and one from Rizwan. Siddiq on 7, Rizwan on 5, and currently they're looking good. 2 slips in place for Kwena Mapaka. Now we've seen him bowl with some good pace and fire the other day. Was the player of the match when he took 4 wickets. Today, none so far. This time it's a bit of an edge, but safely to the fielder at the short cover region. So another dot ball. So after a boundary in the first ball, Mapaka comes back with 3 dot balls. South Africa at this moment, they will be looking for wickets, but since Bangladesh won the toss and decided to bat first in good conditions to bat on, I think they will want to capitalize on it. The captain, R.R. Amin, was saying that anything over 200 would be good on this surface.
Exactly. 2 changes in line and length just allows Mapaka to bat strongly. And again, back-to-back dot balls. Seems to be heavier for the batter of Bangladesh. It's a fresh start and a good start. So far, 2 slips for the Africans. And South Africans seem very well because of the first match. They won by 10 runs in the Real Method. Coming back into this match, they have started very well with their pacers. Mapaka, again. That's again a length delivery, just outside off. Hit it nicely towards the back of point region in the deeper way for a single. Finishing the second one, the second over.
Yeah, it's 15 for no loss. Bangladesh under 19 after 2 overs. So 2 overs bowled by Kwena Mapaka and also Whitehead, who's one of the new players for South Africa, one of the change-up players. And they've got another change in their lineup. Hansen, he has to make way. He played in the last match. He's got a bit of a stomach bug, I think, from what the captain informed. And in this match we will see the introduction of Sipho Potswane. Whitehead to continue.
Bravo.
Yes. First ball of the third over. Bowling almost a Yorker. Batted nicely at the very last moment. Seeing the ball till the end and playing his shots very carefully. There's been so much key moment in this match and should be, because from here on, if you can post, I think more than around 200, 250 at least in this ground, the Proteas might feel a very much tough competition from the Bangladeshis. So hope for the best.
Whitehead once again, this time it's driven on the off, but there is a cover there, there is fielders, and as a result it'll be cut away without any runs being scored. Siddiq and Rizwan They're both in the single-digit figures right now. Siddiq on 7, Rizwan on 8, and the total remains at 15. So Oliver Whitehead in the first over, he was a bit expensive, conceded 10 runs. He's coming back nicely in this over so far. Still 2 slips in place, and the first slip is very close to the wicketkeeper, so it gives you a feeling that he's going to bowl fast. This time, it's lofted on the up, and it's going towards the covers and going all the way for another boundary, the third one in this innings, and Bangladesh are looking good at this moment. 3 boundaries in 3 overs, and they're really looking to capitalize on the power play overs, looking to play on the up and play over the infielders to get the runs, and I think that's the way to go. It's a bright start from the hosts. Bangladesh under 19 currently 19 for no loss, and Rizwan moves on to 10 runs, the last boundary coming off his bat.
Brilliantly played. Just use the power play scenario here and just got that lofted shot, the lofted drive, driven nicely. These two are seeming very much in control and pushing the Africans a bit back-footed. The next ball in, again a length one, and been blocked nicely. After a boundary, it's a sensible approach by the batter to hold on his nerve and just got it with the flow. 2 slips still for the South Africans. They are trying to have that control with the field setups and everything they can.
Yeah, it's still early days. They're looking for some movement off the pitch or in the air. There seems to be none of it so far. This time Whitehead bowls a full toss. It's driven down the ground. It's going towards the boundary. There are 2 fielders chasing it. Eventually, one of them do get there from wideish long off. The ball went towards long on. And in the meantime, 2 more runs are added as Siddiq and Rizwan, they continue to get the runs, and we move on. After a few more runs, the total does increase. Rizwan moves on to 12 runs, and the total is at 21. And Whitehead, in both his overs, he'll feel that he's been a little too expensive at the beginning of things. He'll want to improve on his lines and lengths.
Again, the next one driven nicely. It's a fuller a bit outside off, but the protection is there. So the South Africans are playing with the line and lengths in every over in each balls, and another overs been done by the Proteas.
After 3 overs, South Africa under 19, they've conceded 21 runs. Bangladesh under 19 are off to a good start, and as you can see that the captain is having a word with his bowlers, trying to get them to work a bit more on their lines and lengths, and he's having a long chat in fact with Kwena Mopaka. Probably wants him to bowl in a particular manner.
Exactly, you were talking about the initial movements, Shanur, and it seems very much specific and objective to go through that seam movement. You have 2 fielders in the slip positions with the keeper, and have a good power-packed fielding positions in cover point and extra cover region for that drive. So you have to say that Tigger is doing a very nice job putting pressure in the host. And the next one, Mapaka again, driven nicely straighter as possible. Another single been taken. Fielders coming on through that extra cover region to the mid-off to hold it back from going for a boundary, right? So as I was saying, that they have that initial seam movement, but the Bangladeshi batters, the hosts, are playing their part very well. They are watching the balls carefully and going back to the responsive one as much as they can. The second ball
and he gets it to bounce off a good length. What he will look to work on is his lines and lengths and making sure that he works on maintaining those channels and just keeping things under control. Because if you look at his action and his run up, everything seems to be quite good, quite ready for international cricket. This time it's a bouncer, and you can see the batter just tucks underneath it. It had quite a bit of pace and fire on it. So it's been a good over. The total still at 22. Rizwan on 12, Siddiq on 8. This is the 4th over that's running.
Exactly. You were talking about international cricket and international pressure. It's definitely on with these under-19 players. And why not? Because they have been carried that legacy. What their players, their ex-cricketers are doing very much well in the international circuit. But still, they are due with the World Cup, which is coming very close for the elder ones. Another back of full and delivery, exactly bodyline bowling from Mapaka with the pace, with the bounce generating from this pitch, seems very much promising. Mapaka, Kwena Mapaka, the man of the match in the last match. So what a start for him, for his career in under 19 cricket, as we all know that this is the last stage, you can say, for going to that international circuit. But it's an emergency call from the batter. I think just got hit to the finger of that back of full and delivery, and yes, the medic is there in the ground and have some treatment. Shanur?
Yeah, I think he got hit on the ribs, so just to deal with the soreness, maybe some magic spray being put on and just a bit of checking going on. It's not easy facing that sort of bowling, actually. The ball that revs off a length and it really gets up and hits on your rib cage, and that's exactly what the openers are having to deal with when they face a bowler the caliber of Kwena Mapaka, as we were talking about him and praising him. Yeah, they've got the Under-19 World Cup coming up next year as well, so they've got a few series before this, Bangladesh as well. So both of these teams have won the Under-19 World Cup, it has to be said. South Africa won it at the UAE in 2016, and then Bangladesh won it in 2020 in South Africa.
Right.
Exactly.
It's very much interesting one. We are playing against them, where we won that glorious trophy in 2020 summer, and it's been a phenomenal year for Bangladesh cricket, definitely, and we are waiting for the elder to go for the World Cup in India coming in this October. So definitely a huge moment for Bangladesh cricket, of course. And let's go through the team sheets. Ashkur Rahman Shivli, Adil bin Siddiq, Mohammad Rizwan Chaudhuri, Arifur Islam, the vice captain, R. Amin, the captain for the Bangladesh under-19 team, Mohammad Shihab James, Mohammad Zakaria Islam Shanto, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, Mohammad Rafiuz Zaman, Mohammad Rohanat Doullah Borshon, Mohammad Iqbal Hussain Imon. So this is the team sheet for Bangladesh under-19.
Exactly. No changes from the first match for the Bangladesh under-19 side. For South Africa, it's the two changes as we discussed, that Whitehead and Botswane. They're the two players that come in, and it's a ball that's probably going to go down leg side and be a wide. Yeah, exactly. That's what the umpire says. Very good wicket keeping, though. He had to be aware of that leg movement and dive towards his left and grab it, or else it could have easily gone for 5, as in wides as well as runs, and that didn't happen. So he'll have to bowl that one again. Overall, it's been a good over from the fast bowler, and he's coming in, Kwena Mapaka, for the last ball of the over. 2 slips in place. This time, once again, it's bowled with a lot of pace, and the batter struggling just a bit. Rizwan couldn't get that on ball. He's had a tough over. So the 4th over is done. 22 for no loss, Bangladesh under-19.
Exactly. Very good bowling again by Mapaka. If we go through his bowling analysis, he's been very tight with his line and length and maintaining a specific channel to the batter. and the most important thing that he is bowling by the merit of the batter. This is very important in international cricket. Wherever you are going tough to the batter, you are going wild to the batter and just carried away. But this is the ultimate test for any sort of bowler to go and to just have that nerve of the batters, that what he's trying to do or not. So this is very much important. So at this stage, I think at this age, Mapaka is doing a very nice job for the under-19 team. The fifth over is starting on.
Yeah, Whitehead, Oliver Whitehead, he will continue. The last match had plenty of rain interruptions. As a result, we didn't get 100 overs. It was curtailed to 58 overs, in fact, 29 per side, and that too over 2 days. So they'll want a bit more cricket under their belts. This time it's driven. Whitehead with a bit of a half volley there, was there for the drive, but the batter, Shibli Siddiq, in fact, didn't find the gap, and it's gone for a dot ball. Bangla started off really well with boundaries in the first few overs, and then in the last over, it was quite tight, and the runs dried up a bit. In this over, it remains to be seen if the batters will be able to target and continue playing their shots against Whitehead.
Exactly, another ball. Length delivery way outside of that wide line and given wide by the umpire. Definitely he's trying that different thing, you have to say. Oliver Whitehead, not enough comfortable like Mapaka with his line and length, and he's just varying his pace, a bit slower delivery, and again the pacing one to not get the batsman settled a bit. So he has to get that control over his line and length. The next ball coming in. A wild full toss, I guess, but couldn't capitalized by the batter.
He's actually
and he's asking right. He's asking for the no ball for the height issue. Yeah, that was way high, but not that much, I think, for a no ball. Eventually, it's a dot. A pretty good partnership going on, 24 runs, and this opening stand, I think, very much important for the next few overs. I think if they can play like the first 20 overs, it will be very helpful for a strong foundation for going to that 200 plus runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will be a target for Bangladesh. Wickets in hand is key, since it's a 50-over game. Whitehead coming in with another delivery. This time it's been driven very nicely, and it finds the gap on the offside through the covers. It's running away to the boundary. It's another 4, and it's once again a really, really good shot against Whitehead by the batter. This time it's off the bat of Siddiq. He gets another boundary, and he moves on to 12.
Yes, very good play, I have to say. He's just getting back that gap very much well, because there were fielder, there were protection for him, particularly for that drive shot, and he played it brilliantly.
Whitehead once again. This time it's been lofted through the off. One bounce and a few more. It's going, but eventually it stops. It hasn't been timed to perfection, and it's fielded off at long off. So 2 more runs. 7 of the over so far, and we've still got 1 delivery. In fact, 2 more deliveries left to go.
They are targeting Oliver Whitehead. So they are seeing that he's just struggling with his line and length. Because of that, that's a fuller length delivery. So it was there to be hit, and he hit it nicely, but not that much good enough for the outfield of this Sheikh Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium. A bit of damp because of the weather, I have to say. Again, a full toss, driven nicely, straight drive. It's going for the boundary, right? It's going, and yes, eventually I think.
Brilliant fielding.
We had to stop there. A diving effort from the fielder there, and he ran quite a mile to stop that ball just before the boundary line and fetched back for only couple of runs for the batter. I think there will be a check for the umpires for a boundary, but you have to say brilliant fielding effort, and he just got that ball under his cap.
Yeah, So yeah, definitely 2 runs they're saved, and we've seen the ground fielding from the South Africans in the last match as well. It was top, and in this match we're seeing them diving all over the field. This time it's another full toss. This could be no ball. The umpire is saying just below. The question is being asked. Whitehead definitely, with his lines and lengths, he's having a harder time of it than someone like Mapaka. Definitely, it's his first match, so you have to take that into account. Anyways, the over is done, so Whitehead is done with another over, and he's the one that the Bangladesh batters are targeting. The last delivery did look pretty high, and they're having a word with the leg umpire whether that was too high or not, and whether that was 2 beamers for the over, and whether he can continue bowling. I'm sure those are among the lines of discussion between the 2 batters and the umpire, but yeah, I don't think that any decision is being taken at this moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a dot. And 10 runs in the last over definitely boosted up the Tigers pretty much well. These 2 batters started well. They're going with the flow, and they're targeting specific specific bowlers and getting those gap very much effectively. And for that reason, I think so far so good for Bangladesh. 5 overs gone. It's 34 without loss in the board. So you have to say that they have started well, and they have targeted specifically Oliver Whitehead. I was talking about him, and while talking about of him, I have to say that he's very much struggling with his line and length, as I said, because a couple of full tosses to these batters, to these informed batters, might have got a bit of more runs, and he's just given away 27 runs. So it's kinda proving very much costly for Whitehead, but so far so good for Bangladesh under 19. 34 runs in the board.
Mapaka's back once again, and this time it's on the leg side. There is a fielder right there, the short fine leg region, and it will be fielded off. So no run there. This is the 6th over. 5 overs are done, and the score is 33 for no loss. Siddiq on 17, Rizwan on 12. Extras, 4 extras. So South Africa definitely be working on that. So Mapaka is probably gonna have to be the bowler that keeps things tight, maybe tries and gets the breakthrough. So Mapaka continuing. This time it's a back of a length delivery and well fielded. It's straight to the fielder at point. And the South Africans looked very, very animated in the field in the last game as well. When they were fielding, they didn't want to let any extra run go by, and they've got the same kind of energy. And it's something that we've seen over the years, that South African cricket teams, they really focus on their fielding. They're one of the best fielding teams in the world, and even through the 90s we've seen that they're the one team that focuses most on fielding.
Yes, from that Jonty Rhodes to AB de Villiers. What a shot it is. A lofted cut going to that super cover region for a boundary again. Diving effort by the fielder. Brilliant ground fielding. We were talking about fielding, and we were talking about ground fielding by Jonty Rhodes, AB de Villiers, Herschel Gibbs, and their under 19 team is showing what they're capable of. Another brilliant save, 2 runs saved by the fielder at the super cover region. The shot was there, it's a back of a lane delivery again, a bit of wide, and he has been tempting these batters to go wild and to go lofted. For that reason, it's been a very much well controlled cricket so far by the Bangladeshis. The pull was there again, and a bit of short of lane delivery, pulled it nicely, just a couple of bounces before the fielder at square leg region. Only a single been taken, so they are taking chances, Shahanur. They are playing with the mind of the batters. They are tempting them with those short lane deliveries, back of lane deliveries outside off, and asking the batters to play that square cut, the cover drive, or the pull shot.
Absolutely, Prantor. And I think it's something that we have to take into account that this two young, aggressive teams playing against each other in the first match. I personally felt that Bangladesh, they could have been a bit more aggressive with their batting approach, especially. And in the second match, I think they've rectified that so far. It's been a very bright start. This time it's a much better length delivery, fuller, and it's been played on the up, off the back foot by the batter. And we keep seeing that fielding effort by the South Africans, where they definitely managed to save a couple of runs near the boundary, and it's been great ground fielding by all of their players. They've done a really, really good job so far. And I think when it comes to this young team, I think both of these young teams, they've got good, bright, young, promising players, and they should do well. This time it's a really good shot, but once again, excellent fielding on the covers. The shot was timed to perfection. It really looked good. Would have been the boundary of the match had it gone through the fielder, but it didn't. Really good fielding at the cover region, and once again, definitely saved a boundary. 36-run partnership so far of 35 deliveries. In fact, 36 deliveries. We're done with 6 overs, and you have to say that after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, Bangladesh have made the right decision. Captain Arar Amin, he's decided to change things up. In the last match, he won the toss and he chose to field first. So they're doing both. I think it'll be interesting to see if Bangladesh can put on a big total, how the South African batters respond, because in the first match, the Bangladesh bowlers were all over the South African batters and they had a hard time chasing. But I think South Africa will have a big, if they have a big total in front of them, it'll be a lot more pressure. And how the batting does against the Bangladesh bowling lineup, it remains to be seen. I feel like 200 plus will be a very challenging total for them.
Absolutely. Liam Alder as the new bowler, change in bowling. Yes,
Whitehead's been taken up.
Yes, taken up, and it was obvious because he was been dispatching all over through the ground. So a left-arm orthodox spinner has been introduced. A bit of low full toss. Just flick up the wrist towards that short mid-wicket fielder. So we were just watching that Mapaka was coming around the wicket for the right-hand batters. Again, a single been taken. So I was just calling it back because this kind of aggression, you have been hit for only 2 or 3 runs, a couple of boundaries, but you will just try new things. You will try the new angles to get batsmen out. So this has been the more aggressive cricket from South Africans so far. They are licking runs, it's fine, but at the other end, I think Mapaka doing a very much handy job for the Africans. One slip for the batter, straight and armour from Alder, and it's blocked nicely by the batter for a dot.
Yeah, Liam Alder in the last match, when he started off bowling, he was very good with his lines and lengths. Had like 2 runs off his first 2 balls. This time it's a lofted shot, and the ball is going all the way, and it's gone all the way for the first 6 of the innings. Fantastic shot coming down the wicket. Rizwan, he made sure he got to the pitch of the delivery and timed it and hit it to perfection for a 6-over long on.
One-handed shot, surprising very much, and this shows how much confident Rizwan is. Down the track, only a 100, guided nicely towards that wide long on region for a high and handsome 6. Rizwan again, sensible batting, and came back nicely with a dot, with the perfect block from that armour delivery of Alder. Front-footed block ends up the over. 7 gone. It's 43 without loss. So we are going just 6 runs plus per over at this time. And this shows, Shanur, that this pitch is very much batting friendly so far. And so far the day goes on, it I think will go a bit slow and a bit spin friendly for the next part of the match. And this has been the strategy of R. Amin you were talking about. He's doing the right thing in this batting surface. Bit of movement at the earlier time, but as things went off, very much well for the Bangladeshis, and they are just grooming up with confidence.
Yeah, Kwena Mapaka, he comes back on, and his captain is looking for wickets. So probably the 5 overs by Mapaka he wants to give before making any changes. And on the other hand, Liam Alder, he's also been a bit expensive, going for the 7 runs in his over, along with Ollie Whitehead, who's also not been economical in the match. And we see Mapaka continuing in the way he started, with good lines and good lengths. Rizwan and Siddiq, they've looked good in this game, in this opening partnership. Even in the last match, you have to say that Rizwan and Siddiq, they had their moments. And as far as the Bangladesh lineup is concerned, from the Bangladeshi perspective, they'll want to capitalize on this partnership, which they couldn't do in the first match, even though they had moments where they could have really taken the game away from South Africa. Eventually, the South Africans climbed back and won the match. In this match, if Bangladesh can continue in this vein, you get the feeling that the result could go in the host's favor. Mapaka, though, may have other ideas and would want to get the wickets of both these batters. He's bowling a bit back of a length, probably trying to make the batters play on the up.
Coming back with the round the wicket arm action, definitely, Shanur. Oh, it's a wild bouncer from Mapaka. And as you were saying that, he's trying something new, he's trying something different from coming round the wicket. And bit of back of lane deliveries for the batter to just tease on with this pull shot, because we have that field setup for him, a very much close-in field setup. So anything got high with the short mid-wicket is there, and a backward square leg is there at the shorter position. Again, a back of a length, a bit slower one, I guess, for the pitch, guided nicely towards that backward point at the deeper position for a single more. So as I was saying that Mapaka is trying something different, coming back round the wicket for the batter, for the right-hand batter, for trying to use that angle against them, and not been that much effective as he was from that over the wicket action. So I guess he should go over there to have that angle for the right-hand batter, that carried away bowling from over the wicket, outside of a bit of wicket-to-wicket bowling. I think that could have been a bit more impactful.
Mapaka continuing, this time it's edged outside, but it's rather intentional, I'd say, almost guided there towards the deeper third region, but there is a fielder, there is protection, and it won't be more than 1 run. It was timed very nicely, so had the fielder been just a bit squarer of the wicket, could have easily been 4 runs. So also in this over, Mapaka has been economical, just gone for the 3 runs so far, no boundaries yet. But Bangladesh's run rate has been very good. They're on to 46 without loss after 7.4 overs. This time it's played on the up and played very nicely. It's just as I was saying, no boundaries conceded. There you go. There's the boundary of the over. Siddiq, he gets it just past the fielder. It was a bit streaky. There was an opportunity perhaps to catch it, and it went straight past a short, fine leg fielder, and it went for 4 more runs.
Bowling as per the fielding setup, that's been so far for Mapaka, and that's almost a wicket there. It's a strange field setup in between the short fine leg and short backward square leg, Shanur, and the fielder was there for Mapaka. He's creating that angle from that channel of round the wicket, and the ball was there at the leg stump line. Flick of the wrist, flicked it nicely towards that square leg region for another single. So that got almost a wicket from Mapaka's delivery.
Yeah.
8 overs gone now, 51 without loss by Bangladesh under 19.
Yeah, it brought up the 50 in the last over, and we were just saying it was an economical over. All of a sudden, the boundary, it changes it, and 8 overs eventually 8 runs conceded in the 8th over. So it's good going for the hosts, Bangladesh. 51 from 8 overs, so they're going at just over 6 runs an over. The captain, David Tigger, he's been forced into a bowling change by bringing on the spinner. And Mapaka and Liam Alder, they were the most impressive bowlers in the first match. So I think he wants to bowl them in tandem as much as possible to get this wicket. But this time it's been lofted on the up and through the straighter region of the ground where there will be a fielder that cuts it away. One more run added to the total. And the score moves on to 52 for no loss from 8.1 overs. The current run rate 6.37. Liam Alder, he's also looking to be charged by the 2 batters. They want to play aggressively, especially Siddiq is looking good.
Exactly, flighted delivery again, a flighted armor. Exactly that.
The bowler's having none of that. He has responded immediately after the first delivery. That's obviously to the other batter, Rizwan, who's on 19 of 26. This time it's Fuller, and the reaction of the bowler also brings about a reaction from the batter because he wanted to hit that. He just couldn't get underneath it, and it's
He's trying that Yorker, Shanur.
Exactly, and it's gone straight to the fielder at the mid-off region. So this is a good contest. A bit of cat and mouse going on between the bowler and the batter. This time he guides it, plays it with soft hands, and it's a slower delivery as well. So when the bowler is bowling it fast, the batter is trying to hit it hard, and when the bowler is bowling it slow, the batter is trying to play it with soft hands. Fascinating stuff going on here.
Exactly. A fascinating battle between Alder and Rizwan. We have seen no-look shot, and from Rizwan, I think we have seen that one-handed shots. Again, a bit quicker one, a quicker armor around that leg and middle stump, back foot flick, not that much high up in the air for the short mid-wicket fielder. A dot again, so he's just mixing up his line and length again. He's trying to tease the batter to play up front, to play front of the wicket or to go down the track. Again, guided nicely and blocked nicely. That quicker armor. Dot to finish. It's 9 gone, 52 without loss. A bright sunny day. You are all watching this in the official YouTube channel of Bangladesh Cricket Board. Intriguing contest between Bangladesh under 19 and South Africa under 19. So we were talking about Shanur with the line and lengths. Alder is just trying or utilizing the batter, teasing the batter against to get up front or to get down the track to hit over the wicket for a sixer or for a boundary, and they have just given the chance to the Bangladeshi batters to go big, and that creates eventually a lot of chances of having the first wicket, the first scalp they're trying to get from this aggressive bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that has to be among the lines of thinking, and we're seeing another bowling change as we see Pillai coming into the attack for the first time, and the first delivery, it's bowled right onto the stumps, pitching just outside off and jacking back just a little. He's a medium pace bowler. And Pillai in the last match, he took a brilliant one-handed catch. So he will look to continue and play in the same vein like he did in the first match. And once again, 2 deliveries where the bowling has been just good, not allowing the batters any room to play their shots. And a change of pace is probably what was required. The captain deciding to take off both his opening bowlers and bring in the changes because the conditions are hot, and bowling 5 overs at a stretch in these hot conditions probably won't be easy. Better to give the medium pacer an opportunity. This time Pillai, the batter plays it fine towards the fine third man region, and once again it's a single run taken. It's a good shot eventually by Abu Siddiq. He's been the pick of the two batters. He's shown some good shots all around the ground, in fact. Straight down the wicket, he's come down a few times. He's played the cover drive. Just a while ago, we've seen him use his deft touches and play it fine. So one to look out for the future.
Playing late, this kind of medium pacers, from these two balls, from the 2 or 3 balls, we have seen just that again. A lofted shot, a lofted on drive, high up in the air, and just went on to that wide, long on boundary. It's been a while for a boundary for Bangladeshis, and it has come with the bat of Rizwan, and played again very much well, just walking down the track, using his pace. Just see that, what a deliberate looking shot from that angle. A lofted on drive, much controlled. He waited and waited for that ball to come along with the bat nicely, and it's been a good shot from Rizwan. Rizwan and Siddiq, they are grooming up with confidence, with higher up in the confidence from this partnership. 5th ball, again a bit slower, a late flick towards that square leg fielder for a dot.
So in this over so far, 5 runs have been conceded.
And it just got surprised the batter. For that reason, I think he just zigzagged his bat towards that backward point region for a single to finish things off. 10 gone, 58. You were talking about solid start, Shanur. You can't just ask better than this, because no wicket down. That's the key for Bangladeshi's innings so far.
And clear skies.
Yes, clear skies with the clear shots from the Bangladeshis. So it's been a well start, a well hunt for the Tigers at the very beginning of the first 10 overs. So Alder continuing on, just getting his fielders ready, a bit fixed up with the fielding. A cow corner fielder has been introduced there, again a straightener. Playing with the straight bat so far, the two openers, Shanur, that's been a key for not having so many chances given to the bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to look at how the Bangladesh openers have approached it, and it's been perfect. Once again, driven down the ground. Wideish long off is where the fielding will be done by Oliver Whitehead. And it's been good cricket from the Bangladesh openers. Both Siddiq and Rizwan, they've utilized the power play overs very well. Now that the power plays are done, it remains to be seen how their approach changes. Liam Alder continuing. This time it's a good delivery. It was fast. He really bowled it as fast as possible, and the batter had only one option, and that is to hit it back straight at the bowler, and it was a dot ball. Once again, you see Rizwan blocking it, and one more. Oh, that's out. He's been bowled. Fantastic delivery, in fact. And Rizwan, he has to go. Liam Alder, he gets the breakthrough. And it was such a
such a meek celebration by the bowler. You almost thought it was a dot ball until you saw that the stumps.
From all those fielders also.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Until
The
you saw
keeper.
that the stumps are broken, and then you realize the batter is walking back, and okay, and then you realize that, yeah, Rizwan, he's gonna have to go. He played an innings of 25 from 36 before being bowled by Liam Alder, and he gets the breakthrough. You can see it's flighted up, and
Very soft dismissal, Shanur.
I'd have to say it's a really good delivery because the flight is there, and the batter is beaten in the flight, and he actually appeals. The bowler appeals to the umpire, so that's
Till
where
the very end for
confusion-
the leg by.
So that's where the confusion happened, that it eventually broke the stumps. And as you can see, the Bangladesh under-19 lineup: Siddiq, RR, Ariful, Borshon, Iqbal, Rabbi, Rafi, Rizwan, Shibli, Shihab, and Zakaria. That is the playing 11 for the Bangladesh under-19. So they've lost one of their openers. So Liam Alder, who bowled very well in the first half in the last match, is continuing in that same vein because he gets the breakthrough and gets the wicket.
I think that's the tactics, Shanur, the strategic one from Alder, because he was trying to trap the batters in front of the wicket for a block shot or for an arm delivery, and that's the same kind of delivery, just back of a length, a bit flighted and a bit very much slower. Till the very end, he waited and waited for the shot to block, and eventually it just missed that bat and pad and got that wicket corridor very much straight and very much soft. As we were just saying that from the com box, it's very much difficult to hunt that ball, even for Alder himself, because he was appealing for the leg before wicket, till his keeper is very much elated for the clean bowled. So a new batter in, Shibli. We're talking about the squad. Very much good turn from Alder, you have to say, because in this wicket the spinners are definitely will have a cake in their cup. So they are definitely having that spin. It will encourage the Bangladeshi spinners as well.
Liam Alder continuing after taking the wicket, and he's bowled a really good over so far. Just the 2 runs conceded off of it, and ends it with another dot. So at the end of the over, Bangladesh are 60 for 1. 11 overs done, and Siddiq and Shibli, they might want to form a partnership now after the first one was a good one. And with Alder, what we've seen is that he likes to bowl stump to stump, which is why he got the wicket. He doesn't turn it as much, but he relies on his pace variations. Sometimes likes to bowl it very quick, and the way he got the wicket was with a more loopy flighted delivery that wasn't as
Absolutely.
quick, and it went a bit straight on. The batter probably was expecting it to turn a bit more, it didn't. There are a few deliveries that he did manage to turn, Liam Alder. But anyways, Ramashan Pillai, he's continuing. This time he starts off with a short delivery. It's gone down the leg side, and it'll be a wide. So the umpire signals that, and it's going to be an extra run. So after 11 overs, the score is 61 for 1. Shibli yet to get off the mark. And on the other hand, Siddiq on 30.
Exactly, Ramashan Pillai again trying something different, trying to bowl those slower deliveries. Not that much from this delivery. It's just drifted straight to the batter and flicked it nicely towards leg side for another single. So you have to say, Shanur, that we need that partnership. We needed that also from the opening one, but at this stage, as you are 1 down, so you definitely would like to go run a ball to get those singles and doubles very much easily, to get stick with your basics of cricket. When you are 1 down, your bowler's trying to just have that grip over you. So, and also with a slip, definitely it's showing a bit of aggression from the South Africans so far. Again driven nicely towards that extra cover for a dot. A bit of fumble by Tigger, the captain, but it it didn't just cost any of the singles. So you have to say that the fielding positions are very much tight. The point, the cover, the extra cover region, and a short extra cover, definitely teasing the batter to go big. A full toss, a slower full toss, and he played it very softly for again a dot. So I was talking about the fielding positions. A short backward square leg obviously is there for the same kind of delivery Mapaka was having for that wicket. So it's been a tactical fielding position from Tiger so far.
Yeah, good stuff from the captain of the South Africa under-19 team. And now, as we can see, Pillai, he's continuing, and his over so far has just given away 2 runs here. He's got one more delivery left. The total is 62 for 1. Shibli yet to get off the mark, so I think that's one area that the bowlers are targeting. This time it's on right on middle and leg, and Shibli once again tries to play along the ground straight to the fielder, so it won't be a run. One thing to notice about Shibli in this over so far, there were a few deliveries where he could have played a lofted shot. There was a full toss in between by Romashan Pillai, but he didn't choose to play any big shots because he's just a new man in the crease. And this time, he finally finds the gap of the last ball of the over, looking for the second one, but in the deep fine leg region, there is a fielder, in fact, a fielder from long leg, and it'll be just the one to end the over. After 12 overs, it's 63 for 1, Bangladesh under-19. The partnership is 3 runs from 8 deliveries.
Exactly. We're talking about playing a bit late or playing a bit soft. Is definitely causing few runs in the board for Bangladeshi batters, and this is a foundation laid by their later part of their innings. Definitely a bit helpful, but you have to give the credit to South Africans also, because in this batting track it could have been 70 or 80 runs in the board at this stage, but they are bowling tight line and lengths. They're trying few different things, and they have been very much aggressive so far. So that's a very much mouth-watering contest between South Africa under-19 and Bangladesh under-19. A bit of short of length. It is drifted towards that outside off to cut it very hard, but again a very good fielding.
This time beats the batter, and Liam Halder, he's causing some problems to the new batter.
Shanur, almost the similar delivery that got the wicket for him.
Yeah, absolutely. The one that got the wicket of Rizwan, in fact. And now the batter comes down the track just a bit to get in to the pitch of the delivery, get in the line of the ball, and eventually manages. Doesn't hit it well enough, sort of scoops it a bit, hits the splice of the bat. This time he's timed it and hit it well over the mid-on region, but once again, just near the outfield, just near the boundary, in fact, the ball stops on the ground, and it'll be 2 more runs added to the total. Shipley, the new man in, he is looking to take his time and get used to the conditions, but since Bangladesh have lost the 1 wicket, they don't want to lose 2 or 3 in a heap. They want to keep building on these partnership, and especially the opening partnership. Anyways, this time it's a long hop and it's pulled away. The bowler will be lucky. He'll consider himself very lucky that it hasn't gone for a boundary and it's gone straight to the man that's fielding at long leg. So it's just a single.
It's a good sign for Shibli and Siddiq, because they are playing with the bow head. They are going very much underneath of those flighted deliveries, waited and waited again. You can see a bit of flighted arm delivery outside off by Alder to just tease the batter to go big or to block front foot, and that's the same mistake Rizwan did for that for that affront of his position to get out. So this is very much important to face Alder at this stage, I guess, because he has been so much dangerous to Bangladeshi batters, because he has just given those flights, given those quicker arm on deliveries. So it's very much tricky to
Yeah.
pick Alder.
Absolutely, and you look at the South African under-19 lineup: Pretorius, Richard, David Tiger. Tiger's the captain though. Richard is the other one who is the captain sometimes. Dewan Marai, Jonathan Van Zyl, Juan James, Kwena Mapaka, Liam Alder, Ollie Whitehead, Romashan Pillai. That's the lineup. And Pillai, he is continuing. This time it's a full toss. It's been driven on the up and it's going towards the boundary and it'll race away through the long on region for a 4. And the fielder, he gives up the chase eventually. So we just took Pillai's name in the lineup. He came back onto bowl and he bowls a full toss. And the batter, he takes full toll of it and he makes sure that he gets the runs. And Shibli moves on to 8 from 13 deliveries. Bangladesh under-19, they're currently 70 for 1 of 13.1 overs. Pillai, he's coming on for the second delivery, this time on the stumps. And it's been blocked by Shibli, who's on 8 from 14. So as soon as you concede a boundary in the first ball of the over, you're on the back foot. You need to come back and you need to get a few dot balls in, and I think that's what Pillai is trying to do, because Shibli, he's starting to play his shots. You know, he took his time to settle down and now he's 8 of 14, so he's going to look to get a move on. Siddiq, on the other hand, is going beautifully from 31 from just 30 deliveries.
The sleep been carried away for the batters, and this shows how much pressure you are having on the field, because as you were saying, Shanur, that Shibli had his time to get settled down, as well as Siddiq, because both of them are now trying their shots very much carefully. And I was just pointing that bow head approach. You are going underneath the line. What a shot! It's a pull shot, but half-hearted, a bit of uppish. Square leg fielder will cut it off for only a single. So I was talking about the line and length from Romashan Pillai. Not that much genuine pace. He's mixing up his line and length, and immediately after getting back hit a boundary of his first ball, he came back very safely, the safe corridor of bowling for right-hand batters. Again, length delivery very much slow. The batter waited and blocked it nicely for a dot. So this kind of approach definitely will encourage you to go exactly with the bowler's line and length till the very last moment, and played it late, played it soft. That's been so far for the Bangladeshis, and wherever the bowlers are bowling those full tosses, they are playing very much sensibly. Again, a bit of back of length delivery, a bit of uprising one, a sudden rise in the line, and cut it softly again through that point region for a dot. So consecutive dots to finish things off. 14 gone. It's 71 for 1. Bangladesh under 19.
Yeah, it's a good start for Bangladesh, even though they've lost the
Absolutely.
wicket. Things slowed down in the middle just a bit after the wicket fell, but I think Siddiq and Shibli, they're now trying to get a move on. Rizwan is the only wicket to fall, bowled to Liam Alder, 25 from 37. Yet to bat Ariful Rafi, Shihab Zakaria, Iqbal Borshan Rabbi and RR Amin. RR will definitely have to play or hope to play an important part with the bat as well. And it's the wicket taker Liam Alder who's going to continue. And straight back to the bowler, it's driven. You can see he's mixing up his pace, but his lines and lengths, it almost remains the same. It's almost always aimed at the stumps. So the batter doesn't have any margin for error. He has to get bat on ball or else he's going to be in trouble. And that's why Shibli is trying to just get to the pitch of it and play on the front foot. This time off soft hands, he finds the gap. And I wouldn't say that this is a bad approach to play the spin of Liam Alder, because he does sometimes look to give it flight and slow things down. And now Alder is telling his fielder that don't be so behind, come forward, because the batters are going to play off the soft hands, and play it slow as possible so that it takes a long time to reach the fielders and they can quickly nick a single. And that's what they just did a while ago. They almost stole a run by playing it towards an infielder who was a bit behind, closer to the inner ring, and the inner ring boundary, in fact. And this time it finds the gap. It's driven nicely towards long off. And dealing in singles, both batters, Siddiq and Shibli, not taking any risks against Liam Alder, but he's bowling beautifully.
Absolutely. Got that slip ready for that edge, and again an upfront block by the batter Shibli. He's playing again in the same energy and same technique. To Alder, it's very much surprising. Again, an upfront block by the batter, and that's been a key by handling Alder very much calm and quietly, because as Shanur was saying that he is playing with his line and length, a bit flighted one, a bit slower, and immediately after that it's a quicker arm on delivery from him. So it's very much tactical to play on, or to just going on with the flow. 15 gone so far. It's 73 for 1 on the board for Bangladesh under 19, and it's very much shiny so far. Hot and humid condition here at Khulna, the Sheikh Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium. We're going live from Bangladesh Cricket Board's BCB YouTube channel. Pillai, I guess, continuing on.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowls the first one on the money, and there's no run there. Siddiq, he's been batting very well. 32 from 35. Now he's got a start and he'll want to build on it and capitalize and probably get to a big score here, because he's laid the platform for himself and for his team as well. This time it's played very nicely through the leg side. There's a fielder at the deeper square leg position, and it'll just be a single. So Shibli comes back on strike. He's on 10 from 20. Siddiq on 33 from 36. Roshan Pillai, he's bowled 3.2 overs, conceded 15 runs, and he's been mostly good for his 3.2 overs, bowling in tight channels. So South Africa utilizing two bowlers that really focus on line and length and taking the pace off the ball, realizing that these conditions are suited to the slower balls and the slower deliveries and the slower bowlers. So I think we're going to see more spin, because they do have Juan James left, and he's another spinning option for the South Africans. So it remains to be seen when he comes into the attack. We've seen 4 bowlers being used by the South Africans, so James is another option. And Pillai, you look at his bowling action, he starts with a skip, and then it's a very easy bowling action, very fluid. In fact, I've noticed all the bowlers, Mapaka, and right now we're watching Pillai, both of them have very nice, smooth actions. So this is the sort of bowler you want to see bowl. This is the sort of bowling action that you want to see, because these sort of bowlers, they will rarely get injured because of the way they bowl, because of their bowling action. When you have a good, clean bowling action, you don't have to put any extra pressure on any part of your body that may result in any sort of injuries. And now both the batters having a word with each other in the middle of the over, so the bowler was ready to run up, and Siddiq just having a word with Shibli, probably giving him some sort of advice, because they've only scored the 1 run in the over and it's the 5th delivery. Let's see what happens. This time it's played on the up, lofted up, beautifully played, but it hasn't been timed to perfection, and it'll just be 2 more runs. But I think that's what was said, that we've just taken the 1 run in this over. Let's take a few more. Let's try and go for a boundary. Let's up the ante. And Shibli, who's on 12 from 23, probably that's why he's also being told that, now you need to start scoring faster. But what's most important is to keep the wickets intact, because if they can keep the wickets in hand, last 10 overs, they can go all guns blazing.
Exactly, the last ball, again, a front foot guide towards that point for a dot to finish. And he was talking about Pillai's action. Before going to that, it's 16 gone, it's 76 for 1. I think he reminds me of Ian Harvey, the Australian all-rounder. I think that smooth and silky action from that medium pacers over there, and he used to hit the deck hard, and the similar things going on for Pillay also, because he's also hitting the deck hard, and it just got drifted towards the batters very much smoothly and very much unconditionally very well. And depending on the condition, this sort of bowling definitely pushed the batters to go behind and to go back foot every time he's playing on, and both of these batters are doing the right thing to tackle Romashan Pillay, I guess. So a drinks break is going on to the field after 16.
And if you look at it, there are quite a few people that came to watch the game. Even in the last match, we've seen a few galleries that had a crowd coming in to watch the under-19 boys. And a lot of the South African players' parents were telling me that it's a new experience for them. They've never experienced this sort of crowd support or this sort of fanfare with their cricket. So this is a very different experience for them, and it's something that they'll definitely learn from. It's something that Bangladesh players, they almost grow up with. When you become a professional cricketer, when you're representing your country, there's always fanfare about you, even from an under-19 age.
Yes, definitely. The greetings or everything, the bashings also, and the cheerings all over from the crowd is very much pressure. Yes, this is the match summary. Bangladesh under-19, so far so good, 76 for 1 after 16 overs. Adil bin Siddiq and Rizwan started very well. Siddiq still there, 33, not out of 36 deliveries, and Rizwan 25 got clean bowled by Alder, the spinner, the left-arm orthodox spinner. Shibli is on with Siddiq, 12 not out. The pick of the bowlers, I have to say, Alder so far, that only wicket for South Africa under 19, 15 runs giveaway of just in 5 overs. So a bit balanced start for this. Oliver Whitehead, a bit costly of 26 runs. Kiwena Mapaka, 18 runs. Still no success for him, and Romashan Pillay is the very much new introduction to this bowling line-up after Alder, Whitehead and Mapaka. So we are here at Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium between these two sides, Bangladesh under-19 and South Africa under-19. And you were talking about the supports. Definitely, it's very much obvious that you are playing in subcontinent, and whatever you are playing, it's under-19, it's A team, whatever you have, the HP team we have. So every time you will have that supports in the stands, and that's been phenomenal for the Bangladesh cricket so far. And you were just seeing that breeze, the cool and calm breeze, it's going on in this ground. It's showing how much humid condition, the hot wind also must be very much unusual for South Africans to play on, Shanur.
Yeah, different conditions for them. Definitely not what they might be used to. There are a few areas, though, from what I've understood, that in South Africa where it does get hot and it does get humid. So not absolutely alien for
This
all of them.
sort of.
Yeah, not absolutely alien for them. That the altitude will be different, though, because in South Africa you play in the high velds and the ball carries and it flies a lot farther. It carries a lot deeper. So that will be a difference. And if you look at most of them, they've got the stamina and they've got the power, because they just bowled straight 16 overs before the drinks break was taken, and it was taken, I think, just after an hour, because the match started at 9 p.m. and the drinks break was taken at around 10 p.m. So 10 a.m. Sorry. So after an hour and 10 minutes were played, they decided to go on with drinks. We've got a lot of cricket left to play, in fact, if the rain stays away, because it's a 50-over match per side. So hopefully we'll be able to finish things on time, and I believe the time would be around 5:30 before we decide that enough overs have been played. So they've got to get 100 overs in within that time. So far 16 have been done. Abu Siddiq has been the pick of the batters for Bangladesh, 33 from 36. Shibli's come in and he supported Abu Siddiq well so far, 12 from 24. Previously, the other batter was Rizwan, who unfortunately got out to a brilliant delivery by Liam Alder. And as we can see, I think there will be more bowling changes probably for South Africa. And, we saw in the last match that South Africa, they kept their bowlers bowling in tandems. They were bowling in partnerships with the opening two bowlers, and then after that there were two more bowling changes, and now we're seeing a fifth change, and I think it's Sipho Potswane who is going to come on and bowl. So Sipho Potswane, he is a slow left arm. Yes, and he bowls the first delivery. It's just a bit outside off, and it takes very little turn. So the batter, Abu Siddiq, is probably waiting to see whether it turns or not. The second one, it's been dealt with very nicely. This time it was a similar delivery, outside off. It was a bit short and wide, just put away, guided away almost towards the cover region for another run. 77 for 1 Bangladesh under 19 after 16.2 overs. And Sipho Potswane, he's the fifth bowler to be bowling. He's got a slip in place for him.
Yes, a bit underneath action from Sipho Potswane, different from Alder, I have to say, because Alder is kind of high in stand and standing very much high while releasing the ball, where Sipho Potswane a bit lower action, get very low, you can see there. For that reason the ball just don't usually go up a bit, so you have to play very much sensible, play very much underneath of your knees. Yes, you can see again the consecutive balls over there, and it's been kept very, very low by Sipho Potswane. Back-to-back dot balls after back-to-back singles. A flighted one, driven nicely, a bit uppish, but the protection is there. Definitely only a single been taken. So 17 gone, 79 for 1. Potswane introduced from that side where Alder is bowling on, and I think they will go with Romashan Pillay from the other end. So a bit of change in end by Tiger. He was saying that he's just mixing up with his bowling action, with bowling options, definitely. And this has been so much tight line and length maintaining by his bowlers, and bowling in perspective of your fielding setup. This is very much important wherever you are bowling.
It's absolutely crucial to do that, to bowl according to what you have. And I think that's what they've done so far. But Bangladesh, you have to give Bangladesh credit, Bangladesh under 19, because they've dealt with the opening bowling combination, and then they built a partnership. And now, even after losing the first wicket, they're continuing on, and they've got a good plan about how they go about things. It's the middle over, so you can slow down just a bit, and then eventually in the last 20 overs, 15 overs, 10 overs, up the ante slowly, go through the third, fourth and fifth gear and just build along. And now we can see Juan James coming in as the another bowler, the fifth change bowler in fact. And first delivery, it's full, and it's a bit too straight because there is no protection there, and it's been hit straight down the ground. Eventually it's fielded off at long off, and I think John James is trying to tell him to come up and not field at the deep. Yeah, and you can see that he doesn't want to concede that easy single. He wants the batters to go over the top. So you can see some aggressive field setups by the South Africans. So the second delivery, it's a similar one, just a bit on the leg side, and there's a fielder right there at the short square leg region.
Yes, again down the leg, flicked it nicely, but there's a fine leg over there for having that ball. And down to that, again back-to-back dots. And you were talking about going very much high in the last 10 or 15 or 20 overs. Definitely ODI cricket is that kind of caliber filled cricket, because you have to just divide your plans over by over or stage by stages, like the test cricket.
Absolutely.
Like,
and I think, Prantar, if you look at the cricket that's been played today, it's been absolutely top-notch by both teams. Some good
Yes,
tactical
absolutely.
battles. And this time it's been played, once again, there was a bit of aggression there when he played the sweep. It was almost a bit of a slog sweep attempted against Juan James. Didn't get it properly. and eventually the ball was through the ground and it went to the fielder at the square leg region. Some interesting protection there at square leg and also at a short mid-wicket region, and you see a short cover as well for Juan James. So he finishes the over with another dot. Just the 2 runs conceded off of it. He bowled his over very fast.
Yes, the last ball, if you can see, he just flighted that ball outside of, teased the batter to go big, to flight and to just play an uppish shot. But whenever the ball just landed very much safe towards the fielder, he was just frustrated because that was the plan, to play Shibli a bit uppish to the fielder, but that's the credit to the Bangladeshi batters today at this point, because they are playing very much safe, grounded shots most importantly, and they are saving their batting powerhouse for the last 10 or 15 overs, as you were just saying. Again, for Sher-e, coming back to the bowling end, he has a bit quicker one. Got that short mid-wicket fielder there. And we were talking about the phases, right? As from the first to 10 overs, you have to survive those initial movements. After that, you have to build up the innings. After 21 to 30, you have to carry that momentum going on and on with you. And after, I think, in this modern era of cricket, last 20 overs is basically for the slogging. You can't wait till 40 overs. You have to get that charged up cricket from the very 31st overs is going on.
Absolutely, and it's been good bowling in the last few overs by the South African under-19 team, and it's been good batting by the Bangladesh under-19 team as well. They're not taking any risks, but there is something building right now. We're inside a smelting pot, and something is brewing. So let's see what happens. And as I was saying, the edge is taken, and finally the breakthrough is there. And it's Shibli who's out. So I was just saying that something is building. And Sibho Potsane, he gets the breakthrough. He bowled brilliantly in this over. In fact, 3 dot balls, and he was just mixing his line and length up, and he was making sure the batter stays cramped for room and cramping him up. And eventually Shibli, he went for it. He went for the bait. And he
was expecting that rising up deliveries outside off.
Exactly, and
the sharp turn.
I think that's why he'd be disappointed, because he was expecting to play that shot. He just wanted to play it away from the fielder in the first slip, but unfortunately it went straight to the first slip, because that was almost what he attempted. He wanted to guide it. As soon as he saw that the first slip took it, he's like, that's the end of my luck, because if he went past the first slip, there was no protection there. So it was great cricket there by the South Africans. You can see the turn and bounce there from Potsane, and fantastic cricket there by the South African under-19 team. Just look at that delivery. It was fast, but it also spun and it bounced. It was difficult for the batter. He got a piece of a bat onto it, but unfortunately it didn't act his way, it didn't go his way. And now South Africa, they've got the second wicket. 81 for 2, Bangladesh under-19.
Exactly.
18.4 overs.
It was there you're talking about. The field setup was definitely a trap for the batter. And it was there. Shibli was trying to just get around with those singles and doubles, and there was no protection. He was just eyeing that deep third man region or deep backward point region for a boundary for a very sharp turn, but it's turned a very much little, got that awkward bounce towards that off and middle stump, and he played a very much late shot, but as it was not that much uprising from bowler's end, he just got stuck with the first slip's hand. And a very good catch, you have to say that, a very sharp catch. He went on very much lower to gather the ball, and the umpire gave that out in the very first one. What a bowling from Sher-e again. It turned very much slight, sharp turn again, length delivery not that much high, and the new batter was trying to block that ball, just got past his edge. Again, it's a full length delivery, just got that up front drive, back to the bowler, another dot to finish. So 19 gone, it's 81 for 2. New batter in, Ariful Islam, the vice captain.
Yeah, Ariful is the new player in, and he's got the cap on because he can see that both the spinners are playing in tandem. They're bowling, and it's not going to be pace anytime soon. So He's going to wear the cap. The helmet is going to be too hot for these conditions. And it's just the new man in the crease. On the other end, Abu Siddiq, he might be feeling a bit stranded right now. He's on 36 from 44. Bangladesh, I would still say, are slightly ahead in this match, but they need to continue this partnership. Now, this time, a quick single is taken. John James, he came on, and the fielder was tested there at the short fine leg region. Had the direct throw been hit, I think if it was directed at the wickets, I think there was a chance of a run out. John James, he couldn't grab the ball either, and try and break the stumps. He's going to continue. A run off the first ball, and the new batter, Ariful, he is going to take strike. So just getting his marker down and making sure that his stance is proper. You can see near the boundary, Fansil, he's being treated with
an ice bag?
Yeah, I think with
ice towel, I guess.
With an ice towel, exactly. Right. So some of these fielders, they are having to field, and it's tough on them, the heat. Anyways, Juan James, he continues. He's an impressive bowler, I have to say. He's got a bit of swagger about him when he bowls, even though he's bowling spin, but you can see he's very serious about his work. Reminds me of some of the older South African bowlers, the likes of Pat Simcox, in fact.
Absolutely. Not that much variation from him, but that tight line and length. He's just bowling.
He's always miserable. Like, you look at Juan James,
definitely.
after every single delivery, he's like, why didn't this go for
disappointment,
a wicket?
right?
Yeah, he's very
why he's not getting wickets? So that's the most important thing for him.
Exactly.
And that should be for any sort of bowler. You have to admit that. And those consecutive dot balls creating a bit pressure to the Bangladesh Tigers. So they're definitely eyeing with those singles and doubles at least. Again, a very much shadow throw from the fielder. Also, let's not forget that it's not that much healthy for any fielding side, because you can get penalized for those shadow fielding. But still, it's a shorter position fielding. Again, the last ball. And again, he will be disappointing.
And
Shanur.
look at him. Look at Juan James. He's down on the ground. He's
yes, I was just get stopped to see his emotions.
And the funnier part is that the ball came straight at him, so he had to roll over again and just avoid getting hit by the ball.
Breaking the stumps with his balls. Not that much run-out possibilities. So yes, 20 gone, 83 for 2. This has been a brilliant over from Juan James. Just 2 runs coming from that over, definitely getting the pressure high on to the Bangladeshi batters, because 20 overs gone, not that much runs in board, 2 wickets down, but not that easy to go with this bowling options of South Africans. The pitch get a bit slow, so you have to play very sensible to get at least 220 or 230.
Well, we were just talking about the conditions.
Yes.
They are very hot and humid, and Juan James, after rolling, he decided that he needs a cooling break, because he's down on his haunches, and immediately he's asking for the players to bring the cooling towel, because he needs to cool down just a bit. And when you're bowling and you've got that aggression, you definitely want to play in favorable conditions. The conditions will take a toll as well.
Yes, 21st over starting on. A late cut from the batter towards that point region for a single more to add on to the scoreboard. 84 for 2 after 20th in the very 21st over. So very much a tight line and length maintaining by the bowlers so far, Shanur. So it's been a very tricky for the batters, but let's not that much hopeless, because plenty of batting left for Bangladesh.
Plenty of batting left, absolutely. And if you look at how the teams are doing right now, I don't think any team will feel that they're on top of things. Bangladesh under 19, they've gotten off to a good start, even though they've lost 2 wickets recently. But it's still a solid platform to build on, and I don't think they need to panic. For the South Africans, I think they're trying really hard to get more breakthroughs. And with the two spinners bowling in tandem, they've got the match in a bit of a chokehold, and they want to make sure that they keep on building pressure on the Bangladeshi players. And there's a bit of a misfield by Sipo Potsane, but it doesn't result in an extra run. He first went the wrong direction and then he dived and got a bit of a hand onto it, and eventually it was stopped by the fielder at mid-on.
Absolutely. The last two balls of the over, and Futsoane doing a right thing to flight that ball, drifting towards that off-stump region for another single. I think they are getting very much unstable to just get hit along those loopy deliveries, a bit of fast deliveries from a spinner. And in current international circuit also, you can see spinners bowling very much tight line and length with a decent pace, so it will be a great learning for the batters. So short cover will cut it off. Brilliant diving effort to stop that ball. 21 overs gone now, 86 for 2. Bangladesh under 19.
This over once again was, a good one. And you look at the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium.
It's a beautiful one. It's a beautiful one. As we can just speak that বাঘের গর্জন, আমার মনে হয় যে বাঘের গর্জনটা আমরা যেই সিটির সাথে পরিচিত, সবচেয়ে যে শহরের সাথে পরিচিত সেই শহরটা হচ্ছে খুলনা. সো ইটস আ সিটি অফ টাইগার্স ইউ ক্যান সে, অর দ্য ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল সিটি অফ বাংলাদেশ, অ্যান্ড ইটস আ বিউটিফুল স্টেডিয়াম. খুবই সুন্দর একটা স্টেডিয়াম. হয়তো এখানে সেই সাগর তীর নেই কিংবা অনেক উঁচু উঁচু দালান কোঠা নেই ঢাকার মতো, বাট স্টিল ইটস আ হার্ট অফ দ্য ক্রিকেটিং অ্যাকশন. অ্যান্ড হোয়াট আ শট! দুর্দান্ত শট, দুর্দান্ত পায়ের কাজ, ডাউন দ্য ট্র্যাকে এসে একটা লফটেড হিটে মাঠের বাইরে পাঠিয়েছেন সেই কাউ কর্নার রিজিয়ন দিয়ে একটা বিশাল ছয় আরিফুল ইসলামের ব্যাটে. ইটস আ ম্যামথ ওয়ান, শানুর.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was waiting for it, and finally he found the right delivery to hit it. He went straight to the pitch of the ball, and Ariful, he gets his first boundary, and it comes off of Juan James. I want to see how he reacts to it, because he's quite red right now. And of the first delivery, that twin is over. The second one, this time it's cut away, and there is a fielder there at the deep, so they're looking for the second one, but it won't be more than one. It was timed too well to be more than one, unfortunately. If he played it with softer hands, perhaps. He wanted to hit a boundary, basically, so that didn't happen. Ariful moves on to 10 from 12 deliveries. Bangladesh on 93 for the loss of 2 wickets in the 22nd over. Abu Siddiq on 38 from 48. And he's now on strike. Now he plays a lofted shot. There is a fielder there, though, and it won't be more than a single. I believe the fielder that fielded there was Sipo Potsane. He's going to bowl just in a bit, and he's coming forward. So what they want is to take that wicket, because both these batters are playing lofted shots, so they want them to play the lofted shots. This time it's a reverse sweep, and it's played very, very fine. The ball is going towards the boundary, and eventually it will run away all the way for 4 runs. So first is 6, then 2 singles and a boundary, and the runs are coming for Bangladesh, and they're edging closer towards their 100, 98 for 2.
বাঘের গর্জনের কথা বলছিলাম, শানুর, and it's been showing by these two tigers, I guess. And it's a brilliantly swept it, reverse sweep as we speak that. So it's a brilliant shot. And 6 followed by a boundary in this over definitely will hurt the cause of Yuan James. And he's not that much happy with his bowling. He's playing that long hop bowling action. Long hop bowling, not that much happy faces. He's just trying to fix up the fielding positions again. Front foot defense for a dot. So after a bashing of 6-1-1-4, it's finally a dot for Juan James.
Yeah, Juan James, he's this over, he's been expensive. Let's see what his final delivery holds. It's fast and straight, and look at him. He wants to hit the batter. and the batter has a look back at him as well. Go ahead. Throw it, boy. But anyways, that's the end of another entertaining Juan James over. He's conceded 16 runs off his 3. 22 overs are gone. Bangladesh under 19, 98 for 2. They won the toss and they chose to bat first. Arar Amin, he decided that he will bat first. That's 2 tosses in a row that Bangladesh have won. And David Tiger, he also wanted to bat under these conditions. Clear skies right now, and there's no sign of any dark clouds, which is great for the day's play because there's only a 1-day break between this match and the next one. So the next one-day international, youth one-day international, will be on Tuesday, and it'll be the same time at 9 a.m. at the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium before we head over to Rajshahi, the beautiful city of Rajshahi. And this time, Potsane, he comes on, and the first delivery is played off the back foot very nicely by Abu Siddiq, and he moves on to 40. Of 50 deliveries. Ariful, he's come on and he's upped the ante because he's on 14 from 15 deliveries. Bangladesh one short of 100 runs, 99 for 2.
Yes, you were talking about Rajshahi. You just can't ignore the historic name, the fruit division of Bangladesh, Rajshahi, and the cricket stadium is in the center of that Rajshahi division, the Rajshahi city. So we'll be just moving on to that fruit division of the fruit city, the mango city, more specifically Rajshahi on 14th of July, Friday it is, and the last one at the same venue on 17th of July. So it's a power-packed ODI series so far. Aggressions all over by the fielder, by the players, driven nicely towards that mid-off to long-off region for another single. And we are just hearing that chants, the cheers of the crowds. আমরা একটু আগে বলছিলাম যে বাঘের গর্জন, সো ওইরকম ভাবে ছোট ছোট কিন্তু শোনা যাচ্ছে। ডাউন দ্য ট্র্যাকে এসে একটা লফটেড অন ড্রাইভ, আবারও কিন্তু সীমানা ছাড়া করেছেন। অবশ্যই ইটস এ হিউজ 6 by Ariful Islam, and just listen to the roar, Shanur. Just বলতে না বলতেই ছক্কা, এবং সেই ছক্কার মাধ্যমেই কিন্তু আমরা গ্যালারিতে যে ক্ষুদ্র অংশে কিছু দর্শক সমাগত হয়েছেন সেই দর্শকের কাছ থেকে শুনতে পাচ্ছি একটা লং চিয়ার। This is the beauty of Bangladesh cricket. Wherever you go, you will find the crowd behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? This match is shaping up very nicely. Ariful has come in and he's up the ante. He's changing gears and he's looking to bat very nicely, very positively. That'll take some pressure off Abu Siddiq, who's edging closer towards a 50. And right now it's another single by him. And the South African bowlers, they'll feel the cosh as well. They'll feel some pressure because they were bowling with the 2 spinners in tandem, and they were thinking that Bangladesh wouldn't do this, and that's exactly what hasn't happened. They are being challenged right now, and I think as long as this sort of positive intent remains, it will keep the South African under 19 players on their toes and keep them thinking as to what will be the next line of action. So once again, the over ends with a dot ball, but eventually 10 runs coming off the over. Bangladesh under 19 are 108 for 2 after 23 overs. Sipu Potsane done with his 4th over. He's gone for 16. So the last over, it yielded 14 runs. This over has yielded 10 runs in the last 12 balls. 24 runs have come, and Bangladesh, all of a sudden, the run rate that was close to 6 or over 6 in the first few overs, it's edging closer towards that 6 and over run rate. It's over 5, that's for sure, and they will look to continue in this way. They will look to play, because even in the middle overs you don't have to slow down too much. As long as you can bat fast, I think then you can always keep the opposition under pressure. Juan James, he's going to continue. Let's see if the 2 batters target him once again, and it's Ariful who's on strike, so he looks for the single instead of playing a big shot because it was a bit short and it was aimed at his legs. This will be an intriguing contest as James continues to Ariful.
Yes, that's a lone supporter over there. He's just sitting onto that stance. And you were talking about Juan James. Definitely, he's just mixing up his bowling again down the track. Ariful Islam, he's playing his aggression very much high. And you're talking about Shahanur, last 12 balls, 24 runs, and the full credit to Ariful Islam. He's just taking all those bowlers he can. He's playing spin very, very well. What a shot, a paddle sweep, and it's been going to the boundary line, but I think it will be just pushed back by the fielder. Yes, it is. The short fine leg was there and had a run towards that short sider from that deep backward square leg region. Another double been taken. So this has been the key so far for Bangladesh, because they are not just sticking with those big shots, but they are just rotating the strike, taking those singles and doubles, converting those singles and doubles into boundaries sometimes. So 29 balls, 29 runs partnership. Full credit to Ariful Islam. Siddiq just rotating that strike to Ariful. Again, sensible batting. Close-in fielder were there, but he just managed to have a single to rotate the strike. 110 for 2.
It's been a good over for both the batters and the bowler. You have to say that Juan James, he went for runs in the last over, but so far he's kept things quiet. And now it's Abu Siddiq who's on strike. And James, he's stopping.
Mankading?
I think he's giving Ariful a warning right there.
A warning, right.
And, he's trying to tell him, don't get out of your crease because I will run you out. I've seen you do this multiple times now. This time it's an appeal and the finger goes up. Juan James, he gets the breakthrough, and it's the set batter, Abu Siddiq, who's out. He was looking to paddle sweep it forward.
Very quick response from the umpire, Shahanur.
It was, and it looked quite plumb actually, if you notice it, because the shot, you could say the shot was on, but there was no connection between bat and ball. Even looking from here, you could see that, it was low enough.
I think he tried that paddle scoop.
Exactly.
Yes.
He was looking to hit the paddle scoop, and it hit him. It was a straighter delivery, and overall, the wicket that had to fall, it's gone of Abu Siddiq. So yeah, Adil bin Siddiq, he's out, and he's out after scoring 41 runs. The total for Bangladesh is 111 for 3.
Yes, absolutely. It's a timely breakthrough for the Africans. And Adil bin Siddiq just got out after a good foundation for him. It could have been a good score for Adil bin Siddiq. Might have been 100, but still, it's a very trumped bowling from Juan James, because he was so much desperate for having a wicket, and finally he could deliver for his team in the 5th ball of 24th over. The paddle scoop was there, but the main thing, the strategic thing for Juan James is the pace variation, because he was bowling a bit of slow to Ariful Islam and Adil bin Siddiq at the same time. For that reason, he was tempted to hit that paddle scoop in front of middle and leg stump. That corridor line is very much tight for the batter, and just he got trapped in front of that line and length by Juan James, and he bowled a bit of quick delivery, quicker armor. For that reason, he missed it completely. So a sad end to Adil bin Siddiq's good innings. So new man in, the captain, the skipper R.R. Amin. Last ball, and the left-hand batter is up against the right arm off spinner. Straightener it was from Juan James outside off. A back foot cut been attempted. Immediately after that, a sleeve fielder was introduced. So that has been the very much key tactics by the Africans to go aggressive over by over. 24 gone. It's Nelson on board. 1-1-1 for 3. Bangladesh under 19.
Yeah, 1-1-1. 3 ones and 3 wickets. That
Added up for 3. Yes. 1-1-1. 1 plus 1 plus 1. It's 3 for 3 wickets.
Ariful, he's been batting quite well. Pranthar, if you notice, 25 from 22. RR on the other hand, he's just the new man in the crease. So the captain and the vice captain of the team there.
And Ariful is guiding up the every batters, because he was guiding Adil bin Siddiqui whenever he got out, that why you just played that shot, because you could sweep that ball very much easily. So you could go for a sweep, a paddle sweep, but why a paddle scoop in front of that kind of bowler who is getting aggressive over by over. So he's also guiding his fellow mates, like how he could play or how he would supposed to play.
It's been a battle of wits between both the teams, because the South African players, they've been waiting when Bangladesh look to play aggressively, then they look to counter-attack. And when Bangladesh wait and they see South Africa being aggressive, they wait and then they look to counter as well. So it's been a game of cat and mouse. It's been attack, counter-attack, back and forth between both teams. And it's been an intriguing contest as a result. RR, he's just a new man in the crease and he will want to take some time, I believe. Sipo Potsane, he's also taken a wicket and now just guided on the leg side. And no run there. He's taken 1 wicket for 17 runs of his 4.1 overs. The current run rate is 4.66. So even though in the last few overs it's been good batting, but after the wicket, things have slowed down just a bit.
I think it's the perfect time to bring back Alder or to bring back Mapaka for another wicket, specifically for RR. Yes, it's a long hop and it's a very, very easy catch for the fielder. The shot wasn't there. RR Amin, what have you done? The shot was nowhere there for RR. It's a very misjudged shot.
Absolutely, but I think I have to give credit to the bowler.
Yes,
Sipo
absolutely,
Potsane,
absolutely.
because he was enticing the batter, the new batter, to play the big shot, right? When you come in new and you're trying to get used to the surface, when you see a long hop, when you see a juicy delivery like that, you want to play the big shot. And in going for the big shot, he was enticed to play that, and eventually RR, I mean, he has to go, and he's gone for a duck. Unfortunately, 0 from 2 deliveries, in fact 3 balls, and Bangladesh right now, I think, slightly they will feel that they're on the back foot a bit. South Africa under-19 team, you have to give them all the credit in the world because they've come back brilliantly. Even after Bangladesh and under-19 started very well, I think the South African under-19 players, they've realized that they just need to hang in there, hold their wits, and eventually the wickets might just come. But plenty of batting left for this Bangladesh under-19 team, mind you. So you don't know, they bat very deep. All of their bowlers, we saw in the last match as well, that they can score runs, and there's plenty of big hitting left. So Bangladesh under-19, they just need to hang in there and keep going, keep chugging along. I think Ariful Islam is going to be a key man from here on in, and he's gonna have to guide the other batters around him. Sipo Potsane, he's come in this match and he's taken 2 wickets. He's bowled brilliantly. He didn't play in the first game, so this is great to see him doing so well, coming in and putting his name up and trying to tell his coaches and his captain and his team that, you know what, you have to select me, you have to keep me in the team in these conditions.
Exactly. The left-arm spinner definitely did a good job because he's drifting his ball and drifting away from the batter of that leg stump line. It was very much teasing, and for that reason just got that edge very, very easily for the fielder at short mid wicket. So definitely an untimely wicket for Bangladesh. The skipper gone, RR Amin, for a duck.
At this moment, if you look, Ariful, he will have to just guide the others along. Shihab James is a big name player in this
I think
team.
he's not getting enough strike, Shahrukh.
Absolutely.
Because Ariful Islam, whenever it was, I think, 21 to 22 overs, he was standing there at 24 runs, just faced 2 balls after that. And in between, Adil bin Siddiq gone, his captain RR Amin gone, so definitely a big load on him right at the moment.
Absolutely, and Shihab James is a big name player, as I was saying, in this team. He's one of those players that the under-19 team and those who follow Bangladesh cricket, they know about him, and immediately you see a lovely shot from him. He played it late and played it along the ground. a very nice late cut square of the wicket to get off the mark and immediately take 2. So he's another key player. Shihab James and Ariful, this can be a big partnership for Bangladesh, a very important partnership for the Bangladesh under-19 team. They just need to hang on from here on in. So I think we have to hold our seatbelts and enjoy the ride as this match continues. This time a bit of a mix-up. There was a chance of a run out, but eventually it's safe. Shihab James, he wanted the single, but good by Ariful because he sent Shihab James back, and Ariful is just having a word and just telling him that, you know what, there wasn't a single there. Fansil was fielding.
I think he was talking about the panic attack, Shahrukh. Right at this moment, you have lost 4 wickets, 2 quick wickets in quick successions. So definitely nothing to get worried about because you have so many overs left, driven nicely through that point region for another single. So as I was talking about the panic situation, it's nothing that much panic time from here on because half of the overs left, 25 gone, 115 for 4. So this is not the time of panic. This is the time to rebuild your innings basically for the later part of the batters, specifically for Ariful Islam. He's in a nice groove, 23 of 26. And see the crowds, Shahanur, they are just climbing on and on in a regular basis as time passes. It is getting full packed on the stadium. So you have to play for the crowd also.
Yeah, and you know what, we have to thank the Bangladesh Cricket Board for organizing and arranging such a wonderful series and also this production as well, because you can see and you can listen to commentary as well in their website, in their official YouTube channel as well. And I was talking to some of the South African players as parents, and they were talking that lots of South Africans are watching back at home, and they're very happy that you're getting such a good production for this. And it's not like usually these sort of matches, they don't have commentary, they have only one camera angle and you don't get so much, but over here we're getting like a proper production, and you can see that we're getting drone shots of the entire field, and lots of people are coming. You're getting a proper essence of what this match is like, and I think we have to give credit to the Bangladesh Cricket Board for this.
Yes,
and
you're also delivering.
You see, like,
definitely, it's a
these are
beautiful
some great
stadium.
shots.
Yes, absolutely. A beautiful stadium, nice weather, a nice day for playing cricket, and most importantly, you are getting exposure. The proper exposure for your players, for your country's players. Again, a bit of panicking moment in middle of the ground, a bit of yes, no, but eventually it didn't get hard for the Bangladesh. It's a beautiful stadium, Shahanur. We were talking about all the drone shots. You can see it's been carried away nicely, and it's been organized very much well by BCB. So a huge shout out for them. Another dot for Alder. I was talking about is the right time to bring back him, and Tigger is doing the right thing, going with the flow, going with the wicket, and he was the only wicket taker inside of 10th over. So he has just brought again back, and he has back in right of the action where he got left. Another dot, a drive towards that cover region, but eventually could not just pass that fielder for a single.
Good stuff from Liam Elder in this over. Ariful Islam having to work for his runs now, and I think they've realized that they don't want to take any risks. They just want to take a few singles in the overs and then, you know, wait for the loose deliveries before they go all guns blazing yet again. And Shihab James, from what we've seen, he's got some really good shots about him. He's got something about him. He's got timing. He's got good technique. Let's see how he plays. This time he sweeps it, and there is an opportunity, and what a catch! What a catch by the first slip, but the umpire says that it didn't touch the bat because the South African fielders were running in and they were looking at the umpire and they were hoping that it's going to be out, but Shihab James, in this instance, he survives. I was almost about to put the commentator's curse in him, but luckily
But
he
yeah,
survives.
look at the commitment by the African fielders. Definitely in the first slip, the player just got a brilliant dive and brilliant fly up in the air. So hats off to them. To the fielder at the, I think Juan James was there, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the enthusiastic one, the enthusiastic player in the South African side with the ball and in the field. Definitely, he is everywhere. You could find him everywhere right at this moment in the South African lineup. So definitely an encouraging stuff, Shanur.
And if you look at the way they are fielding and reacting to things, it's very, very impressive. Right now, Ariful Islam back on strike, and Sipo Putsane, he's continuing to put the pressure in his sixth over, and he's been bowling at a stretch, 6 overs at a stretch in these conditions. So great stamina being shown by him as well. Good fielding over there at the short cover region. I believe it was Fansil who did the fielding. And once again, the ground fielding by the South Africans has been absolutely top, making the batters work hard for their runs. Ariful Islam, he started off really well, started off with a bang in the last few overs. He's tried to pull things back because the bowling has been good. This time he cuts it and beats the infield, but won't be able to beat the deeper position fielder who comes in and fields it behind to backward point, and it's another single. 118 for 4 off 26.3 overs for Bangladesh under 19.
Absolutely, if you can see the line and length from Futsoane, every time he has just got that lower kind of action and not that much bounce up in the air. Again, outside off, it's been a flight and it's been a quicker armor for the batter. Sleep still on, so this shows how much aggressive South Africans so far with the Bangladesh is one. Again, a bit of flighted, and he just went on with that driving shot. It's a good dive, and towards that extra cover region, it's another one. So he is playing with his legs also. Ariful Islam, Shanur, he is just going to the line of the bowler, to the line of the ball, and till the very last moment he's playing his shot or offering his shot.
Just the 2 runs off the over, and yeah, it's a good game once again. Good game of attrition. Ariful this time doesn't time it to perfection. It's to a fielder at the offside, and that'll be the end of this over. Another good one by Putsane.
Absolutely. Just 2 runs coming into this over. So 27 gone, 119 for 4, and I was talking about that Futsoane line and length, but at the same time you have to give credit to David Tigger. So this is the batting card. Adil bin Siddiq 41 of 53, Rizwan 25 of 37, Shibli LBW by Sifa Futsoane 14 of 32. RR Amin just couldn't get any sort of runs under his belt, got for duck, the captain. But Ariful Islam still going on strong, 28 of 31, and with him Shihab Jains just got rid of that wild loud appeal by the Africans, 5 of 7. So plenty of batting left. Rafi will be coming up next after that, so you have to just stick around. Rabbi is there also with the bat. So tactical change by Tigger again, because he has just got taken off Juan James, and in replacement of that he's just going on with Alder and Futsoane. Alder is the first delivery. Bit of straightener it was, a bit flighted, a loopy one, but just carried away nicely by a blocked shot from Shihab James. It's a dot to start.
Shihab on 5 from 8 deliveries. Ariful on 28 from 31. This time once again played with soft hands, but it was a faster delivery by Liam Alder, and no run here. Alder once again has been very economical. 6.2 overs, just the 17 runs.
It's a roller coaster, Shahar, because the first one a bit slower. Immediately after that, it's a faster one.
This time, once again, it's a faster delivery. It's fuller, and it's just been almost dug away. He had to dig the bat underneath and then play it to avoid it from hitting his stumps. Shihab James, he's a key player for the Bangladesh under 19 team. 5 from 10 deliveries. This time once again it's a front foot forward defensive shot against Liam Alder. So after the last appeal in the last over where he signaled that it hit his hand, it was a close shot though. If he was given out, there was nothing he could have done about it. So now he needs to build on from that and be careful with what he does and how he plays. Plenty of overs left. Bangladesh do have batting, But he's a key batter. If he stays to the 50th over, Bangladesh will score a very good total, and that's another
Absolutely.
single taken by him. So just the one run of the first 5 deliveries in this over, 120 for 4, Bangladesh under 19.
Yes, I think it's a trap. It's a perfect setup, I think, for Alder. It's been given wide down the leg, and see the flawlessness of the South African fielders, because the first leap moved very much quickly towards the ball. And why I was talking about that this has been a setup for Alder, because he is just playing with those line and lengths. It's another full length delivery, a dot to finish. So he has been playing with the mind of the batter that I will be bowling that full length delivery, the Yorker length delivery to you, and you will get enough time to drive those or to just dig those in very much comfortably. But I think immediately after that he will bowl that sort of bowling of half volley or good length delivery with a flight, a loopy one, and it will just go exactly to the batter's mind that it will get not turned, because he has been with that armor delivery more and more. And from there, if that could have a turn, a sharp turn outside off, it could have been a deadly one to the sleep, because the sleep is still on, and it's still on with Fotsoane. The full length ball again to the middle and leg stump, and he played very much in comfort and driven nicely towards that long off for another single to start on the 29th over.
Yeah, plenty of batting left. Shanto and Rabbi, they will come in next, hopefully. And then after that, it'll be some of the bowlers who can bat. This is a really nice reverse sweep. The ball has found the gap, and it's going fine down the third man region, and it's gonna be a boundary, a welcome boundary after quite a bit. There was the gap. It was a bit fuller.
A signature shot from Ariful Shahanur, that reverse scoop.
Yeah, he played that before as well, and you know what? He's an enterprising player. 32 of 33 right now. Ariful 126 for 4. Bangladesh under 19 from 28.2 overs. Sipo Potsane, you know, just the one delivery where he flighted it up and it was too full. Ariful latched onto it very early, and this time it's a much better delivery. Look at that. Potsane immediately, he has a response that you're not going to get any more looseners this over.
Exactly. So it's keep an eye watch to Fotsoane. Definitely, it's a straightener again, and he's just playing very late. Ariful Islam again. What a ground fielding from the South Africans. It's Marais this time, a diving effort to stop the ball and to stop an obvious single from that. So it's a collective effort from the bowler, from the fielders all over, but you have to give credit to Ariful Islam, full credit. It's outside off. A bit of bow down cut from Ariful Islam towards that point, the deeper position. Another single been taken. So the last ball coming for you, 1-7 for 4. At this moment, Bangladesh under 19. It's a good foundation laying up for the later part. Last one. Blocked it nicely for a dot to finish, because it's been a good over for them. 6 runs so far for them, so not taking again another chance or another pressure shot for Ariful Islam. Shihab James did the right thing. 14 balls, 7 runs innings. So far so good for Shihab, and he's playing through the merit of the bowlers. And at the other hand, Ariful Islam is playing a handy innings so far. So he has to just get stick towards that 50 overs to have a healthy total in the board. And look at the crowd. A huge crowd is just growing up and over there at this Sheikh Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium at Khulna. The next over in. Alder coming again, full length delivery. Driven nicely towards that mid-on region for another single. So Alder and Fotsoane still so far so good for Africans, because 2 left-arm orthodox spinner Shahanur creating that angle, creating that channel for the right-hand batters, doing the right thing.
Yeah, the first delivery looked very good from Alder. This time he...
Again a warning?
I'm not sure if that's a warning or he just thought that the batter wasn't ready. So yeah, he's gonna go back. It's a very short run-up, very simple action by Alder. And once again, every delivery, Alder is actually trying to York Shihab James.
Right. So I think that's a setup I was talking about, that you are bowling that fuller length, and after that a half volley or a good length delivery. Again, an overpitch delivery for Alder, but at the leg and middle stump line. Did the right thing, Shihab, what I was talking about, not playing a loose shot, not playing an ambitious shot so far, just rotating the strike or just blocking the good deliveries. So the commentator's curse is going on, and after very immediate ball, he just attempted that reverse sweep, or beg your pardon, a sweep shot.
Yeah, it didn't get any bat onto that.
Yep.
And Alder is bowling very nicely, in fact, trying to create pressure. This time, though, a back of a length delivery goes onto his back foot and gets the run, gets off the strike as well. But both Shihab James and Ariful is something need to be watchful moving on here, because, since all the spinners are in action, Alder plus Potsane, and they've got Juan James, so that's 30 overs of spin in the South African team attack. And then they've shown that they've got 3 pacers as well, so it'll be interesting to see how the captain David Teager, how he goes about his bowling and bowling options, because he's got overs left from Mapaka as well, as another over comes to an end, and the umpire obviously has a word with the 2 batters, probably just telling them something about how many overs are left, and how maybe the batter's just asking how many overs might be there, and if they're on time and everything, because you have to keep in mind that the bowling has to finish within a certain time, the batting needs to happen within a certain time, and the match has a certain time to it, right? So you cannot be behind. There are rules and regulations for the match to finish within an allotted time. So Sipo Potsane, he continues as the spinners and are bowling in tandem, and I think that was a full toss that could have been hit, but once again, no risk taken by Shihab James in this occasion, so no run there. 129 for 4, Bangladesh under 19 after 30.1 overs.
Absolutely, the sleep is still on, and this shows again how much aggressive the Proteas so far in the field. So they are not just keeping away with that sleep option, they are asking their bowlers to bowl the tight line and length, the bow down action, the very much uneven bounce they are getting with this damp condition, I think, in this pitch. So this has been a very much tricky condition for Bangladeshi batters, but they are playing very much sensible again, going onto the line of the ball and driven nicely in straightforward position for another single. So as I was saying, Shanur, this is the right time to take singles and doubles, to rotate the strike or to lessen the pressure from your partner. So the communication in between these 2 batters is very much important at this part of the match. Again, a soft drive from Shihab James, but the fielder is there for him at the short cover. Brilliant fielding positions all over by Tigger, the captains of Proteas under 19.
Yeah, it's been good so far. And Bangladesh, they're trying to build a partnership right now for the 5th wicket. Once again, it's a full toss and it's been driven down. It'll be another run. Whitish long on comes into field. And there was an opportunity there for the mid-on fielder to try and grab it, but he was a bit wide. In fact, he was fielding at short mid-wicket almost. And now Sipo Potsane decides to change his angle a bit. This time it's another drive and brilliant fielding there. Fantastic work done by, I think, Vansil once again.
I think Marais
ensures that no run is taken in this case. And yeah, it's been great fielding by the South Africans all around. Yeah, Vansil was the player who did the diving and stopping there. And definitely it was a very well driven, very well timed shot. In fact, yeah, Devon Marai was the fielder who did the job, and you were right. It was Marai who did the fielding.
Yes, Devon Marai, right. So that's the aerial view of Sheikh Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium. That's a beautiful one, I must say, at the heart of Khulna city, the Khulna division, the other part of the country, the 3rd largest cities of Bangladesh and the industrial city of this country. You are watching it live from BCB's official Facebook fan page. Alder just continuing on his 9th over, so I think the Protea captain will just get over him, get over his 10 over spell very quickly, and spinners from both end is the perfect one to just capitalize that slow over rate. I think the slow over rate causes so much harm to so many teams nowadays for the laws of cricket. So these two spinners can bowl quick and fast to finish things off a bit early for their pacers to come on. Whitehead is waiting on with Mapaka, and there's lots of bowling actually left for them. Again, an on drive, single for them. Juan James, in fact, could just bring back in, and at the same time, you have to just get over to this bowling lineup. They have been phenomenal, Shanur.
The bowling has been very good from the South African under-19 team. I would also say that the batting hasn't been bad from the Bangladesh under-19 team, because they have gotten starts. Many of the batters, apart from Ahrar, I believe everyone got a start, and it's just about one of them capitalizing. Right now, one of the batters that have gotten a start, Ariful, he's still there, and Shihab James is there. Like I said, that this is a very important partnership for the Bangladesh under-19 team. They just need to continue. Partnership of 22 runs of 43 deliveries, and this time there is an appeal, but the umpire, it's really not that big an appeal, but
very lucky.
I would say that at the end of the day, it was probably not going to be out. So that's why the appeal wasn't so loud. But yeah, it's very interesting. You just mentioned that Liam Alder, he's into his 9th over and he's finishing off. Probably he'll do all his 10 overs, and then after that, South Africa will have options with the likes of Juan James and
Pillay,
also
Romashan Pillay,
among the slower bowlers.
Right. So lots of bowling basically have in front of South African captain
Potsane
David
is another
Tigger.
option
Yes,
that they
Potsane. So Potsane has been bowling very much well. I was talking about his bow down or bowling action. For that bird bowling option, he's just not getting that much height, that much bounce from there. It's very uneven bowling action, in fact, from him, and not that much sharp turn, but that line and length, that's been so much important from him. And yes, Sifa Potsane coming back his 9th over in fact, and what a shot. Again a straight drive down the track from Ariful Islam. He is just playing with his mind and playing with the bowler's capability every time. 42 ball 37, playing up above his skill, and the same time Shihab just getting over and over, settling down a bit, and I think he is just getting enough time in the middle again. It's a battle sweep towards that short backward square leg region. No runs been offered. A dot.
So we were just talking about Supa Potsane, and yeah, he's back on. Both of these spinners have been very impressive,
Yes,
including Juan
absolutely.
James, the trio of spinners that South Africa have. This time it's cut away, and it finds the gap. There is a fielder running behind it, and eventually he will manage to stop it. But in the meantime, 2 more runs to the bat of Shihab James, who moves on to 13 from 29 deliveries. As we can see, the crowd is slowly gathering, and there is a bit of anticipation growing. Initially, there was a lot of enthusiasm when Bangladesh made a great start, but now they can feel that the match is in a position where no team is
Evenly
in front.
poised, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it remains to be seen that which team actually goes on to take an advantage from this point, and it's important for Bangladesh's perspective that Shihab and Ariful Islam, they continue this partnership, as I've said, and Sipu Potsane and the other South African spinners that they have. Liam Alder has 1 more over left, and after that Juan James, that they keep things in check before the fast bowlers come in, and most likely the one to take the wickets will be Mapaka at the end if he needs to. There is another option in Whitehead. This time it's swept very nicely. It's going towards the boundary. The diving effort is there, and I believe the fielder has managed to stop it, and the umpire doesn't signal any boundary. Yes, so again, brilliant ground fielding. The ball was racing towards the fence, and once again, 2 more runs. You can see Shihab James, he's got a lot of timing about him. He managed to
absolutely.
take those 2 runs very nicely.
I'll never forget about his footwork. It's his foot movement, definitely. Again, going back of his foot and just cut it nicely. But that enthusiastic fielding from South Africans just didn't. Yes, Marais again. So the Marais, the Dewan Marais and Juan James, the 2 enthusiastic fielders we were talking about, Shanur, because they are just clipping around with those fielding efforts every time. And as you can see that Marais, it's been a busy customer over their cover, that mid-off region, and Juan James, the shorter position, the slip position. So this has been so much important part of their journey so far with this South African under-19 team. The diving efforts from other members of the fielding sides of the fielders was definitely pumped up everybody in the field. So Alder again just getting back in for his last over, Shanur, and Fotswane again just left with 1 over. So after that you have left with Juan James, Mapaka, Pille and Whitehead. So it's been a very tricky one, that who you will just get back again for those last few overs, those slog overs where batters can hit or utilize the pacey deliveries again to score runs, to score bigs. Beside that, it's been a bit of slow pitch, slow outfield. For that reason, the ball just couldn't get along very smoothly towards the boundary line.
Well, Bangladesh's captain initially said that he wants 200 plus. Right
200
now,
plus, right.
only 61 runs away from that, and we can
That's
see
very
once again
calculative.
we see some aggression once again from Liam Alder after the first delivery. He wants to hit the ball back towards the batter. Eventually doesn't, but gives him the threat. Ariful Islam, he's on strike 37 from 43. This time it's a beautiful delivery. There was a loop, flight, turn and bounce, everything you saw. Ariful, he popped his bat out at it, and he's lucky that it didn't take the outside edge. A partnership of 27 from 53 deliveries, and Alder, he's bowling very nicely. 2 dot balls in a row. The third one, it's a full toss. He feels it well once again. So 3 dot balls in a row. There is a bit of pressure that's probably going to be building inside the mind of Ariful, and also from Shihab, who's gone at a bit less than 50 strike rate, 15 from 32 deliveries. So he will want to get a move on, but as long as they're both there, they'll be fine. Once again, he looks to cut the delivery, and it's a bit too flat and fast. So the pressure is building. 4 dot deliveries in a row. This is Liam Alder's last over, and he wants to finish with a bang. He's bowled 9.4 overs, taken a wicket and given away just 23 runs. Excellent stuff from the South African off-spinner.
I think with a wicket of Ariful Islam, that should be a perfect farewell.
A loud cheer goes up as finally a single
With
is
only a
taken in
single.
this over. Yeah, because even the crowd realized that there was pressure building on the batter, and they were very happy that he managed to take that single. So a very intelligent crowd here at Khulna.
Exactly, the last one from Alder Spell. 10 overs, 25 runs with a wicket. What a way to bid from here and to finish his spell. 140 for 4 after 34 overs. Ariful Islam with 38 of 47 and Shihab James 16 of 33. So now they were also looking to get over with Alder, I think. Liam Alder, who has been very much economical so far, so he has finished his 10 overs, and again Fotswane left with 1 over of him also. So I think they waited for these 2 bowlers to finish things off and just get over to other bowlers of South Africans from here, because Pille not that much impressive one, Whitehead again not that much impressive or economical bowling from them. Just Mapaka over there, he has been a threat for Bangladeshi batters in the very first phase of the match. So I think the last slog overs are going to very much interesting from there. Fotswane again, what a paddle sweep it was, going on to that square leg region for a boundary. Yes, it is very timely one from Shihab James. He is showing his class now. What a foot movement, what a shot. picking that ball from that fuller length delivery and guided it nicely towards that paddle sweep for a boundary. It's a nice start, Shanur.
It's a very good start to the over. In the last over, there was pressure building, so this is excellent from Shihab James this time. Ooh,
What a comeback.
Almost got the wicket. And excellent bowling from this guy. He's fantastic because you look at it, the first delivery, it was a bit too full. Next one, he slows it down, gives it flight, and there's extra bounce there. This pitch has something in it, and I have to say that a total over 200 could be a match-winning total here. It won't be easy to chase 200 plus runs down. This time it's driven down, and it's driven very nicely towards the covers. Extra cover will come on to sweep and field, and eventually it'll be just a single. Shihab James moves on to 21 from 36 deliveries. Bangladesh on 146 for 4 from 34.3 overs. The current run rate is just over 4. 34 run partnership from 60 deliveries. Ariful back on strike, and you know what, these two, as I've been saying for a while, they need to stick around for Bangladesh under 19 to build towards that 200 plus run total. From here, I think they can get to easily 220 to 250 if they bat really well. And 250, I think, is a very, very tough total to chase here.
Even 220 or 230, I guess, Shanur, is a very good total in this pitch because it's been a bit slowing down, a slow outfield over there, a bit of a damp one because of the rain in the past few days. So definitely not that much easier for South African team. And apparently, in the meantime, I was just watching that Shihab James cover drive. I was very impressed, I have to say that, because he's just going into the line of the bowler's length and just inviting him to bowl onto this fuller lengths. Again, Shihab James playing it nice, but what a fielding more. This has been a very much picture of them because Richard Silstwine, it's a diving effort, stop from him. The last ball of Futsuane spell, not that much dangerous one from him, kept it very low outside off, and it's blocked nicely by Shihab James for a dot again. 35 gone, 147 for 4. I guess it's a time for a drinks break. Yes, it is. The drinks are coming up in the field.
Yeah, and every time the drinks have come on, it's been at the 70-minute mark. After the first 70 minutes were played, it came on, and now after the next 70 minutes, it's come on again. So I think the cutoff time is around 12:30. They want to get done with the first innings by 12:30. So there's 70 more minutes left for the last 15 overs. I think South Africa are on due course to finish these first innings on time. Ariful, he's looked good for his 39, absolutely, and Shihab, he's just playing a few shots now, 21 from 38, and both these batters, they realize that, they need to stick together. They can't do anything too outlandish, too silly, and lose their wickets, because even though there's batting left to come, as long as they stay, they might be the best equipped to deal with the South African Pacers later on in the last 10 overs, and we'll probably get 5 more overs of spin before we see the Pacers back on. It could also be spin and pace till the very end, because
yes, absolutely,
that's how much South Africa have left in the tank.
Because Juan James left with, I think, 5 overs.
Exactly.
And Pillay, again, the same one. So Pillay and Juan James will be continuing, I guess, and the later part will be Whitehead and Mapaka, their key bowler, I think. He will continue for the rest of those slog overs coming up after this drinks break. So 15 overs left, it's 90 balls. What's your prediction, Shanur, from here?
Yeah, I think anything
with
around,
wickets in hand,
anything around, you expect Bangladesh to score another 70, 80 runs minimum. And then,
Absolutely.
if that's the case, if it's 80 runs from here, it's around 230, which is a very competitive total. You look at the ground, there is no dark clouds around. It's shiny, sunny out there, and it's very hot. But you know what? We're just happy that the cricket is going on and there are no rain interruptions. And the cricketers, they're taking a pretty lengthy drinks break because they need to stay hydrated in these hot and humid conditions, right? So, and you look at the South African team, especially, all of them with the towels out, the cooling towels to just stay cool in the heat. because they do put a lot of effort in their fielding. They're
Absolutely,
running and diving all over the ground.
Yeah, from here on, I guess 70 to 80 odd runs will definitely set them a good position from over here. So 147 on board. You were talking about hot and humid conditions. Definitely, it's been hurting the South Africans' cause because they are not that much habituated of this situation. Yeah, in South Africa, you could feel the similar kind of waves or similar kind of weather. I guess the sun is always out there, but not that much humid condition. What have been so far, it's very much difficult for them to cope up with there. So it's a nice stadium, a nice ground at the southern part of the country. So definitely it's a good weather to play cricket in this part of the country where you can see all those things. You will find a port, you will find a land port also. So the southern part of this country, Khulna, is always going to offer you something different from the other part of Sylhet, Chittagong, or the capital Dhaka.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about Bangladesh is that we usually talk about Dhaka as the whole of Bangladesh, but it's got so much more to offer. In the other parts of the country, there is a lot of greenery. There are forests. The Sundarban is very close.
Yeah, very
from
near,
Khulna.
right.
So there's a lot of wildlife here, and if you look at the skies, you can tell that even though this is a city, the pollution levels are so low because there's very little carbon emissions going on. Most of the vehicles you will see around are electricity based, the tuk-tuks and the three-wheelers.
Battery based, right?
Exactly. So battery and electricity based vehicles mostly in the streets. Very little traffic jams, especially when you compare it to Dhaka, and that's why it's a very clean city overall, and it's much more organized. It's a place where if you come in for the first time as a tourist or as a visitor, you won't really feel you're in a hustling and bustling and busy and overpopulated subcontinental city like you would feel like if you were in Dhaka per se. And the food is great as well. I've been talking to
definitely.
the bowling coach, the bowling consultant, spin bowling consultant, Paul Adams, and he was telling me that I love the food that's around here, the curry and then the goat, and he's been talking about what he's been eating. So I think some of the South African players as well. I have it on good record that one of them late at night, a day before yesterday, decided to order a burger. I won't name the player's name, but so they have been enjoying their stay in Khulna, and they've been having a lot of fun. A lot of the hotel staff, the hotel that we're staying in Khulna, they've been telling us how hospitable the South Africans are and how much the players have been enjoying. And they've been even playing cricket with the staff in the hotel, so they've been having a lot of fun and just living life for the first time. A lot of these players are visiting in the subcontinent. Anyways, we're back in the action in the field, and Juan James, he's going to continue. He's got 6 overs left, in fact, and this will be a very important spell for him because the batters will want to up the ante.
Yes, it's the same important phase for the batters also, as you were talking about. So this bowler should have been targeted, and what a shot it was. Not that much full strength shot. It's a half-hearted cut towards that deeper point position for a single. And yes, I was talking about an important phase for Bangladeshi batters like Juan James or Pillay. So they need to target that phase of 35 to 40 or 45 to get those runs very quickly from these two bowlers, because not that much handy one from these two bowlers so far. Though Juan James got a wicket, but he got bashed by Ariful Islam several times. So this is very much important how they tackle Juan James and Pillay from over here. A quick flick towards the leg side for another single. So Juan James also mixing up his variations, line and length, Shanur, because fuller length, outside off, and immediately after that down to leg. He's playing with the batter's mind, and he is batting accordingly with the batters.
Yeah, he's continuing. This time it's a reverse sweep, but it's connected. Every time I've seen the batters do this.
Yes, I was talking about Shanur, sorry for the interruption, that he has been bowling according of the batter's merit. He is very much aware of Ariful Islam's reverse sweeps, so he is playing, he's targeting that close body in part and wicket to wicket part. For that, he just couldn't get over that reverse sweep.
And that's why I was like getting a little excited when I saw that reverse sweep, because one of the batters got out playing a paddle, and he was LBW obviously. Juan James, Liam Alder, they're both very stump to stump bowlers, and from what we've noticed,
it was right. Adil bin Siddiq.
Yeah,
right.
it was Adil bin Siddiq trying to play the lap sweep. Anyways, now this time it's a slot sweep and it's found the gap, and it's gonna go for a few bounces over the boundary. It's a 4 runs and it's a welcome boundary for Ariful Islam, who moves into the 40s. 41 from 52 deliveries. Bangladesh crossed the 150 mark, 154 currently for 4 after 36 overs, and this over has brought about 7 runs. So Juan James, even though he was bowling very nicely for the first half of the over, the last delivery was down the leg side, and Ariful latched onto it very quickly, saw the ball going down legs, knew that there was no protection at the deep, and he got enough connection onto it to put it over and get
Brilliant
a boundary.
hand-eye coordination, I must say, Shanur, because what a shot. As we were talking about, whenever he saw that ball just going past that leg stump line, he just got on his knees, and what a shot it was. Perfect hand-eye coordination to hit that ball a bit uppish, because all the fielders under the 30-yard circle, no protection over there at the leg side, because he was tempting the batter to play those square cuts, to play those high on drives over there, a bit uppish shots, but no protection over that square leg. So not that much good bowling from Juan James, exactly, specifically in the last ball of his overs, of his 5th over. So he just got banished again. So 150, 4 for 4 at this moment in 36 overs. So I was talking about targeting bowlers. So they have started to target at least Juan James, and after that it's Whitehead. So they are just filling it a bit low. They're promoting Whitehead to finish his overs, or to finish his spells of overs, at least 4 to 5 overs from here, to just back, I think, Mapaka after that.
So Ollie Whitehead, he bowled 3 overs and conceded 26 runs. Let's see if he can make a better comeback in his second spell. Just the 4 overs in the first one, and his captain probably now needs him to fix his lines and lengths up. There is a very conventional field for Ollie Whitehead. You can see that there's a backward point, there's a cover, there's a mid-on, mid-off. In fact, there's a long on and there's a mid-on. So there we go. The first delivery down the leg side, and it's played fine. Fine leg boundary is breached. 4 more runs, and that's 2 boundaries in 2 deliveries back to back. 158 for 4. Ariful Islam and Shihab James, they're moving along nicely. And Ollie Whitehead, the way he started, he'll be under pressure because the first delivery is gone for 4, and probably with the fine leg up inside the circle, with the short fine leg fielding there, anything that goes past him will go for a boundary. There is a deep third man though, so he'll have to fix his line and length, or else he will be punished this time. It's a better delivery, and Ariful drives forward, doesn't get any run on this occasion.
Absolutely. He just followed the bowler, and the bowler, Whitehead, also followed the batters against. And he just bowled the perfect line. Didn't give Ariful Islam that free hand to go big, to have that half volley type ball or full length or a full toss, and again a lower full toss being picked nicely towards that wide long on region for another single. So as I was expecting, Whitehead will be targeted, and he has been targeted by Ariful Islam. What a shot. And who will be the 7th bowling option for South Africa, Shanur? Because you can have a bad day, you can have an off day, For that reason, you have to just get along with your seventh bowling option, because Fotsuane, Alder, everybody did finish their spells and did a very good job.
This time it's played on the leg side. The fielding is good though, not more than a single. Fantastic fielding at the square leg region. So the other bowling options that South Africa under 19
Right.
will use probably, apart from Whitehead, obviously we were talking about Mapaka, he's got overs left. They've got overs left for Juan James, and they've got
And
overs
Pillay,
left
right.
for Rumashan Pillay. And I think they can also use David Teager, the captain. He can come in and he can also bowl a bit if needed. Now Whitehead, but he needs to deliver for his team. This time it's a fuller length delivery and it's fielded by him. So another dot ball. 6 runs off the over of the first 5 deliveries. So despite the boundary in the first delivery, he's come back decently. Has conceded to just 2 runs off his next 4. 160 for 4 Bangladesh under 19 in 36.5 overs. Ariful Islam 4 runs short, 1 boundary short of a half century, and it'll be a very well-deserved half century if he gets there. Shiab James has supported him very well, and this is an important pair for Bangladesh. This time down the leg side, there is a fielder there, and it's gone straight to short fine leg. Lucky for the bowler, it has to be said. And he ends with another dot, so 6 runs only off the over. 37 overs gone, 160 for 4 Bangladesh under 19.
Yes, 32 runs given away of his 4 overs. Whitehead feeling the pressure because initially he was getting the movement but just got lost off his line and length, and at the later part he has started with an over of 6 runs, so definitely will hurt the cause of the South Africans. That's the aerial view of the stadium. That's the brilliant production organization from Bangladesh Cricket Board. It's a huge cheer about for their management of managing these youth ODIs to have that much cricket playing on for under 19 team, as we're just heading towards that under 19 World Cup. A few months away of that in the next year. So definitely it's a practice stage. It's a good exercising stage for the under 19 teams. Juwan James has come up again. It's a lofted sweep. Oh my God! Just missed that catch, and hear that crowd cheering about. Oh my God! This has been a big mistake in the ground. That's the shot. Juwan James just twisted that ball towards leg stump line and teased Ariful Islam. Down the track again. Pushed it nicely towards leg for a single, but it was a very tough catch to take, but it should have been taken if you want to win this match, these types of matches. Definitely, but you have to give also the credit to the Bangladeshis, because after that carried away shot, Ariful Islam immediately after that down the track and grounded that shot towards leg. Shihab again wanted to just cut that ball towards point, but couldn't just get away with that shot. Again, what a shot it is. A perfect slog sweep for a boundary it is. Yes, through that square leg region for a boundary. What a shot. This is the over. This is the penultimate over, I think, for Juwan James and for Bangladesh. Definitely they would like to have runs and they would like to have big shots against Juwan James, because if you could take the most enthusiastic player of your opponent, you will definitely lead an edge. And that's the right thing. They are working on 6 runs in 4 deliveries. He will be targeted definitely. A loopy one, full length it was, outside off, driven nicely towards point for a single. Sensible batting, definitely. He was just encouraging Shihab James to go big through that deep extra cover region. That's a vacant zone. He could hit easily, but it's a ground shot again. A safe hand flick from Ariful Islam, as he was just got almost cut out. But It's a miss opportunity from the fielder. Just let him go past. A bit of change in the gloves in the middle for the batter. That's the aerial view of Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium, Khulna. It's a brilliant ground, a beautiful one to play cricket. Definitely there's not huge structures over there, but still it's very much power-packed crowd here at Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium to support their Tigers as they are playing very well, very sensible so far. 168 for 4 in 38 overs, so definitely it will be a boosting one for them. Whitehead continuing on. Down the track, lofted straight drive, high up in the air. It's a miss shot, and this time the catch been taken. What a catch it was from Jonathan Van Zyl. Whitehead coming up with a timely wicket down the track a bit. Whitehead seeing that and just shorten his length for Ariful Islam, and it's very much unlucky for Ariful Islam of getting out of just 2 runs short of his 50. 48 runs been scored. What an innings from him. 5th one down for Bangladesh under 19. It's 168 for 5 in the very first ball. He just got caught. Look at the replay. Down the track a bit and a running forward catch from that wide long on region towards that mid on, and a forward jump to take that catch and to get rid of the highest run scorer so far for Bangladesh under 19 in this match. Ariful Islam, 48 of 59 deliveries. A good innings against the tide of losing wickets. Yes, you are watching the replay of that catch. A brilliant running catch from Jonathan Van Zyl to get rid of Ariful Islam, the highest run scorer so far for Bangladesh under 19. Shihab, on the other hand, is getting out nicely from where he started. 33 of 45 deliveries. So far so good for Shihab. Whitehead eventually just got his first wicket with not so good spell so far from him. 32 runs given away from his 4 overs, but immediately after that a very cunning bowling to get rid of Ariful Islam. He saw Ariful to coming down the track. New man in, brilliantly bowled, a perfect Yorker for Shanto to make him calm. Mohammad Zakaria Islam Shanto, new man in to partner with Shihab. 168 for 5. A bit of fielding change for Shanto. The third man is there. Again guided nicely and on drive towards that wideish long on, where Van Zyl is staying there for a single to start his proceedings. First run for him. Butterflies in your stomach whenever you get strike and would like to get off the mark with wherever or whatever shot you have. So a good strike in the very first ball. Again, change of fielding for Shihab James. Very much proactive. Proactive captaincy from David Teager. A low full toss, low and slow. Shihab James had to wait and wait to flick the ball towards mid-wicket region for a single. Brilliant mix-up with his pace, Whitehead. Yes, Oliver Whitehead. Cool head so far from him in his second spell after he just got bashed in his first 3 spells. So definitely a good comeback. 6 overs in his previous over and a wicket in this over. Definitely pump him up. Again, mixing up with his pace. Slower delivery towards that leg stump line for a single. Beg pardon, it's a dot. So just couldn't finish the single from there. 39th over running on. Last ball from Whitehead. Again a full toss outside off, but couldn't capitalize totally towards that point. What a fielding. The ground fielding, it's so far the top notch from the Proteas. 39 gone, 170 for 5. Bangladesh under 19. Having a few chit chats and middle. Shihab needs to be there till the very end if Bangladesh would like to have a target on board for the Proteas, and any total above 230 will definitely boost up the energy of Bangladeshi bowlers. We have crowds are coming up and gathering in high numbers. Definitely the Khulna crowds so far enthusiastic. Every single runs, every boundaries, every over boundaries have been cheering up and above, up and high for encouraging the players. As Bangladesh under 19 is in good position. 117 board in 40th over.
With the blue shirt.
Mapaka, Kuena Mapaka has been brought in the attack because he is left with 6 overs. So definitely South African skipper David Teager would like to have those 6 overs within this time span. So Pillay, another bowling option, is left outside off, round the wicket for Mapaka. Just couldn't hold his line and length. It's outside leg, wide given by the umpire. Very first ball, not a good start from him. They will be eyeing on those 230 or 240 runs mark Bangladesh from here, and they are very much capable of doing that, as Shihab is there so far, sticking around with his strike rates, trying to get big. Flick it nicely. And the most important part, that he's very much inept of, he's very much adept of getting those singles and doubles. He's rotating strikes, he's converting those runs, and more importantly, he's very much relying to his partners, whoever there, Zakaria Shanto this time. Ariful was there with him, and Shihab did right justice for his partner to get flourish on and on. The second ball away outside off, and the fielding positions are very much aggressive, attacking one. No one's there at the third man region for Zakaria Shanto, as Tiger knows very well that Zakaria Shanto will definitely go for big shots. Anything around off, he will definitely cut along. And by doing that, for the pace of Mapaka, he could get easily out himself towards that line of length. Not a full-hearted pull shot. Brilliant fielding again, brilliant fielding. Yes, it is. Just keeping the batters thinking of that second run, but definitely wasn't there. And you have to praise of the fielding. Again is Dewan Marais running in front from that long on region towards that mid on to hold back them. Again the ground fielding, Mapaka missed that, and from mid off, immediately after that, the fielder Pillay went to collect the ball. So 3 singles and a wide in the first ball. 4 runs been given so far in these 4 deliveries of Mapaka. A genuine pacer, man of the match in the last ODI. Not a good ball to bowl, but still just get away of that single only towards that square leg region. It's been so far a roller coaster ride for Bangladesh also, because they started very good, but in the middle overs they lost a few quick wickets, but after that 2 good partnerships definitely got back them into the platform where they needed. Perfect bouncer to finish things off. 40th gone, 175 for 5. Bangladesh under 19. Zakaria 3 of 7, and his partner Shihab also 36 of 49. And here's the batting card. Adil bin Siddiq 41 of 53, Rizwan 25, Shibli 14, Ariful Islam 48, Arar Amin couldn't just got any run on board. Shihab 36 of 49, Zakaria 3 of 7, so 40 overs, 175 for 5. Last 10 over slog is coming up, and he has the signal been given for the power play for the last 10. And how much are you expecting, Shanur, from this last 10?
Yeah, Bangladesh, they've gotten themselves into a good position, even though they lost the wicket of Ariful Islam. Ollie Whitehead getting amongst the wickets. So 175 right now. So definitely in the last 10, 60 more would take Bangladesh past 230, 240, 50 from here on in would be great. Ollie Whitehead to continue. This time it's a length delivery, and just outside off, it's been dragged onto the onside, and it's going to go for a single, not more than that. Zakaria, the new batter in, will face the next delivery. Partnership of 7 runs off 11, and Shihab James now has to take charge. He's on 36 from 49. If he stays till the end, definitely those 60-70 runs will be hit. So let's see how things go. Whitehead, he will be full of confidence now that he's taken a wicket. Continues. This time it's driven down, but there is a fielder there in the deep point region. Just another single for Shihab James. This has been a good outing so far. Bangladesh's scorecard looking decent. No batter yet to reach a half century, and he might want to breach that. He's been playing some lovely shots. This time A quick single taken. Charging at Devan Marai, who's fielding at the cover point region. Zakaria moves on to 4 from 8. Bangladesh's team total moving up, inching closer towards that 200-run target that their captain Arar Amin wanted initially. Once again played with soft hands. Takes the first one very quickly, looking for the second one, but yeah, the fielder does the job. Comes in towards the whitish long-on region from a deep mid-wicket position. He keeps it down 1. It's been singles all along.
Thank you, coach. Yeah, please.
Zakaria, 5 of 9. He's back on strike.
I'll be there now.
This time driven, and once again another single. Whitehead is trying hard to keep it down to singles and maybe get a few dots in. His bowling figures getting better than what it was initially in the first spell. In the first 4 overs he was expensive, gave away too many runs. In his second spell it's been much better. The current run rate of 4.66 reflecting that to a certain degree. This time it's short, it's pulled away. There is a fielder there, but the ball will beat the fielder at the deep backward point region. Goes down fine leg. The long hop is dealt with well, and it's a boundary of the last delivery. 9 runs coming off the over. 184 for 5 Bangladesh under 19 after 41 overs. Ollie Whitehead was just talking about him bowling better in the last few overs. And just as I say it, he bowls a loose delivery. And it's dealt with excellently by Shihab James, who moves into the 40s, 42 from 52. And Zakaria, he's starting to get amongst the runs as well, 6 from 10. As you can see, there are a few more clouds, but not dark clouds. They're light, fluffy ones. And there's a bit of a shade in one part of the ground, so whoever's fielding there, it could be long on, long off, or deep third or fine leg, depending on which end you're having to bowl from. This time the delivery keeps low, and the batter Zakaria, he puts his bat down just in time because it kept low off a length. And what this will do is put a bit of doubt inside the batter, but it will also make the South African under-19 players think that, oh my goodness, anything over 200 will be tough. The first partnership was of 55, a very good one between Adil and Rizwan. Then we moved forward with the 20-run partnership, and as we see that there have been partnerships all over the innings so far, but the opening partnership was the best one so far. And then the one between Shihab and Ariful, equally good, 55 as well, from 82 deliveries. Then there were ones between Shibli and Adil, and Ariful and Adil as well, 20 and 30 run partnerships. They're looking to get a few more runs. Mopaka coming in, steaming in with a fast delivery, but down the leg side. And it'll be a wide, so you'll have to bowl that over again. And when you're a fast bowler like Kwena Mapaka and you're bowling wides, you have to bring that energy back and bowl that extra delivery that you bowled wide. It takes a lot of energy and effort to do that, because he has been so impressive. He's got a very nice action for a left arm seam bowler. Mapaka this time once again. It's down the leg side. So 2 deliveries he's bowled where Kwena Mapaka has been bowling down the leg side, and it's been 2 wides in a row. So partnership of 19 runs off 19 balls, and as you can see, the crowd has really come along inside the Khulna Stadium, the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium. Lots of people waiting in anticipation for something big to happen.
Yeah, they have been so much enthusiastic, Shanu. right through the first ball of the innings, and they have been just carried on and on, eagerly waiting for the teams to arrive and just getting back on time and time. Again a wide, so this will definitely, yes, let's hear the loud shout from them. It's again a wide from Mapaka. 188 on board, and you were talking about 230, 240 runs on board, so definitely the score is on, while Shihab is there 42 of 50 and Zakaria 7 of 12. So definitely after this Mapaka over, Whitehead is there definitely, and Pille is always there to just get along.
Yeah, 3 wides in a row, hat trick of wides in fact, and now Mapaka really needs to get things back on track as he comes along. This time again it's a bit down the leg, but it's very fast and it's an angry delivery, but it's going to be 2 more runs. Fantastic running between the wickets by the Bangladesh batters. Shihab James gets 2 more into his tally, moves on to 44 from 53 deliveries, and you look at Bangladesh under 19, they're 190 for 5. They're looking good for more in the last few overs. A bit over 8 overs remaining. This over has been expensive in the sense that the 3 wides have spruced up the over to have 6 runs in it already, and there is an opportunity for a boundary, then it can easily be over 10 runs.
Exactly, a bouncer again from Mapaka. We have seen that much bounce deliveries or back-of-falling deliveries from him, so definitely he will be just pumped up to finish things off from here. No wickets so far from Mapaka. It's a bit of unlucky for him, the unluckiest day so far for him, but let's not forget that he was the man of the match in the last match, so definitely anything can happen from here.
Mapaka once again coming in, and the batter in the end, he stops. Ooh, the bowlers put the ball down. He is mad because he's had to run in how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's had to run it 8 times. He's had to run it 8 times, and he's only managed to bowl 1, 2, 3, 4 legal deliveries. And now he's having a word with the umpire that, aren't you going to do something about it? Why did he stop at the end? What's the reason for him stopping?
And here the crowds, they are also just gathering their shouts and everything in favor of the Bangladeshi batters and for the Bangladeshi umpires definitely. And this has been the pressure. They have to be very much careful about that, the Proteas, because whenever you will come to play cricket at this part of the country, of the subcontinent, you will definitely need to know how can you handle this crowd pressure or that cheering from the crowd, definitely.
Yeah, but the question remains that why did the batter stop at the end of the day? Some gamesmanship there by Shihab. He's on 44 from 54. Mapaka will bowl an angry delivery, and he does. My goodness, that was fast. And at stumps, Shihab slightly lucky in this instance because it took the edge of his bat and then ended up in no man's land. And to be very honest, I believe Fonsil was stationed very close to where the ball eventually went, and he's the top fielder, so he'll have to be careful, he'll have to be wary. Right, Mapaka coming in with the last delivery hopefully, and this time it's been pulled away, but it'll be just a single, 1 bounce, it goes to deep square leg. So an eventful over eventually comes to an end. 42 overs done, 191 for 5, Bangladesh under 19.
Yes, absolutely. We're talking about the clouds. Definitely, it's on hide and seek right here at Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium, Khulna. Sometimes it got shiny. The clouds just come again, have some shadows over the ground, and it might sound that it may rain anytime, but still, no.
My goodness, don't say stuff like that.
No rain prediction
We
so
want
far.
the match to end today.
To end today, definitely, because lots of hampers going on for the DLS method in the last match, definitely, and those hampers definitely not that much good for the Bangladeshi players to lose that match eventually from there. So we are hoping that full match will be happening today. And that's very much important because 191 for 5 here from Shahnur, I guess 250 is easily achievable over here.
Yeah, 60 runs of the last 8.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
impossible.
possible, right.
Shihab James is on 45. He's the key player. And Romashan Pillai, he comes on the bowl. So we've got Pillai, Mapaka, and I believe Oli Whitehead, who will be bowling the last 6 overs. Partnership of 23 of 23 deliveries. Romashan Pillai, he's been pretty economical, only 17 runs off his 4 overs. And this time it's driven and it finds a gap. It's running towards the boundary, although I believe it'll be dealt with eventually. And Devan Marai is the fielder who does the job and fields it at deep third man. And as you see, the crowd there getting entertained by the final overs of this match of the first innings. This is the second youth ODI between Bangladesh under-19 and South Africa under-19 at the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium in Khulna. And here we go, Pillai once again down the leg side. It's been played fine, but there is a fielder there. Deep backward square leg does the fielding. Really good cricket all round from both teams, it has to be said. South Africa, they know they're in for a challenge now as the total creeps closer to 200. 194 for 5, partnership of 26 from 25 for 42.5 overs. This time, again, once again, played very neatly, and you can see that the Bangladeshis, they know that they have to just hang in there. The loose balls will come. Shihab James edging closer towards his half century. We spoke about him just as soon as he came on, that he's going to be an important player for the Bangladesh under-19 team, and he's delivered so far with the bat. He needs to continue. The longer he stays, the better for Bangladesh.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. Couldn't just feel that gap to stroke that perfectly.
And right now, Shihab just 2 runs short of half century.
I think he's taking his time, Shanur, to have that magical figures of 50, because right before Ariful Islam just got short of 2 runs from here.
Yeah, he got out
50.
in 48 as well.
Right, as well. Oh,
this time it's
nearly.
fine, and it's gonna go to the boundary, and that will bring up the 50 for Shihab James. He reaches 52 from 60 deliveries. Bangladesh edge closer towards that 200 mark, 199 for 5, and Shihab deserves to raise his bat and definitely gets congratulated by his teammate Zakaria. It's been a fantastic innings, great counterattack from the Bangladesh under-19 team player, and they're fighting here in this match. They're putting up a total for South Africa under-19 that will challenge them, and this has been a very good over against Romashan Pillai, who's conceded 8 runs, and that boundary was played very neatly. Finally, it's driven. There is a chance of a run out, but Shihab eventually gets back and no damage is done. So the end of the over, 8 runs off of it, 43 overs done, 199 for 5.
absolutely. A bit of edge there, not that much high and handsome shot from Shihab James to score a 50, but still it will be counted. It will be counted as a boundary and is 50. Definitely a timely innings so far from Shihab James, coming in a crucial moment where 2 quick wickets in quick successions for Bangladesh under-19, and he got partnered with Ariful Islam, who played brilliantly, deserved a 50, but yet so far it's been gifted to Shihab, definitely for his temperament and his technique of batting. I told you before, Shanur, that I'm very much pleased with his front foot cover drive. It's been so much key for him. Mapaka again round the wicket, coming on for the batter Shanto, and he just flicked it very soft-handedly towards that mid-wicket. A bit of misfielding, fumble from the fielder allowed the batter to take double. And look at the crowd, Shanur, phenomenal.
The crowd is building up as well, and they're expecting a great match here. The last match, in fact, it was a humdinger. It was a tight one, even with the rain curtailed match. Mapaka coming back in. This time it's fine once again, and it finds the gap. Zakaria this time. He'll get a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries and back-to-back overs. And just a while ago, Shihab James had a boundary from a similar shot that went fine. And this time for Zakaria, he gets a boundary in the similar region.
Unlucky for the Proteas, Shanur, because the same position, the ball jacked back in, a bit of back of a lane delivery around the stumps. So he just got his bat very narrowly from his body part, Zakaria Shanto, and guided intentionally towards that third man region for a boundary. And he's just showing us that if you can play soft-handedly, you can eventually run big or have those important runs on board for your team. Again, a gentle push.
A bit of a mix-up there.
Yeah,
He wanted the run.
Could have
but
been.
Shihab James, he sent him back. He knows the importance of this wicket as well, of this partnership. Bangladesh on 205 for 5. They've crossed the 200 run mark. A partnership of 37 from 32 deliveries. So it's been good going for them. For the hosts, now they're looking at 250 definitely.
But I think that's one part they should just improve a bit. I was talking about that because the communication in between two batters, because we have seen so much mix-ups. What a shot. It's a short lane delivery, pacey one, but he couldn't just get away with that. Pulled it nicely, couldn't pull in full strength, but eventually got a run from that deep square leg region. And that's the brave cricket Bangladesh under-19 team has been showing today, has been showing so far in recent most matches from Bangladesh under-19, and that's the key improving zone for them. It's a full toss, picked it up nicely in between two fielders, but it fall short and safe. Couple of bounces before the fielder towards that deep mid-wicket region for another single. So it could have been harmful, it could have been hard, but at the very last moment the ball just got dropped 2 times. So a boundary and 2 singles in 2 balls. Definitely a good over for them. 8 runs so far from Mapaka's over. The last one round the track again, back of a lane delivery, couldn't just hold that much. Only a single been taken, so 44 gone. It's 208 for 5, Bangladesh under 19. It's been a roller coaster ride for Bangladesh, and you could see the mesmerizing view of Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium in Khulna. And here's the batting card. Adil bin Siddiq got out of 41, Rizwan got a start 25, Shibli 14, Ariful Islam 48. A brilliant knock from him. Arur Amin, the captain, couldn't just get enough runs, couldn't just get even a single. Got out unluckily. Shihab 53 not out, he's still there. Zakaria 16 of 18, he's still there also with Shihab. So definitely a strengthened display from Bangladesh under 19 team. Though they all got the start but couldn't just complete their innings or grow their innings, they have to learn from here and implement this into the next phases of their career. For the 5th over starting on, and Ramashan Pillai has been there, didn't the pick of the bowler so far, but did a handy job for the Proteas. So they just brought him back again. 5 overs, 25 runs. Pillai. Here comes Pillai with the first one. Brilliant delivery, wide Yorker, slow wide Yorker around that off-stump line, and Zakaria Shanto just couldn't get over that. A half-hearted appeal, but eventually turned off by the umpire. He's been good, economical, mixing up his pace, and in this low track definitely will be a trump card for the Proteas. Misfield, a rare misfield, a fumble there at the short cover. Eventually backed up. Yes, it's a pressure, Shanur, because these 208 runs could have been 180 or 90 odds runs for Bangladesh under 19 team. The way South African bowlers continuing their triumph, but at the same time Bangladesh under 19 team bounced back brilliantly with those short span of partnerships. Again wide Yorker, Pillay, 3 dot balls. Whenever we were saying that pressure on Proteus fielders, there's no pressure on Pillay, it seems like.
He's a cool customer. He took an
Yeah,
amazing
absolutely.
catch in the last match with one hand near the boundary. It was definitely the catch of the match, might be the catch of the series as well. And I've been speaking to his parents quite a bit, and they put no pressure on him. That's why he probably plays such pressure-free cricket. Once again, a lofted shot and probably not hit perfectly, but still it falls on no man's land, doesn't fall straight to the fielder. One more run added to the total. Bangladesh moving on to 209 for 5 of 44.4 overs. They did win the toss and choose to bat first, and Pillay, once again, this over has been amazing. Just one run, and when you think about it, it's in the death overs. Oh, this time it should be a no ball, and it is a no ball, and it goes for a boundary as well. So it's a no ball and a boundary. We cursed him. We put the
Definitely.
commentator's curse on him.
You were saying the cool customer. Yes, it is. He is the coolest one to give a cool full toss, a beamer one to the batter. And Shihab James just didn't miss the chance to hit the ball out of the park for a boundary. What a shot it was. So 5 runs been added. South Africans just getting their way behind of just strengthening their grip. What a shot! A lofted on drive, high up in the air, and just cleared that mid-wicket region for a 6. What a shot it was! High and handsome. And in Bengali we say ঘুরিয়ে মারলেন এবং উড়িয়ে মেরে একদম স্টেডিয়াম ছাড়া করলেন বল, সীমানার বাইরে ছক্কা।
220 runs up in this over for 5 wickets, 1 ball left. That one no ball and the free hit, it's really hurt Pillay's figures because he started off so well. He's coming on for the final delivery. It's a full toss once again, and it gets an outside edge, but still a single, and that means Shihab will retain the strike. Shihab James, now you can see why I've been telling everyone about this guy. Shihab James is a talented one for the future. We've seen 2 stand-up performers in this series so far. In the first match we saw Kwena Mapaka, and in this match we're seeing Shihab James. He's carried on, and look at how he built his innings. At one moment, at one point in his innings, he was 15 runs from 32 deliveries, and from there he's now 64 from 65.
Yeah, definitely. He's just matching up the pace of the match and just gearing up over every time. Whenever he just got tried to get those runs, rotating the strikes around Ariful Islam, who has been brilliant in the innings of 48 runs, and just got partner with him, let him free, and after his departure, he got freed himself.
Yeah, and right now, as we can see, with 5 overs remaining, 30 balls, you expect Bangladesh to get at least 250 and
Yes,
even
absolutely,
more.
over from here.
And now South Africa will feel the pressure if it's over 250, and it goes even maybe to 260 or however many they can get. But this man is the key bowler for South Africa under 19. Kwena Mapaka, if he can take a wicket, he hasn't taken a wicket so far, and he will want to be amongst them. This time it's a bouncer. It's been played high, but one bounce, it falls short of the fielder who's fielding at long leg. So it'll just be the single, and Shihab James, he'll have to give the strike to Zakaria.
Come Quinn, come Quinn!
I think he won't mind. Mapaka won't mind bowling to Zakaria. And you
Yes,
can
definitely.
see some of the clouds are coming over the ground, but they're not the really dark clouds, so the sunshine isn't there. It might cool down for the players just a bit. It's not swelteringly hot, but at the same time we just hope that it doesn't rain. One more run taken by Zakaria. He's not going to charge Mapaka. I think they're going to try and see off Mapaka and then target the other bowlers, the likes of Pillay and Whitehead.
brilliantly batted. Definitely a cunning one from Zakaria Shanto, because there the other part, Shihab James is there, so he has been played a gem of an innings, so he could take over to Mapaka. So why not taking Mapaka down to that singles and doubles only to rotate the strike? Now Shihab James driven nicely, what a shot it was, cover drive and towards that deep cover region, deep cover point in fact, for another single been taken, but driven nicely. I was saying, Shanur, that Shihab James got a brilliant hand and eye coordination, definitely for the cover drives, and he has been playing that shot brilliantly, going to the bowler's line and length, and had his eyes still on to the ball, and just got that cover drive beautifully.
Yeah, Mapaka yet to take a wicket. Coming on, it's a fuller length delivery, almost a full toss. He saw the batter backing away, and that's why he bowled it really full. So cramped him for room, just a single once again. Good bowling so far in this over, just the 4 runs. In fact, 5 runs of the 4 deliveries. 2 more deliveries left. Bangladesh on a 226 for 5. And Shihab James is the star of the show today for Bangladesh and for both teams, in fact. He's built his innings quite nicely. I wonder if he can edge closer to a century, even if he really goes ballistic near the end. Now Zakaria, this time he gets the pull and it's fine, but there's a fielder there at a deep fine leg, so it will be nothing more than a single.
Absolutely poor delivery from Mapaka, I have to say, because way outside leg, Zakaria Shanto chased that but couldn't hold that pull shot perfectly for a boundary towards that fine leg or the backward square leg region, but a single been taken. So that's been a key from Zakaria's innings so far. He's not getting those dot balls eventually and getting those strike rotation, getting back the strike to Shihab James. 68 of 68 is getting the room for him, Shihab James, but couldn't hold that Yorker length delivery from Mapaka, creating that angle, creating that channel for the right-hand batters, and ended very well. 8 gone, 45 without any wicket for Mapaka, 46 gone. Bangladesh under 19, 227 for 5.
Zakaria and Shihab, the 2 men in, yeah, absolutely. You look at how they're playing, it's very impressive for the Bangladesh under-19 team. They're putting on a show and they're putting on a total that will certainly challenge the South African batters. We've seen some frailties in their batting lineup, and we've seen the Bangladesh bowlers have a lot of variety. Fast bowling, opening combination with Borshan and Imon, they've done really well in the last match. You can expect them to do well as well here. And then the spinners, as always, Bangladesh have a variety of spin options, left arm, right arm off spin, and now Pillai coming in, and the first ball, it's outside edged, but it's well fielded eventually by Fansil, who's fielding at the deep third man region. He comes in and almost at a long stop region, has to deal with stopping the ball from going for a boundary. Zakaria moves on to 21 from 25. And Shihab James not out on the other end on 68 from 69. He'll want to face as many deliveries as possible. 30 runs from here, it's not impossible for him to get, I feel. Maybe
Yes, so the 260 runs definitely he's been eyeing on, but Pillai, last couple of deliveries of his overs, of his spells, it's been brilliant with these Yorker length, wide Yorker length deliveries or Yorker deliveries outside off, tempting the batter as Zakaria Shanto and Shihab both going down deep of their crease. So he's utilizing that channel, Romashan Pillai, for the batters to think again or to just stand on their crease up and above for those shots. Again, way outside off now, driven nicely towards that cover region, deep cover point fielder will cut it off for only a single. Again a fumble from the keeper, Shanur. It's been showing that the pressure is going on and on to the South African fielders.
Yeah, in the last half an hour,
Yeah,
seen a few of
absolutely.
these fields, and you know, definitely Bangladesh putting the pressure on. 8 minutes before the end of the first innings should happen, so I think South Africa will be just a bit behind the over 8 now. This time it's a lofted shot, outside edged, but just 1 bounce and 2 bounce to the fielder. Fansil once again has to do the fielding, and another run. So Pillai has actually done a good job in this over so far. Last over, the last 2 deliveries was the Achilles heel for him. let's see if he can finish well for South Africa under 19, or will Bangladesh under 19 get a few boundaries now? Zakaria still on strike. Shihab James would have liked, I think, to take a few more deliveries off of Pillai and get his score up higher. Now the crowd cheering for him, and it's driven and it's found the gap. But still, it's stopped very well by Devan Marai eventually, who fields at the deep point region and definitely saves 2 more runs here.
Few words been given away between the keepers and the batter. I have to say, Shahnur, yes, it's all over there. It's all happening in the ground, and it's a brilliant ground fielding from Devan Marais. And he started to field in the closer end of the ground, and after the game progresses, he just got himself down to the deep positions to utilize the power play and to help his keepers, his team, to just utilize those fielding positions over there for stopping those boundaries, the obvious boundaries. Again, Yorkerland delivery from Pillai, brilliantly bowled. 7 overs he's been done, 44 runs given away without any wicket. So 47 overs been done also in the Bangladesh innings, 233 for 5, 18 balls now remaining. So I guess from here 20 odd runs, not that much impossible to score.
Yeah, absolutely. 24 deliveries left. Bangladesh definitely would want 24 runs at least. And look at this partnership. 65 runs on 54 deliveries. Bangladesh, they have turned the game on its head and taken a lot of control here in this match against South Africa under 19. And you look at that tower. The Bangladesh innings, skyscraper-like at this moment. I think it's being built like that. It's been built very, very well. Initially it started off well, and then in the middle there was a few wobble. Now there is a chance for the fielder, and what a catch! Ooh, what a diving effort, and what a catch. Now is that out? Yes, he is out, because there was a question mark over the, not the catch, but eventually when he lifted the ball up, it slipped out of his hand, and we remember Herschel Gibbs.
Carried away, right? He carried away over there, and just he wanted to enjoy that moment. But what a diving effort!
If you look at the '99 World Cup, Herschel Gibbs did something similar. Who took the catch, and then he dropped the ball like in celebration. He dropped it so fast that he didn't have the ball long enough in his hand, and right there you can see. In trying to celebrate with the ball, he dropped it.
So is it the legacy Shahnur carried away from Gibbs to the fielder again?
In that moment, that was called dropping the World Cup by Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh said,
right.
You just dropped the
World Cup.
And
And eventually it was. It
that
was
happened,
the same one,
that
right.
happened later on in the semi-final, though. That was in the group stage match in the '99 World Cup. I'm pretty sure all the players that are playing right now, they have no memory of that. They probably watch it on YouTube or somewhere else. But anyways.
Yeah, from your conversation, I must say that South Africa should start a refreshed one with this under-19 stuff, with this under-19 to the international stuff, because all over along, when you have those things in your mind, so definitely you will feel a bit low whenever FAF or ABD were saying that we are just getting past of those things, but eventually you need to get a fresh start to things going on to your favor. And watching the first match of this youth ODI, where South Africa eventually did get at least a benefit from rain of winning this match by 10 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. For once, rain helped to the Proteas.
Right.
Mapaka, he's finally got amongst the wickets, but I have to say it's the fielder's credit, and Shihab James had to depart. 69 from 71. We were talking about the catch so much that we had to tell who eventually did go, and that was Shihab James. Rabbi is the new batter in the last match, Rabbi played a decent part with the bat as well. So Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, the new batter in, and the first ball, it's wide. So after taking the wicket, Mapaka once again loses his bearings, and it's gonna be another extra run added. So this is the one area I think South Africa will look to work on, the wides. And even last match there were a lot of no balls bowled by Lees, Tristan Lees, who's not bowling today, who's not part of the starting 11. They haven't bowled any no balls in this match, but there have been plenty of wides. We saw a hat-trick of wides in the last over by Mapaka, so he's gonna have to work on that area of his game, the partnership. Just a new one. Now it's been cut away, and it's finding the gap, and it goes for a boundary. Fantastic start for Rabbi. The first legal delivery that he faces, he dispatches it away for 4 runs. So Bangladesh, despite losing the wicket of Shihab James, the big wicket of Shihab James, their star performer, they're continuing with the runs, and the flow of runs hasn't stopped. And I told
Building up with confidence, Shanur.
the last match, Bangladesh had a lot of wickets down, but still the tail wagged. And the tail can show again why it wagged right now as he hits it all the way through extra cover. It's gone for a maximum. After a 4, it's a 6. So Rabbi, he's got plenty of power about him. And Bangladesh's batting lineup is very long. We saw the tail wag the other day, and right now the same thing is happening.
Yes, it's outside off full and delivery, so it was there to be hit, and Rabbi is flashing his bat high up in the air for those 2 back-to-back boundaries and over boundaries. Through the same channel, through the deep extra cover region, he's eyeing on, and immediately after that, Tiger placed a fielder over there. There was a tactic definitely for Mapaka. He's bowling that line and length, teasing the batter from outside off. The keeper is above over that position to take that ball. I think the plan was exactly for Rabbi to play him to get him rid of those swing deliveries, or at least the cutter ones, but it just go in vain. Again, Yorker and delivery it was towards the off stump line, and just couldn't hold that up nicely for a single or for a boundary at this time. So a dot to start after that bashing of 4 and 6s over there. So yes, you can see the cold towels are up above the shoulders of South African fielders, right behind the ropes of the boundary lines. So it's been a very much hot and humid condition to play on.
This time it's tried to be cut, but eventually goes to the wicket keeper. No damage done though. So 2 dot balls to end the over, but an expensive one nonetheless. 10 runs off of it, and we've still got 1 more ball remaining. 100 runs have come in very quick time. In I would say in the last 13 overs, 100 runs have come, and Bangladesh have made this happen because of the batting of Shihab James, and he's been ably supported, especially by Zakaria. And now Rabbi, he's come in and he's hit a few big shots as well. Partnership of 11 of 4 deliveries, and you look at the way Bangladesh have gone about things. They've finished the innings with a flourish, 244. It's looking very tough for the South African under-19 team from here on in. Once again, 1 more run being taken, and Bangladesh edging closer towards that 250 mark, probably even more. 260, 270 might be on the cards.
Yes, so 2 overs left, 12 balls over there, so you can score at least 10 to 15 runs from there. So 260, a bit of closer then, and with this ground, slow tracks and a bit of dumping wicket, so definitely he will be very much eager to score as much as possible from over here, and just got those Proteas a bit of pressure moments in run chase.
Absolutely. So 12 balls remaining, and you can see that there are a few clouds around. Hopefully they'll stay away and it won't get any darker. Those clouds are getting some amount of gray in them, and that's the only worry for us who are commentating, and also in the ground staff. You know, they've done a fantastic job in the first match to keep it dry and get the full match happening, and we'll want the rain to stay away for at least another 4 hours so that the match can finish on time by 5, and we can then get a day's rest before we have
the third one,
next
right.
match. Exactly. So, you know, it's a battle against time, and 5-match ODI series, 3 here in Khulna, and the last 2 matches way up in Rajshahi. So from the southern part of Bangladesh, we'll go all the way to the north. This time it's been hoiked by Rabbi, and it beats the fielder, and eventually it was going towards the boundary, but there was more cover there, and there were 2 fielders that converged. So good anticipation there from the South Africans to understand that the ball had a lot of legs on it, and even if there was a misfield, there wouldn't be any extra damage done. So just the 2 runs of the first delivery, Bangladesh getting closer and closer to that 250 mark. Current run rate 4.66. 250 plus. I'm telling you, Prantor, this is going to be a tough match.
Yeah, definitely.
For South Africa under 19 to chase this down. I haven't seen them chase yet a big total. And once again, a lofted shot. One bounce, it falls close to the fielder, who's fielding at square leg, deep square leg, in fact. Just a single.
This is very interesting. They are just throwing their bats in every possible balls, and this should be the approach over there, because you have runs on board, 240 or plus odd runs in board. So this will definitely be encouraging your bowlers to come up with a decent performance to defend these runs. And if you could score from here at least 10 to 15 bonus runs, you will definitely up above the edge. So that's why Rabbi and Zakaria both are throwing their bats, and from here I think Mapaka and Pillay would definitely go for wickets only. Scoop, yes, reverse scoop it is, going back to the boundary at the third man region, but eventually equally that's a good fielding also, I guess.
Fansil.
Yeah, I think Fanzil. Yes, it is. And it's a good fielding over there to save at least 2 runs. And he is cramping now. This has been so much tough, so much hot over there for the South Africans in Khulna to face the humidity and as well as the humid batting conditions, which has been made them hot and made Pillay hot to bowl that wide deliveries, and at the same time made Pillay to argue with umpire, what you are doing, Pillay? It was a clear shot wide from there.
So it moves past 250, Bangladesh under 19, and they will be very pleased with this effort, I feel. Now that they've gone past 250,
Absolutely.
there's an opportunity to go past 260, maybe 270. Zakaria's on strike, 26 from 30. He's played a wonderful innings here. Once again, a full toss. One more run added. No boundaries yet in this over so far, but runs have come in every single delivery. 5 of the first 3, and then the wide, so 6. And now of the first 4 deliveries, 7 runs have come. The current run rate is going up and up, 4.66. Bangladesh won the toss and chose to bat first. We have to keep in mind, and the captain Ahrar Amin was going to be happy with anything over 200. Well, they've got almost 270 odd, close to 300. Who knows? This time it's a 6. Rabbi's lofted it over the deep extra square leg region, and he's gotten the full amount of runs you can get. So the final deliveries once again by Ramashan Pillai proving to be expensive. Bangladesh are moving closer towards that 270 run mark.
Yes,
and as
absolutely,
I was saying,
Shahrukh.
that the captain wanted 200 plus. Now they're getting over 250. And
Even
it can
270,
be 270 exactly. And in this over, there's one more delivery left.
You are asking boundaries and they are dealing with over boundaries now, especially Rabbi going deeper in the crease, lofted on drive, high up in the air, and again clearing that on field for a 6. What a shot, back-to-back success for Pillay, and it's a hammering for Pillay from Rabbi. What an inning so far, what a cameo from him. 26 of just 9 deliveries, 264 for 6. We were asking for 250, Shanur, and now they're inching to 280. Who could say that from here it's not very much impossible of not getting those 280 or at least 275 at odd runs?
The most expensive over of this match so far.
Absolutely.
With 2 6s, then the single, a wide, so that's 14 runs, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 runs coming off the 6 deliveries. And that has really made this crowd happy. Look at them, they're enjoying themselves because they know Bangladesh have a very good score. They're enjoying it. The Bangladesh flag is out as well. And even though it's hot and humid for the South Africans, they're feeling the heat. The Protea Fire is feeling the heat right now. And the Bangladeshi crowd and the Bangladesh team are
That's a
enjoying
tag
it.
from 2015 World Cup, ODI fire.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So Mapaka to finish things off, bowled the final over, and his final over. It's a lofted shot, but it won't be more than a single. And look at the feeling, look at the running there.
Look at the throw to the straight to the keeper.
That's
That's
that
been
man,
so far.
Devon Marai, once again.
Yes, absolutely. The fielder Juan James and Marais. These been so far so good for the Africans over there.
And I have to say, Fansil as well.
Yeah, Vanzil, definitely. So a single to start on, and Rabbi is on strike. So that's been so far key moment in this last over of the innings. Mapaka will definitely go over the wicket. Yes, he is. He's going over the wicket to Rabbi. Deep in the crease again, slashing the bat, but did not just connect properly. Missed the ball completely for the pace, I guess, generated for Mapaka. Where was that? The pacey deliveries. You are mixing up your pace. You are bowling slow a bit sometimes, but the genuine pace, that's your, I think, the key feature of your bowling. You were missing that because of, I think, the humid weather. You got tired of your legs, so you were bowling those slower deliveries tactically and got physically.
This time Mapaka once again. Now it's going towards the boundary, but not more than a single. And from the first three deliveries, just the 2 runs. So despite the last over going for 19 from Bille, where really Rabbi, he went ballistic. The first 3 deliveries, only 2 runs. Zakaria, who's on 28 from 32. Rabbi moves up to 27 from just 11, and I think that's the game-changing innings of this innings for Bangladesh under 19. Even in the last match, we saw Rabbi do a very good job with the bat. Now, this is probably gonna be caught and out. Well, it's probably come off the helmet, and yeah, the umpire doesn't signal it as anything more. So, no wicket, but no run once again for Bangladesh. Yeah,
Yes,
one leg
by,
by,
right.
one leg by just taken. And asking
Definitely.
for something. I think the physio is gonna come in for a concussion check because it hit the helmet, so he's just gonna have to check.
Yeah,
Wait.
things now get very much serious over past few years.
Yeah,
for the
Zakaria is the
batters.
man who's gonna have to be checked.
Right, definitely. The crowd standing over there, showing your support. Definitely a huge cheer about for the Bangladesh under-19 cricketers. And the cricket crease of Khulna City definitely will be focusing on more matches for Khulna. Of having those matches, international matches, and the team coming in Khulna after so many years. So this definitely will pump up everything. And whenever I just got away from my hotel, one of their staffs was asking that whether it is open for all. So this shows how crazy Khulna City crowd also like Dhaka, Chattogram, Sylhet, and wherever Bangladesh cricket is going on. A full toss, lofted shot, a no ball been called over there, and it's been asking for by the batter, but eventually I think did not give by. Yes, it is. It's a catch been taken, but the umpire holds it and got that out. Eventually, it's gone. Yes, it's gone. That not given.
So Zakaria, I believe, is gonna have to walk. Bangladesh under 19 losing their 7th wicket. In fact, it's the man. Yeah. So Mapaka getting his 2nd wicket with a length delivery, and Zakaria is in fact still there.
Yeah, he was asking, I think, for the no ball, and the umpire did not give it.
Yeah.
It's not been given by him.
It's been a
because-
very good final over. Just 3 runs off of it from the first 5.
Yes, absolutely. And a wicket also. So Mapaka is getting back, but has been very much costly because 9.5 overs, 59 runs on board. You just can't just complain in this era of T20 cricket. The last ball coming up on your way. It's a scoop been attempted, but could not just complete totally. A single been taken, leg by or by signal by the umpire. No, it's, I think, yeah, the umpire is showing off that leg. Yes, it's a leg by run. A bit late reply.
So
from
Mapaka's right there, and he's asking the
Exactly.
umpire that if it's a leg by, then
why
you know,
didn't just give LBW?
exactly why
Exactly.
I want that third wicket to my name. He's got 6 wickets in this series so far.
So far, right?
Yeah, the top wicket taker among all the bowlers. So you know he's gonna be looking to be player of the series by the end of it. At the end of everything, we have to say that South Africa will have to chase 269. That's the target that's been set by Bangladesh after they've scored 268 for 7 in their 50 overs. And the star of the show with the bat was Shihab James, but he's been ably supported by the likes of Zakaria as well. The two openers, they started off very well as well.
And in the middle, Ariful Islam, definitely.
So plenty of good things for Bangladesh in this match. As for South Africa, they will want to start off well, and we will want the rain to stay away. So we can see the partnerships, the 55-run partnership between the two openers, then 20-30 between the next two, and just the one partnership where it didn't get any runs, but then 55, 60, 31. There were partnerships all over, and that's been the key feature for this Bangladesh innings, is that you know they lost wickets, but they didn't lose it at regular intervals. Everyone didn't fall in a heap in one fell swoop, so they were able to build from that opening partnership and the partnerships that followed to a very competitive and a formidable total, I think. So yeah, Adil bin Siddiq 41, Rizwan 25, Shibli 14, Ariful Islam played a good hand 48, Amin didn't, Shihab 69 from 71, the star of the show, Zakaria 28 for 39, and then Rabbi with the cameo, and I think a game-changing innings, 27 for 12 before being caught by Pillay and bowled by Mapaka. And Rafi was there as well, and I'm telling you, this Bangladesh team can bat all the way down. Iqbal, Borshon, Rafi in the last match, we
They
saw
can
them
even
do
bat
well.
also.
So eventually, for Bangladesh, they
Here's the
have
bowling
set up a
card.
good total.
Yeah, definitely. Oliver Whitehead, 1 wicket, 1 each for Liam Alder and Juan James, 2 wickets each for Kuena, Mapaka and Sifo Fosoane, no wickets for Romash and Pille so far, 8 overs, 63 runs been given, a very much costly bowling from him, and Oliver Whitehead definitely 6 overs, 43 runs. So the economical bowling so far, the pick of the bowler Liam Alder, 10 overs, 25 for 1, this slow left-arm orthodox spinner has been phenomenal for him, and as well as Sifo Futsowane, 10 overs 42 for 2 wickets, definitely pick of the performers for the Proteas. So the Proteas need 269 runs to win within this 50 overs, and we will be rightly coming back at the official YouTube channel of Bangladesh Cricket Board for the chasing innings. Till then, stay tuned with us. from one end for the South Africans. Borshon has a very decent stats under his belt, with bowling very effective in the first few overs, and what a delivery! Almost a wicket, almost there for Borshon. It was again a back of a delivery, drifted high and drifted so fast that Jonathan Van Zyl couldn't just get that pull shot away from the fielder, the close-in fielder there, Rabbi, who played a cameo innings at the later part of the Bangladesh innings. He dove it, but couldn't just held that ball in his hand. Length one, what a shape! From that middle and leg part towards that middle stump. Nice shape of the swings from Borshon. Outswinger at its very best. Two left-handers, definitely a mouth-watering contest will be from here. Whenever he will be generating that angle, Borshon, with his outswingers every time, he becomes very much dangerous for the batters. What a fielding! A very pumped up one from the fielder. Rabbi couldn't just get the ball at first in couple of few deliveries ago, but this time a grounded shot from the batter, fielded nicely. The last ball outside off, again a back of a delivery, a bit rising up toward that off stump line, guided nicely through a cover drive for a single, for a dot to finish eventually. One gone, two without loss, South Africa under 19. Clear skies, not a hint of clouds for the rain. Affected the first match, the first youth ODI. So we have so far the full match, the full 50 over match. The second ODI here at the industrial city of Bangladesh, Khulna, from Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium. 269 runs, the target there for the Proteas. Jonathan Van Zyl will be on strike. Two left-handers. A bit of chit-chats between Iqbal, Hossein Imon, the right-arm medium pacer, will be starting the second over for Bangladesh. A bright seam, first up delivery, definitely outside off, but pulled it nicely by Van Zyl to that cow corner region for a boundary, the first one for the Proteas. Not a good start. Borshon did a very good job with those couple of back of lane deliveries, short lane deliveries from that footstep. Iqbal started with a short lane delivery, a bit of outside off, and the South Africans are very much familiar with those bouncers or short lane deliveries to pull it nicely. Immediate effect of that, there's a change in field. Good comeback from him. Back of length again, pushing the Africans to get big, to get high with those pull shot, but it was stump to stump line deliveries need to be, and Imon did the right thing in the second ball immediately after, just bashing away of that boundary. That's a no ball again. That's a short line delivery. Put it away nicely towards that cow corner region for another boundary. Second boundary of the over. Iqbal is costing runs for his teams in his very first over. The second ball was a no ball. And the third one being dispatched again. A short line delivery, you could see. Pulled it nicely, a bit uppish, but cleared that mid-on fielder for a boundary towards that cow corner region. So 2 boundaries, still the sleep is there. What a comeback, what a comeback. A wild appeal from the bowler. End of swing again by the Bangladeshi bowler. The first one from Iqbal. A bit of words in between Iqbal and the openers, the Jonathan and Pretorius, the 2 openers over there. Look at the ball, nice shape. Back of line delivery again. In swinger, just in swinging in from that middle to leg stump. Outside off, down on his knees. White signal by the umpire. Don't try anything extra or anything special. Just you can just carry on with your line and length, with your genuine line and length. He could easily just going onto the flow with this batting of South Africans. On the other hand, Africans doesn't get afraid at the very beginning. Outside off again, what a shot, nicely cut it away towards that point region. 3 boundaries in an over. Iqbal is getting the hit definitely from the Africans. The Protea fire is on. What a shot, again down on his knees, cut that ball beautifully. Look at the shot. Bent his back foot and cut it beautifully towards that deep point region for a boundary. Over pitched 1 from Iqbal. Outside off, driven nicely. The protection is there at the extra cover region for a dot. Missing a bit line of trying to get back with his line and length. Iqbal. 4, no ball, 4, dot, wide, 4, dot again. Again back of a length, but an uneven bounce from Iqbal. Pushed Pretorius to block it, and he did it nice for a dot to finish the second one, 16 without loss. South Africa 19 started well, at least from the first 2 overs. Boston will be continuing from his end. Outside off again, driven nicely, but the protection is there again for a dot to start over. Boston just gave away 2 runs in his first over, so he needs to keep up the good works. Oh, that's the first clap. What a bowling from Borshon. Played on. Pretorius. U19 Pretorius. He's gone. Gone for one only. Short of a length. Just up of that of some line. And he did not get anything played apart from his body line. And just got played on by Borshon. U19 Pretorius got bowled by Borshon 16 for 1 in the third over of their chase. And welcoming in the next batter along with Shanur Rabbani again in the combox. Welcome, Shanur.
Thank you so much, Prantor. Yeah, we were just learning about his pronunciation. No, U19
Dre Pretorius, right?
Pretorius, yeah, he's from Johannesburg, Afrikaan-speaking player. So, yeah, he was just having a word with his father. He's quite disappointed with that dismissal. Pretorius just scoring 1 to South Africa. At the moment, on the back foot for sure. Borshon, how good has he been? In the last over as well, he was really troubling the batters. And Jonathan Van Zyl, both of their parents actually came in. And now, and an interesting thing we just noticed is that David Teager's father, he's like walking behind us. He's walking from one end to the other end. So I asked him, is it the nerves? He's like, something along those lines. So yeah, the South Africans at this moment are being put under pressure.
Definite pressure. I think Borshon started very well, though Iqbal leaked some runs, but they still got stuck very much with genuine pace and bounce. Short of the lane deliveries, back of the lane deliveries, highly appreciated. But at the same time, you need wickets, and Borshon is doing it for his team.
And I told you, in the last match, Imon and Borshon, they both started very well. And we can see once again, Borshon, he's got a bit of a slingy action about him. Once again, David Teager is the new man in. He's the captain. They need to form a partnership right now. And they've got on to a good start. So they just need to capitalize on this Bangladesh under-19. Because
I think Borshon reminds me with the action of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, right? The crisscrossed action, a bit high arm, yeah, a bit, and his swing and that away movement. Yes, let's see. Nearly about a second one, nearly about. Again a short lane delivery. Tiger just tucked back that ball, had an edge but not that much to that first leap with a bounce towards him. So again a dot. It's a brilliant start. Stuffs by Borshon so far. 3 dot balls and a wicket. That's the pressure I was talking about. From the other end, Iqbal Imon just not getting his groom up easily. But I think Borshon has a very good future ahead with the bowling. Again, perfect line and length, and for the first time I think a length delivery from Borshon has been showed up and flicked it nicely for another dot.
Tiger not the tallest, so usually when you see batters of this height, you instantly think that their balance is going to be excellent, because you know when you have this height, it usually helps your balance, and we can see that with Tiger as well. Let's see how he deals with this though. It's been driven but straight to the fielder at point reach, and excellent fielding by Bangladesh. And you know, the Bangladesh under-19 team, boys, after losing the first ODI, they want to make a mark, and right now they're all over South Africa under-19. They're bowling well. They batted well at the very end. In the last 20 overs of the match, I think it's been all Bangladesh under-19. They started off very well here as well. Borshon, 2 overs, just 2 runs and the wicket. So we were talking about who could be the player of the match. He will be up there if he continues with these figures, along with Shihab James.
Shihab James, right. Definitely. Sunny weather so far. Good for cricket. Perfect condition. Lots better than last Thursday or Friday. No rain so far. and a warm breeze going along with it at the ground at this moment. So it's very much tough condition for the South Africans, but I'm surprised of just having a question asked to the parents of the players a while ago, Shanur, with you, that in South Africa they face a lot more warm than here.
Yeah, in places like Durban, it's not
Yeah.
different from what the conditions here are, but obviously it doesn't get as hot as
And humid, right,
as it
right.
is here. But yeah, coastal areas, they'll have that. It's a big country, so different areas with different temperatures, that is expected. So yeah, Jonathan Van Zyl scored 13 runs so far from 9 deliveries, and he's on strike, the left-handed opening batter. And he's facing Iqbal. It's driven now on the off, but there is cover at the deep point, so it'll be just a single. David Teeger back on strike, and now he'll be facing Iqbal for the first time in this match. David Teeger was among the top scorers for South Africa in the last match, and he looks a good compact batter, and he will look to continue his good run of form. One thing that South Africa won't want to do is lose another wicket in this power play, and just even if the run rate creeps up a bit, just keep things steady and test the Bangladesh bowlers, because the fire that they're bowling with, eventually these conditions will tire them down. And right now, that extra bounce from Iqbal tests him with a short one, and the fielder just comes in forward. Lots of good cricket being played by the Bangladesh under-19 team, boys.
Yes, definitely. So far so good. After a storm, I think there's a stop with those hands of Borshon and Iqbal. Iqbal also getting his line and length perfect, trying to get rid of those loose deliveries of wide and no balls. A length delivery, a quicker one, definitely. It's very much unlucky for him of not get caught by the fielder, but it was a half chance at the first slip. Got away of that, and the third man fielder did a nice job. Pulled back the ball, and immediately with that, the cheer of the crowd from that commentary box is getting us amazed. Every time there's a brilliant fielding at the time of their batting innings, one boundaries or even a good shot with only a couple of runs, being cheered by the crowds very well. So this should be the spirit of cricket all around in Bangladesh, and the Khulna supporters are also showing up what they have. Next delivery.
Teeger this time, once again, has difficulty reading the bounce. Eventually deals with it. So yeah, this over. Once again, a good one for the Bangladesh under-19 team. Just the 3 runs of the first 4 deliveries. Somebody's got to put their hand up from the South African batting order and score some big runs here. Should be a very exciting match if that happens. Once again, a very good delivery, which Teeger has to defend. Current run rate, 4.96. It was just over 6 a while ago.
Yep. So all credit goes to Borshon, I guess, firstly. And now Iqbal, who's getting back his line and length perfectly, teasing the batters to play big shots with the proper fielding positions. Jam-packed fielder at the offside for Teeger, also asleep. Very well blocked by Teeger. It was up front and fuller length from Iqbal. Blocked up nicely, No damage done. 4 gone. 19 for 1. South Africa under 19.
So as we can see, once again, the conditions, lots of sunshine around the ground, and things have become dry. No sign of rain anywhere, and we should have the match without any rain interruptions here. Jonathan Van Zyl, he's going to take strike once again with the target of 269, a run rate currently of 4.75. They need to up it to over 5.43. This time he goes for the pull, doesn't get the right contact, and it goes to a fielder, Arar Amin, the captain of the Bangladesh national under-19 team. And I was just talking about the clear skies. Just look at that. It's all blue and the clouds are on the side of the stadium, so no sign of rain at this moment, which is good news for those that are watching us in the Bangladesh Cricket Board's YouTube channel. Yes. This time, once again, the ball with good line and good length. It's been very good from Borshon. 2.2 overs, just the 2 runs and the wicket.
Absolutely. Borshon will be definitely continuing for next few overs, at least with the power play. Continuing on. And if you just look his hit map at the pitch, definitely he's very much controlled with his bouncers or back of lane deliveries, whereas Iqbal, at the other hand, is very much capable of pitching the ball in line with those good length, again driven nicely. A bit of outside off from Borshon. Jonathan picked it nicely, and Jonathan Van Zyl playing it nice. Hand-eye coordination, so far so good for him. Uses his crease, more importantly, Jonathan Van Zyl. Do not get carried away or have that leap from that stunt or from that crease, to play the ball accordingly.
This time it's driven, but fielded well by Shanto. David Tigger having to work for every single run.
I have a question to Shanur from a long while, that who has been your most favorite under-19 cricketer from South Africa so far in their history? It's been so much tough, I know.
I'd probably go with Kagiso Rabada because in the World Cup
In the
final,
most recent times?
yeah.
Okay.
In more recent times, I'd say in the current team, Mapaka looks a really good player.
Yep.
I think the captain, David Tigger, he's got a future about him. And honestly, it's difficult to say that any of these boys will fail, because when I look at their parents and the amount that they're investing in their kids, and how much they want their kids to succeed in life, you want them to go somewhere where they can do well. So from that sense, and I think because most of these kids that are playing for the under-19 teams, they come from cricketing families, or they come from families where the parents know what's best for their kids. They try and make sure that their kids are getting the best education from a sporting perspective as well, from a cricketing perspective as well. I think that will hold them in good stead once they grow older, and which is why you see with Bangladesh under-19 team boys, when they get older and they make it to international cricket, they oftentimes don't start off very well. And with other teams from other countries, you look at the Australians, South Africans, even New Zealand and all of these countries, from the under-19 setup, when they come into the national team setup, it's not a big struggle for them in most cases.
Truly.
I mean, Kagiso Rabada, he was supposed to be a big thing from age-level cricket, and he is.
Yeah, surely.
Mapaka is another one that we're hearing a lot about, and we can see why. There's hype about him, so he's another player that will try and make it big, and he will be groomed as much as possible by his parents and by the cricketing infrastructure that they have built. So as we were speaking, another run is scored. Jonathan Van Zyl and David Teeger trying to steady the ship. 5 overs gone, 20 for 1. South Africa under 19. Bangladesh did win the toss and decide to bat first, and they put up big score. I would say this is more than enough for them to win this match, but it remains to be seen. South Africa have already lost the 1 wicket in the power play. They needed to get off to a really good start in the power play overs to make this total look small, but this total is looking massive right now.
Absolutely. And you were talking about Kagiso Rabada. Going back again of him. Fumble there. But at the right time, it's been pulled off. 2 runs been taken. Pulled it nicely. David Teeger. The bouncer there again from Iqbal. But just got lost with the pace of Iqbal. And that's the most important part, that Iqbal, Imon just don't hesitate about going up and up with his pace and bounce. And that's basically pushed Teeger of not playing that pull shot wholeheartedly. So another 2, a bit of fumble there, as I was saying, as you've seen. So 2 runs been taken. Length 1. Teeger, you were talking about Teeger, Shanur, that he has been in the limelight so far, has been the captain for under 19 team. So definitely the selectors will get an eye onto him for the national side. Definitely captain materials. South Africa badly needed now in the national side. Followed his technique very much carefully and just got carried away with the pacey deliveries, with the fast bowling so far, Teeger, in this uneven bounces, and got his knees very much down under the front foot for taking those shots, for those cuts, not eventually getting him runs. And for that reason, he's taking times at the very beginning of his innings to build up alongside with Jonathan. So now that Jonathan Van Zyl, again a young perspective for South African national side, definitely after Graham Smith, not that much controlled left-hand batters we have seen in South African cricket.
Very good point there, Prantor, because I think when it comes to left-handed openers in South African cricket, they've got a few big ones, and now this shot was a little uppish, but safely for him, it went to the third man region, where the deep third man fielder, he fielded it, and it was just a single. But yeah, when it comes to left-handed openers for South African cricket, we all know about Gary Kirsten and of course Graham Smith, and even now Quinton de Kock is another one. So they've got some big shoes to fill if they want to make it into the national team. David Teeger, once again, he's on strike. Imon Iqbal, he's bowled quite well. This time there's an outside edge, squared up, and just another single. So 6 overs gone. It's 26 for 1 for South Africa under 19, and 6 runs came off that last over.
Absolutely. And coming back from South Africa under 19 to the Bangladesh under 19 team, we have seen such good batting display from Ariful Islam and Shihab James. Definitely will pump up the selectors over there to just field up those positions in the national side after Shakib or Mushfiq over there. And Shihab James is a very good perspective to fill that vacant positions after Mushfiq or Shakib. You have to think about those, because time has come up definitely to fill those shoes or empty vessels over there. And Tawhid Hridoy has been doing very well. Perhaps he will be coming back to him again, but it's a beamer, I guess. The umpire, though, just got called that a wide, way outside leg, and Teeger just tried to carry that ball towards that fine leg boundary but couldn't. But it's a brilliant keeping down there by the keeper.
Yeah, I think it was just under his waist.
Under his waist, right.
But yeah, Teeger really wanted to play that down the leg side. If he got a bit of bat onto it, definitely that could have been a boundary. This time it's been driven by Van Zyl,
And the ball is racing away towards the boundary. RR, I mean, he'll have to do some work there at the deep cover region, and he does that eventually. He stops it before it reaches the boundary. Just 2 more runs added to the total. 28 right now. 29, in fact, for the loss of 1 wicket after.
Talking about the captain materials also, and we were talking about Tawhid Hridoy in the national side. He has been gone through to that under 19 shoes, definitely the winning team player from that 2020 triumph, so definitely will be a big stakeholder in the future, Tawhid Hridoy. So if we are looking away from that part, just a ball bowled and dangerous single been taken, a risky single, I must say. So another run on the board of South Africa under 19. So RR Amin, again, if we look back to the captain material, Shahanur, after Shakib or after Tamim, or after even that pull of Liton Dash in the national side, we will see the captain material so far. And if we just went through that captain material to 2020 team also, Akbar Ali, not been a part of any prominent one, just losing his forms after that, and just not capable of having that limelight upon him. So from that perspective to RR Amin, it will be so difficult for them to, I think, that to get rid of those tag of not getting away your captains of under 19 teams to the national side.
At this moment, though, for Bangladesh under 19, they're going to be very happy with the position they're in.
Yeah.
But again, it's a bit down the leg side. Borshon, this over, he's been so economical in his first 3. This over, he struggled a bit with his line and length. Once again, down the leg side, it's going to be another wide. So the second wide of this over. And I guess it's the heat that's going to tell on these bowlers, because they're having to bowl under the hottest time of the day right now. It was hot and humid in the morning, but there was some cloud cover. And now there are literally no clouds in the vicinity of the field, and I think that's going to make things difficult. And it's a lovely shot, lovely cover drive by David Teager. The ball is racing away towards the boundary. Once again, a fantastic effort. We saw some great fielding by the South African under 19 boys, and now we're seeing the same from the Bangladesh under 19 team boys, and it definitely a boundary there saved.
Brilliantly fielded down there. But you have to give credit to Tigger also, because he just found that vacant area to play that cover drive and passed that cover point and cover fielders over there to get that ball inches close to the boundary line. And the fielder has done a brilliant job. Grounds fielding has been very good so far from both of the sides. A bit of mix-up, a bit of scramble delivery from Borshon. Outside off, a fuller a bit. And as we saw Graham Smith playing down on his knees, we have seen Jonathan played a couple of shots of that down on knees and played through that cover and cover point region, through those brilliant cover drive and also the pull Graham Smith used to play, Shahanur.
Yeah, I think that's something that their openers like to do. Once again, great fielding at the cover point region. You gotta love the action afterwards. He's like absolutely ready once he gets it to throw it towards the stumps. So that's the end of another over. 35 for 1, South Africa under 19 after 7 overs. Tiger on 9 from 17. Jonathan Van Zyl on 20 from 20, and some really good looking cover drives from both the batters in the last few deliveries, Van Zyl and Tiger. And it's a battle of attrition right now, because you can see the drinks are coming on. It's not a drinks break, it's just between the overs that they're bringing the water on, just to keep the players hydrated, to make sure that they can play and play in this heat. It's going to be tough for these players, Prantor. When you think about the next match, it's just with a day's break. So after this match, after 100 overs of cricket in this match, for these under 19 team boys to play again with just a day's rest will be very tough. So
yeah, definitely,
whichever team deals with this better, deals with the conditions, and has the better fitness among the two,
will be the ones that end up doing better in this series. And I think it'll be a very closely contested series. The first match, it was a closely contested match. And even over here in this match, I think Bangladesh have got the edge. But you never know. South Africa, they can spring a surprise and, you know, a few good partnerships here and there, and they could be right back in this match. So let's see how things go moving forward.
Absolutely, you're right. And only a day break. So definitely keeps a bit toils from them to hang up with the situation or to hang up with the weather condition over there at Khulna. But just don't forget that we will be moving to Rajshahi after that, and that division is very much familiar for the hot and humid condition. The most hot and humid condition from all over the country is the name one and only Rajshahi. So you need to just get over it, how much you could deal it very much professionally, confidently, with some physical movements all over there. So we will be beneficial and we will get that edge over your opponents. Borshon will be continuing, I think, with Iqbal, Imon and Borshon, the two genuine pacers Bangladesh is going right now. 35 for the loss of the wicket of Johan Dre Pretorius. One slip is there for Tiger. Again, back of the deliveries tucked away nicely towards that leg side, for only expecting that he will bowl a short ball out of the way to pull it nicely. And at the same time, you have to give credit to Iqbal to just keep going with his pace and bouncers and back of the deliveries to test the batters.
Once again, a really good looking shot straight down the ground, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Fantastic shot by the captain, David Tiger, playing it straight down the ground. Very nice looking straight drive on the back foot, in fact, playing a rising delivery on the up end. One of the shots of the match. Just look at that, on his back foot, punching it back. The bowler definitely will want to come back with a good delivery here. Imon.
Absolutely.
He's bowled very well initially, but now proving to be a little expensive. Let's see how the comeback is. It's a little too full, and once again it's driven straight and through the covers. It's gone all the way. Back-to-back boundaries for David Tiger. He moves on to 17 from 20. South Africa 43 for 1 of 7.3 overs.
Not that much bad deliveries, I have to say, from Iqbal Imon, but the timing from Tiger has been phenomenal. So beautifully driven shots from Tiger. One straight down the ground, and again a cover drive to watch for. Brilliantly played, Tigar. 17 of 20, built up his innings. Firstly, took time getting over with the condition, and now he's just started blooming on. So Ahara Amin needs to be very much calculative, very much risk calculative from here on, changing with the bowling. And just look at the stance from David Tiger. Open stance like Maxwell, so much familiar with that. And what a shot, a pick-up pull, and picked up nicely towards that deep backward square leg region for a 6. What a shot it is from Tiger. I was talking about the open stance, and look, Shanur, what he did exactly. Iqbal just got trapped over there and had another short lane delivery to pick it up nicely from there.
Man, he looks a player. He looks a top player, David Tiger, this. And what a shot. Probably the shot of the match. Moves on to 23 from 21 deliveries. South Africa edging closer to their team 50. And in this over, There's been 3 boundaries, 2 4s and a 6. So Imon coming on with the 5th one. This time just nudged along the leg side where there's a fielder there, so it will be a dot ball. Better from the bowler, but great response by South Africa so far. But I'll still say that a lot of runs need to be scored. Still over 200 runs needed by the South African under-19 team. So Bangladesh have a lot of runs to play with. The spinners are yet to come on. And I think we'll see some spin after this over. I think the spinners will show up, and that's going to be the real challenge for the South African under-19 team batters. This time, once again, it's cut away. David Tiger wants the single, and off the last ball of this over, he'll retain strike. He's moving along very nicely, 24 from 23, and with that single, the 50 for South Africa comes up 50 for 1 after 8 overs.
Good captaincy from R.R. Amin. He was watching Tiger, played all along the path. And here's the batting card. Pretorius. Dre Pretorius went on for only a single of 6 deliveries. After that, Jonathan Van Zyl and David Tiger has been playing off nice and fine. Jonathan 20 and David Tiger 24 suddenly started to bloom, started to flourish with those loose deliveries from Iqbal Imon. But good captaincy from R.R. Amin in the very last ball. He saw Tiger to use his knees down under and to just flick it nicely, to drive it nicely. So that reason he just got his open fielder on to that deep point region, and for that he just got past with only a single. 50 exactly on board for South Africa within 8 overs. And as we were saying, Shanur, Rafiuz Zaman will be introduced.
Yeah, Rafiuz Zaman will be the first change-up bowler for the Bangladesh under-19 national cricket team, and he's a left-arm off-spinner. With a slip to David Tiger, the first ball, he goes on his back foot, defends it, so no run. Rafi has a very interesting action. Who does his action remind you of? If I give you a hint, I think people will get an idea, because he's had a massive impact on a lot of the bowlers in the Bangladesh national team. And I will give his name. He is a legendary left-arm off-spinner.
The first one, I guess, for Bangladesh at any level of cricket, definitely. And you all know him very, very well. Had a blistering innings with the bat also against West Indies, right in the test. I was talking about the test and many more in the ODIs for Bangladesh. The bowler before the era of T20 cricket and before the era of Saqib Al Hasan. He's the only left-arm orthodox spinner for Bangladesh. So you'll all definitely get to know about his names very much easily. Yes, he's one and only Mohammad Rafiq.
Absolutely right, Prantor. He's got such a similar action to Mohammad Rafiq. I'm just watching him.
Too much, Shanur.
And yeah, it's reminding me a lot. This time it's lofted and it's to the fielder. The second wicket falls. Or does it?
Commentator's blessing, right? For Rafiuz Zaman, absolutely. He was eyeing that off stump out corridor for Van Zyl, Jonathan Van Zyl. He was way before the ball just got past to that leg stump line, and he bowled it perfectly. And look at the motion of the fielder who took the catch.
Yeah, he celebrated. A pretty cool celebration there. He was expecting a wicket almost, the way he celebrated, and he really took the pace off the delivery. Fancy looking to play it over the top, ended up just giving a simple catch to the fielder at the backward point region. And that's the second wicket gone for South Africa. Jonathan Van Zyl out, gone for 20 from 21 deliveries. South Africa 51 for 2.
A Bollywood style celebration from the fielder, right? Reminds you something or someone. That's very much interesting from the fielder, and that's how a happy camp always responds, Shanur.
Yeah, good celebration there, and you'll see everyone, they
Yes,
gather
that's it.
around in a huddle, and that's what they did in the last match as well. Every time they took a wicket, they celebrated together. So South Africa right now, like I was saying, that they are on the back foot. They've lost 2 wickets. They've
Immediately
lost the
after
2.
bringing the spin.
Absolutely, and immediately after the spinners came on, I think this wasn't unexpected, because there's the pressure of runs, 250 plus that they need to chase, and I don't think 1 or 2 expensive overs will really hurt the Bangladesh under-19 team. So we were talking about Mohammad Rafiq being a legendary left-arm off spinner. So Rafi, he started this over off very well. Even in the last match, the South African players had a difficult time playing him because he takes the pace off the ball, and he ends the over with another dot ball. And as we can see at the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium, the skies are clear. We should get the remaining overs in quickly. So just to see, the score is 51 for 2 after 8 overs. In fact, 9 overs have been bowled, and now it's going to be an interesting part for the South African batters, how they go about things from here on in. David Teager as the captain, he has got to steady himself and the players around him.
Babhuma came in from somewhere.
Very similar.
Yeah, that's very similar. I have to say, it just suddenly just popped up there, and I was thinking about how Babhuma came into bat.
So
First
it's a
ball.
forward defensive shot this time. Seletswane. Richard Seletswane is the batter currently. And immediately you see David Teager going and having a word with Seletswane as to how the bowler bowls and what he has to do to face his sort of bowling, because spin, we know, is going to be key to winning for either side here. If the Bangladesh spinners do better than the South African spinners, they have a chance of winning this match. And right now, they're right in with a great chance of winning. Richard Seletswane and David Teager are the 2 batters. South Africa 51 for 2, and just the 1 run came in the last over. And so far, no runs of this over.
Absolutely. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, another left-arm orthodox spinner. Coming on to bowl the 10th one. Spinner being introduced and a slip being brought.
The way the wicketkeeper ran, it seemed like he took another wicket, but yeah, he was just running after the ball. Very excited, the Bangladesh
Mind
fielders.
game, I guess, right?
Absolutely,
Shanu?
very
Absolutely.
excited as well. They know that another wicket and it could be all over. So they're looking to keep the pressure on. Teager is the key man. Rabbi with another delivery, and this time there is an appeal, but it hit the pad. It would have gone down the leg side, but exciting times for Bangladesh under-19 team right now. They're playing some great cricket all over the Proteas under-19 team. And the current run rate for South Africa might not be a problem, but they've lost 2 wickets and they need to build once again. The last over, it put the momentum on the side of the hosts. This time it's driven on the back foot towards long off. 1 more run added to the total.
Exactly. So it will be the perfect platform to get the practice done for the 2024 Under-19 World Cup in Sri Lanka. You'll find similar pitches like Bangladesh, the slow tracks, the spinning tracks, and more you get to play matches like this, you will definitely boost up your chances over there. Again, a back foot drive for another single. So Richard Setswane and David Tiger will definitely be eyeing on building partnership right from here. Only the 10th over, it's a very fresh condition and a very fresh start. They can driven nicely towards that cover point region. 2 runs been taken in between again. So as I was saying that it's a perfect build-up for 2024 Under-19 Cricket World Cup in Sri Lanka, and teams are just gearing up nicely from here. 5 ODIs for Bangladesh Under-19 teams. A front foot push towards that point region. Dot ball to finish things off. 10 gone, 55 for 2.
Good start for Bangladesh here. 40 more overs left in this match. Clear skies, so we should get that. And if things continue like this, there's every chance that the hosts will level the series 1-1 with 3 matches left to play. David Tiger, the South African captain, once again looks to be the key player in. He needs to score big and lead from the front with his 2 openers out. And from what I've seen, South Africa are a very top-heavy team. So they need to keep their wits about themselves and just hang on as the barrage of spin bowling continues from the Bangladeshis. Rafi into his second over. Beautiful figures, 1 for 1 after 1.1 overs. Second delivery, no run yet again. And it's the new man in Richard Setswane. So South Africa's run rate, all of a sudden, as soon as the spinners have come on, it's gone down. It was above 6 for a point before the spinners came on. And now Rafi has really brought things back. And the 2 left-arm spinners, in fact, they've been bowling in tandem. And they've both done a really good job.
Absolutely, and Zakaria Shanto could be there also with the ball, with his medium pace to get things a bit slower more for the South Africans. Again, a single been taken. So plenty of bowling options for R. Amin, the skipper. Left-arm orthodox spinner Rafiuz Zaman, and his mate is bowling well. Again, a straight bat drive towards the extra cover region for a single. So I was talking about Shanur, the bowling options over there. Iqbal Imon and Borshon, the 2 pacers, the genuine pacers, and Rafiuz Zaman and Rabbi currently bowling. So who will be the 5th option? 5th or 6th option from here, because Iqbal just leaked a bit of runs, a bit of costly.
Yeah, with that being said, another tidy over by Rafi is finished. Just 2 runs off it, 57 for 2. And yeah, if we look at the bowling options, definitely for Bangladesh, there are a lot of options. Up to 6-7 players. Even in the last match, we saw that they came in and they bowled. So one good thing when you have so many bowling options is that none of them, even when they're tiring, won't have to like overexert themselves, because they can all share the overs in between and bowl around 6-7 overs each, and that way it leaves you in better stead as the series moves forward, because there are 16 players in the Bangladesh squad, 15 in the South African squad. So the number of all-rounders in the Bangladesh squad is actually much higher than that of in the South African squad, and that's gonna be a vital and a pivotal point in this series. As
A decisive one, in fact. from here on, because as you have bowlers in your side, striking bowlers, wicket taking bowlers, that's very much important to have a depth in it, because one or two bowlers might have that off day at any time, like Whitehead today for South Africans. So you have to keep that backup mind of bowling options for you to get over past your opponent team, like we did at the World Cup of 2020 when we got the champions. We have few options over there, and with the lights of Shoriful powering up or centering him up with lots of bowling options, we did a very nice job with that department, with not letting our opponents to go big or to pile up some big totals. If you could see our 19 team's performance over there, you could easily see the difference with the bowling side, with the bowling powerhouse you had before in the national side, more than that on 19 side once we have. So it's definitely a decisive point for any team around the world at any point, whether it's under 19 or the national side. Within that, another single been taken. So 2 runs have already taken in this over from Rabbi. Again, front foot defense, a defensive push back to the bowler, a dot. So 59 on board, South Africa under 19. Right from here, they need more, 210 runs more from here. So definitely they will be eyeing with that partnership going on in between David Tigger and Richard.
Yeah, once again, we're witnessing some good bowling there by Rabbi,
Yep.
and keeping the batters at bay, ensuring that they don't get any loose deliveries to get easy runs off of. And David Tigger once again plays it off his front foot. There is a fielder there at the short square leg boundary, and another dot ball to finish off the over. So, and you can see the spinner, even though he's bowling spin, he's down on his knees and then receiving some treatment for cramps. So after bowling those 2 overs, he's feeling the heat, and
Absolutely.
that's why even the South African batters, they're getting a few drinks, even though 1 hour hasn't finished, and it's not a drinks break, it's just between the overs. Every over in between, the towels are coming out, the cooling towels, and the batters are taking some fluids in just to stay hydrated. And the same goes for the fielders as well. It's not easy out there. As you can see, the sun is out and it is baking hot. And you look at some of the scenery in Khulna.
Yeah,
It's
you will get the trains over there from the railway stations.
absolutely, and also the surrounding scenery of the ground. It's good. Scenic stadium. Once again, a cut which goes straight to the fielder, Richard Seletswane, yet to really get going, having to come in a difficult time where the spinners are in operation, and he's only scored 3 from 12. This time he drives it. Once again, the point fielder does a job, and Seletswane is wondering probably when that loose delivery is going to come, because the way the pressure is building, you might sense that another wicket could fall, and that's why Rafi and Rabbi, they're bowling in tandem, spin, left arm from both ends.
Absolutely. So it's keeping that angle going on for Rafi and Rabbi against the right-hand batters. Definitely they are utilizing it brilliantly, creating that channel of stump-to-stump bowling, and definitely a brilliant approach from these two with keeping us asleep over there. And definitely it's just pumping up the bowlers and the fielders also. It's been carried over nicely towards that cow corner region for a single more. So I was talking about that because whenever you have those slow left-arm orthodox spinners in your team, definitely they will be so much handy against any sort of batters, whether it's right hand or the left hand batters, you could easily create the angles from there. And as Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, the South Asian countries are very much habituated with those spinning tracks, if they could use that spinning options pretty well and have some sort of turns with some basic skills developed by the spinners, they could be very much handy both in the under-19 side and the national side. Again, in between, a single been taken from that super cover region, 61 on board for the loss of 2, South Africa under-19 in 13 overs.
Yeah, they've really slowed down. Bangladeshi spinners have taken a lot of control in this match in recent times, and at this moment you have to say that Bangladesh are on top of proceedings. They've put the spinners on attack and tightened the screws to a level where South Africans haven't hit a single boundary since the spinners have come on from the 8th over. So in the last 5 overs, no boundaries have been hit. And it started with the wicket of Jonathan Van Zyl. Bangladesh have won the toss and decided to bat first, as we can see. More spin. Rafi and Rabbi, they've been bowling well in tandem. This time it's been driven, but there is cover at the deep. At long off, it will be nothing more than a single as David Teeger moves on to 32 from 37. Richard Seletswane on 4 from 15. South Africa under 19, 62 for 2, 13.1 overs. This time Seletswane, he drives it, but it goes straight to the bowler. So it's a dot ball. Seletswane yet to really find his feet, yet to get going here in the middle phase as Rabbi continues in his economical ways. This time once again Seletswane finds the fielder and not really looking to rotate the strike. I think this could cost South Africa here, even though the required run rate is in check. But the number of dots he's playing, he's really not trying to play anything different. It's excellent bowling by the bowlers as well. Once again, this time he finds the gap and it's just going to go for a single. So 2 runs of the first 4 deliveries for the South African under-19 team innings. 63 they move on to for the loss of just the 2 wickets. And when you think about how the bowling is going, Bangladesh are looking better and better with every passing delivery. Especially the spinners, they've got more options. They might want to have more overs of spin now, with the South Africans not really getting the spin away. David Teeger now looking to play one inside out, and it goes to the fielder and ends the over. Just the 2 runs off it. 14 overs gone, 63 for 2. South Africa under 19. We're live from the Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium in Khulna. In commentary, I'm Shahanur and I'm with Prantor Dash Onoy, and we're bringing you the live coverage of this match straight from the Bangladesh Cricket Board's YouTube channel. You can watch us for free live there. The match, the second youth ODI between Bangladesh under 19 and South Africa under 19. As spin continues, Rafi into his 4th over, just the 5 runs, and also the wicket of Jonathan Van Zyl. And it's Richard Seletswane who's really struggling against the spin. This time he drives forward and he drives it straight, finds a fuller length delivery and puts it all the way for 4 runs, a welcome boundary, and David Teeger immediately goes in confidence. But also I think the bowler will realize that let me just bowl it like that, let me drive him forward. Let me make him come out of his crease. If he misses my flight, he's bowled or stumped.
Absolutely, and that was a heck of a shot, I must say. And the thing I was talking about, the partnership, Shanur, they are getting a bit slower. It might sound a bit slower to you, but definitely they are getting on that top of the run scoring ability time by time. And as I was just asking that who would be the fifth or sixth bowling options over there, as Rafiul Zaman and Rabbi is continuing very well, but still you have to have another bowlers from their back foot pool. Bowled it nice. Oh my god, at the square leg region, he missed the catch.
Difficult chance, but
I guess, but you have to take those catches, Shanur.
Shihab James with the runs on the board right now, unfortunately drops David Tiger, who's on 33 from 40, so he's got a chance now.
Vital most wicket, undoubtedly.
This time once again it's lofted and it's going all the way for 6, and it's that man once again, Richard Seletswane, who's already hit a boundary in this over. Now he goes and he connects it perfectly to hit it all the way for 6, and he really just timed that. There was very little power in that shot. It was all timing. Very impressive from Richard Seletswane here.
Absolutely, what a shot, Seletswane. Just down on his knees. Again, a back foot. Sheer technique of his batting, I have to say. Batting alike of the merit of the bowlers. Seeing the bowlers, seeing their balls perfectly, and just striking back whenever it needed. Went on to that down the knees sweep shot towards a huge and handsome 6. And immediately after that, by guessing the merit of the ball and by watching the bowlers till the very end, that's the key component of playing spin in subcontinental pitches, that you have to keep your eyes on to the bowlers, wait till the end, and then you have to act. Don't be proactive, be reactive by the bowlers, by the spinners, especially in subcontinent. That's how they are dealing the spinners.
Great delivery now, this time by Rabbi, and he almost had the wicket there of David Tiger. He misread the flight and couldn't get bat on ball. Lucky for him, he survives. 75 for 2 South Africa after 15.1 overs, so the last over propped up the run rate just a bit, especially Richard Seletswane's shots, and also improved his strike rate. Now Tiger looks a little nervous against Rafi because, in fact against Rabbi, beg your pardon, because he's struggling to deal with his flight. But so far he's unscathed. Just the last over he did give a chance, and lucky to still be there. Cut away. Should be just a single. There is protection at the deep, and yeah, it was a catch that was a difficult one, but yeah, it could have been grabbed, and let's see if that proves to be vital in this match.
Yes, absolutely. How much costly did it be?
My thinking right now is that the batter looks a bit nervous.
After that catch, after the drop catch?
After that
Right.
drop catch, he looks a bit nervous, his confidence a bit low, and I think that Bangladesh will have plenty more chances against David Tiger, the spinners
Yes, absolutely.
especially.
Yes, we need to take wickets as early as possible, because 7 on board, you don't have that 5th or 6th bowling option with you. So you are going with Rabbi and Rafiul Zaman straight back, and another arm delivery. A bit of sloppy fielding, half-hearted one from the fielder in front of R.R. Amin. By watching him, I guess, did cost a single. So you have to have very much safe hands over there the boundary ropes, because both these batters are a bit upset in the ground and will definitely go for big shots down those boundary lines. So you have to very much sharp again a bit of lower ball outside off and driven softly for another single. So drinks been taken, and definitely it's a hot and humid condition over there. You got to have those drinks very frequently, Shanur.
Very true. Currently, local time is 2:25 p.m. in Khulna, and they want to finish the game, I think, within the next 2.5 hours, 3 hours max, I guess. So 5:36 p.m. we'll have sunshine. So there is plenty of time left to finish the game today. As you can see, the aerial view of the ground. A good outfield. And despite the rain, in fact, you have to say that the pitches and outfield, they've done a great job, the ground staff. They've made sure that we get cricket possible, even on the days when it rained. And today, when it hasn't rained, it's proved to be a beauty of a wicket where there's something for the bowlers, but there's also something for the batters if you can play your shots, as we saw with Shihab James in the first innings when he was going, and there were contributions
He was
all
taking
around.
times, right? He was taking times and times to just build up his innings, and after that he was just going across all through to all the bowlers over there of the Proteas. And here's the aerial view of Sheikh Abu Nasser Cricket Stadium. This has been fascinating so far, Shanur. It's a bigger ground, beautiful ground, a bit of slow outfield, I must say, but it definitely can be improved. And as usual, you get so much hide and seek of the clouds, and you could easily spot that now. It's a bit of shiny, it's a bit of cloudy, mixed match of those, but it's similarly a very much hot and humid condition. So Bangladesh is in upper hand, you could say, or in the 50-50. What did it say? Evenly poised?
I'd still say Bangladesh are 60-40 ahead in this match.
Slightly 60-40, right.
And if this partnership somehow builds to a 70-80 run or a 100-run partnership, then I think Bangladesh will worry just a little bit. But having said that, they have so many runs on the board that a few good overs where the runs don't come and the pressure will be right back on the Proteas. So the required run rate that they need to maintain has to be over 5, and that's the challenge for them, especially against the Bangladesh spinners. And we've only seen 2 of them. There are 3-4 that can actually come in and bowl spin. So if I just look at the bowling options, so far we've had Mohammad Iqbal Hussain Imon, who bowls right arm medium pace. We've had Rahmat Doula Borshon, who also bowls right arm medium pace.
Right.
Yes, and then we've had Rafiul Saman, who bowls left arm orthodox. And then we've got Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, who bowls left arm as well. Zakaria Islam Shanto can
I was talking about
also
that.
bowl medium pace.
Medium pace, right.
Shihab James is a right arm leg spinner. If he is brought in, then he can bowl. Ariful Islam is a right arm off spinner. Rizwan Chaudhary, right arm medium pacer. So there is another option for off spin, there is another option for leg spin, and there are options for medium pace as well. So as I was saying, the Bangladesh cricket team, the 11 that they have set up, they've got around 6 to 7 bowling options that they can easily utilize in this match moving forward. So the captain Ahrar, he's got options available and he can definitely tinker with them if he feels the need to, but so far so good by the spinners, and I don't think he will think about it because Rabbi and Rafi have been bowling very well in tandem.
Exactly, and they have also just utilizing their overs and impacting a good one into the match. Like 4 overs have been gone, and they will be definitely a key side to watch by the opponents. So definitely the leg spinner, the leg spinning option, Shihab James. I would love to see Shihab James in action, and I would also love to see him bowling regularly on regular basis. Apart from his batting, we genuinely and desperately do need of young leg spinners, and as well as the batting all-rounders who could bowl a bit of leg spin, a bit of quality leg spin. And like Rashid Khan has been doing so far so good for Afghanistan national side, I would really love to see James coming back in. Ariful Islam, the man with the bat, earlier today has come up with his bowling. The vice captain, the right arm off spinning option from R. Amin, the skipper of Bangladesh, introduced his trump card, I guess. First ball, hint of turn from the very beginning. A dot to start on Tigger, a front foot defense, now a cross-footed drive towards that cover region, short cover. And that's the merit of David Tigger. Watching the ball till the very last moment, using his footworks very carefully, changing his front foot and back foot wisely by the merit of the ball. Down the track, about action, I have to say, from Tigger also, going onto the line of the ball till the very last moment, from his stance from open one to a premeditated one. And Richard Seltsuane partnering him nicely with those singles and doubles and all over the ground, with those sudden shots, sudden big hits around the park. So definitely Ariful Islam will be eyeing to tease these batters to play up front and try to have something out of the pitch with those sharp turns. Discussing over that, it's another 81 for 2, South Africa under 19. Had a change in bowling in one side, but with the other side, definitely the regular one, Rabbi, will be continuing. So Rafiuz Zaman has been rested from one side. Armour delivery, straightener it was for the batter Richard Seltsuane. Went on back foot. I think 85 or 80% of his shots came from his back foot. He loves to play that. He loves to let the bowler charge himself, but that's another dimension of him, to get rid of those bowlers, those spinners, those slow bowlers, to get rid of. On the other hand, David Tigger has a stance of likings like Maxwell, the open stance. Look at the stance again. Brilliantly fielded it is. A one-hand dive and just got the ball back to the bowler, very much attacking way. Again, cross-footed defense from David Tigger. 18 gone, 83 for 2, South Africa under 19.
Hello.
19th over starting on. Ariful Islam nearly got a wicket, had an edge. A back foot drive by the batter. Another run's been taken. Driven nicely towards that position for another single. So 3 singles in a row. A bit away action from the umpire from Ariful Islam. Have a rhythm and an upper hand to spin the ball, to follow through the ball to the batter. Let's see again. This time again a sharp turn. It was coming inside. For that reason, Richard Swane went on back foot and guided the ball towards point with a bit uppish. Flighted delivery again. Straight drive, the safest one. Only a single been taken in the last ball. 19 gone, 88, beg your pardon, for 2. Twentieth over starting on. 88 on board. South Africa moving on nicely. Drifted down on his leg, and as I and Shanur were talking about bowling options and bringing back some more slow bowlers like Rafi and Rabbi, but still not that much spinning option from here. But right arm medium pacer Rizwan Chaudhary has joined the party. Back of a delivery down to leg and guided nicely through that mid-on region for a single. Back of a delivery, no ball signaled by the umpire. It's been pulled brilliantly towards that backward square leg region. Umpire is waiting for the signal, and yes, it's a 6. Clearing that boundary line for a huge one. No ball being called. Rizwan started not that much well It's a free hit for David Tigger. Again, open stance. Have the feet a bit high, a calypso style.
Wow, fantastic batting right now by the South African under-19 team captain, David Tigger. And he's really looking to make sure that his team stay ahead in this match. South Africa are fighting back, and it's really anyone's game from here on in. Building a partnership with Richard Selitswane. Rizwan, he's just been hit for a 6 and also no ball, so 45-run partnership from 65 deliveries. South Africa edging closer to that 100-run mark. This one, this time steaming in. And David Tigger, he wanted to play a golf shot right there. He wanted to tee it outside the ground. Unfortunately, didn't get any connection on this occasion. Once again, Rizwan back in, and this time it creeps a bit low. Tigger went to the back foot and then eventually realized that it didn't bounce as much and just nudged it forward. So another single, 8 runs off the over so far. 46-run partnership from 67 deliveries. But I don't think Bangladesh under-19 bowlers will really mind because they've got plenty of runs left to play with. Once again, it's a good-looking shot, but it's straight to the fielder. This time it's by Richard Selitswane. Hits it to short cover. Both these batters very technically proper. You look at them and they've got a really compact technique, the way they've dealt with pace and spin so far. Once again, but the fielding has been very good from the Bangladeshis. They haven't let any easy runs. And that ends another over. 20 overs gone, 97 for 2 for South Africa under 19. As you can see once again at the Abu Nasser Stadium in Khulna, that there are a few clouds on top, but none of them look any threatening for rain. I don't think that will come anytime soon. I hope I haven't jinxed it by saying that. But it looks quite beautiful. It's a really nice. After his first over, we're gonna see some spin once again. And it's jersey number 42, Ariful Islam, the vice captain. He comes on. It's a right arm off spin. So we've seen left arm off spin, and now we're seeing right arm off spin for the vice captain, Ariful Islam. The first ball was good, and the second one is on a similar line and similar length. So no damage done yet, but the pressure will build. Every single dot ball, there will be pressure building. And this time Tigger gets it away and towards the long off region, where it'll be another run. He's content right now with singles. He's hit a boundary in the last over and moved closer to his 50. And this is a key partnership, you feel. Richard and Tigger. Fantastic delivery, and the umpire raises his finger. It goes straight on, and it would have hit the stumps according to the umpire. Richard Selitswane has his arms on his hips, and I don't think he's happy with that decision, but he has to go nonetheless. And David Teager, he's also walking towards his teammates who are bringing out some drinks. It is very hot and humid. So Richard Selitswane, he is out. South Africa lose their third wicket. He's gone after scoring 24 from 37. Ariful Islam, he was crucial for Bangladesh with the bat, and now with the ball in his very first over, he gets the breakthrough. So left arm off spin, as soon as it came on, it did the trick, and now right arm off spin, it gets the breakthrough as well. The umpire, he raised his finger to that last delivery. There was no doubt about it being on line. Perhaps there could be a question about height, but you have to respect the umpire's call. And what a celebration by Ariful. Juwan James is the new batter in. And this will be a big blow for South Africa under 19 as Bangladesh keep on getting wickets at regular intervals. As we can see on the rooftop, some of the parents and brothers of the Proteas under 19 team up there on the roof watching the cricket. Some of the parents have their lucky spots in the stadium where they're sitting, even though there is no air conditioning in some of those rooms, or not even fans, but they are gutsing it out in the heat. They want to see their kids do well. And those we just saw a while ago, they're the parents of Ollie Whitehead and the brother of Ollie Whitehead as well. And once again, Ariful, he continues. A fantastic first over from him. Everything has been on the money, and he's looked to aim at the stumps all the time. So 2 more dot balls, just the 1 run, and that's the over. So after 21 overs, South Africa under 19 are 98 for 3. I have to remind you that Bangladesh under 19 won the toss and chose to bat first. And after that, they put on a big total.
"21 gone, it's 98 for 3. At this moment, South Africa under 19, Tiger, the skipper, is on their 47 of 61, and Juwan James just got arrived after the fall of third one for South Africa. Selitswane was playing nicely. Rafi will be bowling on. It seems plumb hadn't been given by the umpire. What a bowling. It was a sharp turn delivery from Rafi, the dream one for any sort of spinners. Brilliantly bowled. Look at the ball. Just turned. I think just had an impact from the off stump line and could have just missed the off stump. Tiger very much aware of that ball. armor delivery, flighted one, and as an immediate reaction, Juan James just got carried away and could have been gone. Didn't deliver the loosed one. Again down the track, it could have been gone if he just went off for the run. But timely got back to the crease. A dot to finish again. 22 gone. It's 100 for 3, South Africa under 19. Two leg buys followed by 5 dots. Brilliant over from Rafi. Sticked onto his course, sticked onto his strategy perfectly. Mixed up with his line and length, followed the batter timely so that Tiger just couldn't open that much to play shots. Few attempted shots got into vain. A back foot cut by Juan James. No protection over there. It's running on, and yes, got past to the fielder for a boundary. After so while, it's a welcoming one for South Africa under 19. What a shot, back foot cut at its best. And Juan James finally just got off to the score with the boundary. Lofted on drive, flick up the wrist, used his wrist brilliantly, running towards the cow corner region as well the fielders, and finally restricted Juan James for only a couple. Crowd is trying to gather up in numbers. We have already seen few galleries been filled up, and both of these, it's a new sign for this under 19 team, because here in Asia you will definitely feel you are playing a pressure match, whatever the match is. Straight drive from Juan James, but no runs been scored. Long handle batting stance from James. Like to play big, like to hit big. For that reason, his handle of the bats being gapped nicely in between. Hold that bat in long handle gives you a good advantage of hitting big shots, definitely. 106 on board.
And a partnership of 8 runs from 11 deliveries. Juan James once again on strike. This time it's the back of a length ball, driven straight to the bowler. It's another dot ball. And in the last few overs, the run rates really decreased because of the third wicket, where Richard Selitswane, he lost his wicket, and it's because of this man Ariful, who's bowling stump to stump. And another dot ball here. What he's done is he's given the bowling attack a bit of variety. We've had 2 left arm off spinners, but this right arm off spin of Ariful has caused some problems for the South African under 19 team batters. Another single off the last ball, driven well. And after 23 overs, South Africa under 19 are 107 for 3.
So these are the variations, Shahnu, we were talking about. The right arm off spin option from as a right arm medium pacer, but couldn't just get enough bowling. Went a bit costly. So now he could just introduce the right arm leg spin option as Shihab James, who could bring back for just
Last 2 wickets, we talked about Rafi having a very similar action. For being the player of the tournament. So David Teager right now is running out of partners. Juan James is gone. Couldn't form a big partnership here. And Teager's been stranded here in the 40s, 47 of 67. He's also had to slow down a bit. Bangladeshi players, they're getting themselves hydrated. It is difficult conditions, and perhaps that's why the batters are finding it difficult. Some of these South African under-19 team boys have never played in this heat, and I think that's doing a lot of damage to them. Devon Marai is the new batter in, so from what I understand, these are both aggressive batters, so how they can bat aggressively in conditions that are alien to them in certain ways is what remains to be seen.
Absolutely, and Dwayne Marais as well as Juan James, the two aggressive and effective, impactful fielders in the first innings of Bangladeshi batting. Brilliantly fielded, but Juan James, I think, cut out very quickly for his aggressive action of batting. Definitely long-handed batting. I was talking about that. It was a bit easy for the against pacers, but against spinners at the very beginning, if you want to just go along with his hitting zones, it could be very much devastating for you, and that happened with Juan James. He just carried away and just gave away his wicket. What a Yorker lane delivery. Straight back, a quicker armour it was, and James had no clue of whatsoever the ball was turning away or turning in. Brilliantly bowled. Junior Rafiq, we could say.
Yeah, Bangladesh under-19 on top of things right now. This time it's cut away by Devon Marai. Gets off the mark. And singles won't really harm or hurt the Bangladesh under-19 team at this moment. South Africa needs to form a big partnership and also score quickly, so lots of pressure on them moving forward. They're falling away a bit. 2 quick wickets, that of Selit Swane and then Juan James. And now it remains to be seen how David Teager can move his team forward. He's on 47. He cuts it but doesn't find the gap, so pressure is building. And
Yes.
Ariful has come in and he's done a job, and then Rafi has come back and he's also done a job. So the spinners in tandem, they will bowl at least the 30 overs, and that's where the game will be won or lost.
Yes, after 7th or 8th over, we didn't see any pace attack from here, and so far only a medium pacer from Rizwan, though he had been that optional bowling for Bangladesh, but till then no pacers been introduced, and it's been timely in this condition if you want to just win these matches from here on. A back foot punch from Marais, another single been taken. So I was talking about James Shihab with the leg spin option, but I think we didn't just need to go far with bowling from here on, because 4th down South Africa, they are a bit mentally down or mentally set back with this kind of situation where the ball is turning or where the ball is going. You don't have any calculations or any options to go to how to just get along with this situation of having a partnership, having a healthy partnership, and just build your innings phase by phase, as Bangladesh did it perfectly in their innings.
Yeah, currently the temperature in Khulna is 32 degrees Celsius, but it feels like it's 41. So for those South African under-19 team boys, it feels like it's 41 degrees because of the humidity.
It's feel like they're in Mars.
So it's definitely very difficult for them. And I think the conditions are playing a big part in the way that they're performing. This time down the track, David Teager plays it nicely along the ground. One more run. But like I said, the singles really won't hurt the Bangladeshi spinners. And what South Africa under 19 need to try and do is resist the urge to do anything silly against the spinners.
Absolutely.
Hold on until the pacers are back and then go for it.
Just go along with those singles and
And
doubles
that's a
every
great
time.
shot. That's a great shot. That's going towards the boundary. Eventually it's cut off. But 2 more runs at it. And that's off the bat of Devon Marai, who's played a good looking shot against the spin. If they can use their feet and their wrists well, they can deal with the spin.
Absolutely, the perfect footwork, like Tiger, definitely. It's another gentle push towards that close in sides. Again, a single been taken. So this has been for the Tiger show so far in the South African batting lineup, and they are heavily relied upon him with playing those spinning actions or spinning balls all over them.
Yeah, you get the feeling if Tiger can score a century from here on in, then South Africa will.
No, but what about the other
game with a
batsmen?
shout. The other batters, I'm not sure if they can get in and settle down, or whether they will have enough time, because you can see that we're into the middle part of the innings already, and South Africa don't have too many batters left after this. So they have
Absolutely.
to make sure that this partnership, and Tiger especially does a good job. And now that's his 50. It's
halfway
coming-
away.
Exactly. So he's halfway away from there. So he needs to carry on and score a big one from here on in if he can make this start count. But definitely it'll be very tough on him because the conditions are not easy.
অবশ্যই বলতেই হচ্ছে যে ইয়েস তারা ফ্লোয়ের সাথে যাচ্ছে না ডেফিনেটলি টিগার বাদে অন্য সবাই কিন্তু একটু হলেও পিছিয়ে পড়েছে শাহানুর, যেটা বলছিলাম আমরা কম বক্সে। সো ডেফিনেটলি ইটস আ হেক অফ আ জব রাইট ফ্রম হিয়ার। 25 ওভার শেষ, আমরা বলছিলাম যে হাফ অফ দ্য মার্কে সাউথ আফ্রিকা কিন্তু আছে এই মুহূর্তে 114 4 উইকেটে। সো ডেফিনেটলি বাকি 6টা উইকেটে খুব একটা বেশি হেল্প হবে না যদি না পার্টনারশিপ বিল্ড হয়। আমরা বারবার বলছিলাম ইটস আ গেম অফ আ পার্টনারশিপ ডেফিনেটলি। সো ওই রকম কিন্তু কোনো পার্টনারশিপই গ্রো হয়নি।
Yeah, but what they need to do is from here on in, 150 odd, if they can get till the 30th over, then they have a chance. The required run rate will be around 6.5 in the last 20 overs, and that's when they can really try and up the ante.
অ্যাবসলিউটলি। সো এই পর্যন্ত টিগারই কিন্তু তাদের পুরো ব্যাটিংয়ের একমাত্র ভরসা বলতে পারি, বা ট্রেডমার্ক অফ সাউথ আফ্রিকান ব্যাটিং। 50 অলরেডি অর্ধশতক হয়ে গেছে তার এখান থেকে। সো এখান থেকে যদি ইনিংসটা একটু ক্যারি অন করা যায় তাহলে কিন্তু একটা বড় স্কোরের দিকে সাউথ আফ্রিকা যাবে, এবং সেই বড় স্কোরটা ডেফিনেটলি 269 দে আর আইং অন। যেটা বলছিলাম যে 51 রান হয়ে গেছে 75 বলে এই মুহূর্তে টিগারের, এবং ডেওয়ান রাইস মাত্রই কিন্তু ক্রিজে আসলেন, 4টি বল খেলে 4টি রান, ফ্ল্যাটের ডেলিভারি, কুইকার ওয়ান। রাফি ব্যাটসম্যানদের পরীক্ষা নিচ্ছেন ডেফিনেটলি, এবং ব্যাটসম্যান বলতে কিন্তু ডেভিড টিগার শুধু নয়, ডেভিড টিগারের পাশাপাশি ডেওয়ান মারাইস যিনি মাত্রই নেমেছেন তারও পরীক্ষা নিচ্ছেন। ব্যাকফুটে কাট করেছেন কোনো মতে মারাইস, বলতেই হচ্ছে একটু ওয়েট করতে গিয়েছিলেন, বাট ব্যাকফুটে দেখলেন যে বলটা ড্রিফট করে অনেক দ্রুত আসছে। আবারও কিন্তু একটু দ্রুত গতিময় একটা আর্মার ডেলিভারি দিয়েছেন ফুলার লেন্থে। ব্রিলিয়ান্টলি বোলিং রাফি, বলতেই হচ্ছে getting up to the mark right from here. 6.3 overs, 20 runs. Again, it's a straightener onto that leg stump line. Marais went on to the back foot again. যেটা বলছিলাম যে ব্যাটারকে ফলো করা এবং ফলো করে শট নেগোশিয়েট করাটা কিন্তু, তাকে শট থেকে বিরত রাখাটাই কিন্তু একটা সফল বোলারের লক্ষণ, বা ইফেক্টিভ বোলার, কার্যকর বোলার আমরা যাকে বলি তার লক্ষণ। সেই কাজটাই করে চলেছেন রাফি। একটু লুপি ডেলিভারি দিচ্ছেন, একটু ফ্লাইট দিচ্ছেন, স্পেশালি মারাইসকে, যেহেতু মাত্রই ক্রিজে এসেছেন, তিনি ক্রিজে এসেই চাইবেন শট খেলতে, আক্রমণাত্মক যেহেতু। ড্রাইভ করেছিলেন, অন অফ ড্রাইভ, মিড অফে একটা ফাম্বল, একটু স্লপি ফিল্ডিং হয়ে গেছে মিড অফে, সেই সুযোগে একটি রান নিয়ে জায়গাটা পরিবর্তন করেছেন দুজন ব্যাটার। 116 উইকেট হারিয়ে সাউথ আফ্রিকা আন্ডার 19 সংগ্রহ 26 ওভার শেষে। It's been a tough job for the Africans, both to tackle the bowlers and to tackle the weather, Shanur.
Yeah, I think that's been a very difficult situation for them. They aren't used to this sort of heat, and I think that'll play a big part as the series moves forward, as I've said previously, because the next match is just a day away from here.
And the fourth one is in Rajshahi.
Yeah, so Rajshahi might be even hotter than this. Once again, another good length delivery and very well fielded by the captain, Arar Amin. Didn't allow the ball to go past him, or else there would have been a single available. 117 is the total after 26 overs. This time he goes down the track, finds the gap, and one bounce. It goes for a boundary. So a pressure releasing shot there by David Teager against the spin. This is the first time we've seen some aggression from Teager.
What a shot. Upish cover drive at its best. উইকেট ছেড়ে বেরিয়ে এসেছিলেন এবং উইকেট ছেড়ে বেরিয়ে এসেই কিন্তু কাভারের উপর দিয়ে দুর্দান্ত একটা শটে 4টি রান আদায় করেছেন। Brilliant shot it is, and the attacking behavior or approach from Rabbi clearly been seen, and the umpire also warned him that you can't throw the ball closer to the batter. একদম ব্যাটারের গা ঘেঁষে কিন্তু থ্রোটা করতে পারেন না, সেই রকম একটা সংকেত কিন্তু দিয়েছেন অলরেডি অনফিল্ড আম্পায়ার। সোজাসুজি একটা আরমার ছিল, এবারে কিন্তু তুলে মেরেছেন সুইপ শটটা, হাওয়ায় ভাসছে খানিকটা, যদিও ভাসতে ভাসতে গেছে সেই স্কোয়ার লেগ রিজিয়নের দিকে। একটু বেন্ড করে তারপরেই কিন্তু সুইপ শটটা খেলেছিলেন এখানে ব্যাটার, বাট লাক ফেভার করেছিল যে আপিস শটটা সেই স্কোয়ার লেগ ফিল্ডার পর্যন্ত পৌঁছায়নি। টিগার অ্যাগেইন, he has to play with his luck also. Down the leg again a dot, whereas Tiger is playing up with good strikes. On the other hand, Devon Marais doesn't have any clue of how to tackle the spinners, and it seems like he needs more time to settle down. Another dot to finish, 27 gone. 1-2-2 for 4.
So Rabbi with another really good over, and the spinners have done the trick for Bangladesh. Rabbi, one of them, and of course we saw Ariful. He got the wicket. He got the breakthrough just a while ago. Took the wicket of Selit Swane, and also we have to talk about Rafi, who came in and he also did a job. And the pacers, Borshon and Imon, they started off really well, but yet after their third over, they got tired because of these conditions. And it's hot right now, as you can see that the sky is pretty clear, and there is very little chance of any rain anytime soon, hopefully. Hopefully after the match we'll get some rain.
Definitely. Just going back to home. It would be nice of having some rain, some showers, but not now. Actually, Khulna is very much famous for those passing showers, sudden showers, and it seemed very much gloomy in the first one day, and also on the reserve day also.
We're going to get some leg spin. James.
Yes, you were talking about that, the leg spin option, Shihab James.
So this is going to be interesting. I'm intrigued to see how he bowls. And the first delivery is played on the offside by David Teager. No run.
Yes, I am very much impressed with the captaincy of Arar Amin, right? What do you want to say? Because he's just taking risks, he's just switching bowlers by the demand of the situation, by the mode of the batters, and he's mixing up his bowling option also. He's bringing up a leg spin option, though it's not that much regular. It's an occasional option for him, Shihab James, but he just doesn't seem like to get rid of those conventional type of thinking, like I have to have those left arm orthodox spinner continuing on, or have to have those medium pacers, but why not trying my another option, my occasional option? We have seen it in international circuit many times, like Joe Root, Stephen Smith also.
Yeah, interestingly, Stephen Smith started off as a leg spin bowler, and then
True.
he converted into the gargantuan batter he is today. And now this time it's been a short delivery which has been dealt with by Devon Marais, and he's hit it all the way through deep mid wicket for 6. His first 6, and yeah, like you were saying that there is a bit of a risk in involving your leg spinner. But what happens is you
Absolutely.
see that when a leg spinner bowls, or when a part-time spinner comes on, or a part-time bowler comes on, the batters will take you on, and that can also lead to another wicket. So the captain, like you said, he's thinking a bit proactively. He's trying to bring his bowling options into play, and it's just the 1 over. It's not really going to hurt Bangladesh because they're ahead in this match by a big margin. So there needs to be a big partnership for that to change anytime soon. Once again, Devon Marais playing the cut shot and playing it pretty hard along the surface towards deep point for another run. So 130 for 4, South Africa, after 27.5 overs.
Exactly, the last one, that much close it was. It's been a flipper onto that leg and middle stump line, and Marais had no clue whatsoever. Tried that cut shot, a bit lower that was, so he was very lucky. Ended up with the dot. 8 runs been given, not that much hurtful, I guess.
Yeah,
Shihab James.
I don't think it's going to really bother the Bangladeshis too much, the under-19 team. They've posted a
Absolutely.
big total, and the South African team, they need to find a way to score a big partnership from here on in. If they can get like around 200 for 4, around the 40 over mark, then you'd say that they're in with a good shot of winning this match, or it's a 50-50 situation, because we don't know how much they can chase under pressure. Like when the required rate is at 7, and even for the last 10 overs, there's going to be pressure, and we don't know for sure if they have the experience to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is absolutely a new condition, rigorously, and they are not that even habituated of playing in these conditions. So you need to be very much accurate or regular of playing your general natural cricket, definitely. So he brought back Borshan, the genuine fast bowler. 1 wicket for him, very economical. So this has been so far from R.R. Amin, Shanur, I must say, because he is switching his bowlers. He's not getting his bowlers tired, not any tired legs over there. He is switching his bowlers according to the batters, according to the approach of the batters, and as well, Devon Marais is playing the spinner well, the leg spinner well, actually, and David Tager, who has been gets set very much concisely. So he needs to have someone bring back who could just bring a change in the bowling department. And from that pacer, I guess, he has done the right thing.
Yeah, Borshan, this time it's been cut away. It finds the gap, but there is a fielder at the deep, and the second run is taken very quickly. Good running between the wickets there by Tiger and Marais. They make sure that they get to and keep the scoreboard ticking along, because the first 2 deliveries, it went for dots. As you can see, the crowd is here, but they're all under the shade because it's very hot and they know that being out in the sun is not easy. Even under the shade, I would say that it's difficult conditions. Once again,
Few parts, I guess, under the sun.
exactly. You can see the lines and lengths that Borshan is trying to bowl, just stump to stump, and making sure the batters don't have too much room to play any of their shots. And Tiger and Marais, they're going to have to be very selective with how they bat. Borshan He's been very economical, 4.4 overs, just the 14 runs. He also took the wicket initially of Luhandre Pretorius, and now he's recharged and looking good for more overs. So a good call by the captain RR Amin, but now, just as I say it, it's a short delivery and Dewan Marai, he picks it up early and dispatches it over the backward square leg region for another boundary. It just flew past the fielder that was there. He was stationed just a bit in front of the position of where the ball went. It went a bit backward square and he was positioned in a square leg region. There is a deep square leg, there is a deep fine leg as well. There is protection there, but it went just in between those two fielders, and goes to show that this Dewan Marai, he has quite a bit of power in his game.
Exactly, the tactic was there for Borshon, length delivery coming into the bat of Dewan Marais, and he flicked it nicely, a gentle flick towards backward square leg region for a single to finish things off. Brilliant running between the wickets.
That's a double. That's not a single. That's a double. That's
Yes,
fantastic
double.
running between the wickets, and the way he ran the second delivery, he
And
flew
he
across.
converted that single into double. That's the most key part.
He ran across because it took him like a split second to go across from one run to the next one. And the other partner, David Teager, he obviously has been in the crease for a longer time, for 83 deliveries, and for, I'm pretty sure, over an hour and a half. So under those conditions, he's not going to run as fast, but Devon Marai is probably going to test it. So the throw needed to come in the non-strikers and for this to have been a run out, or for them to be with a chance of getting a run out. So anyways, 29 overs are done, 138 for 4 for the South African under-19 team. The last over brought 8 runs, so not a bad over for them, but they need to continue at this rate for at least the next 10-15 overs without losing a wicket if they want to be in this match at the latter stages, because still at this moment Bangladesh are way ahead.
Absolutely, and I have some feelings for Borshon also, because he was not negotiating with his pace, and that's the key part when you are attacking your opponents and the opponents are just starting to get flourish, and your skipper has told you to get some wickets frequently in frequent basis, so you have to be on your best to deliver, and that was Borshon doing. Ariful Islam again been brought up with his off spin. A bit flying action from Ariful Islam. Just got carried away. Just couldn't deliver the first delivery. So he will be just going back for the first one. A bit crisscrossed, lofted cover drive, high up in the air, a bit uppish, but it won't go past that boundary line. A double been taken. He saw the batter, he saw David Teager up on his knees and was trying to clear that deep extra cover region. For that, he bowled a shorter one. A length delivery brilliantly stopped. A potential boundary, I must say. Good fielding. Only a single been taken, so that's the part Shanur was talking about, that if you don't have anything to go up, go with the attack, and Dewan Marais is doing the perfect thing. And now, right at the moment, David Teager needs to just stick his role, what role he should be in, whether he should go big or just should give Dewan Marais a bit of chance to go big, and in between he could rest also of his tired legs. Ariful just setting up the fielding positions. Guided nicely towards the square leg fielder. Grounded shot. And it's very much surprising. A good tactic, definitely, because he's just keeping those fielders onto the leg side. Not that much protection over that off, and that's been nicely put up. What a shot, down on his knees again, and swept it nicely towards that backward square leg boundary line for a boundary. The fielder was there at the shorter backward square leg region, but he got past the ball just aside of him. Made his room very much clear and just delivered it to that final position. Again, he's playing with the mind of the bowler. Swept it nice again. Back-to-back boundaries for David Tigger. I was talking about his roles. I was talking about his tire legs, but yet he's shown something different, something aggressive from his batting. Back-to-back boundaries to the end of 30th. 150 on board for South Africa under 19 for the loss of 4. Partnership is building up, and যেটা বলছিলাম যে এই পার্টনারশিপগুলো কিন্তু একটু একটু করে বিপদের কারণ হলেও হতে পারে লাস্টের দিকে গিয়ে, যখন সাউথ আফ্রিকা একটু স্লগ করতে চাইবে, শেষ 20টি ওভারের খেলা বাকি আছে আর and that's the stat. 43 runs partnership within just 41 balls, Shanur.
Yeah, but they need to continue this because required run rate is still hovering around 6 and there above, and right now it's 5.95, but you know, 1 or 2 overs where the runs don't come in and things will become very difficult for the South African under 19 team, so they've got a long way to go. We're at, I would say, the halfway mark, because you generally tend to double your score from the 30 over mark in ODI cricket, but they need wickets in hand. They need this partnership to build on for longer. And now a bit of a mix-up. There was a chance of a run out there, and lucky for David Tigger that Devan Marai and Tigger, they eventually sorted things out and
Nearly a
didn't
played
go
on.
for that.
Nearly a played on there for Tigger.
Yeah, that too. And overall, I would have to say that he survived on both accounts. So just the dot ball, Borshon, he bowled well initially, and in his second spell as well, he's not done badly. This time it's a slower delivery, and it was juicy for it to be hit through the covers. David Tigger missed out on this occasion. He didn't expect it to come back in. There was a bit of late swing which eventually made him miss it. He's on 69 from 90 deliveries, and as we can see, there are some really nice positions from where our camera crew are working tirelessly, so we have to thank them. And
Definitely no
thanks
AC,
to,
no air condition.
yeah, absolutely, and thanks to them, and thanks to the BCB for this wonderful production. This time it's been lofted over and it's gone all the way through extra cover. David Tigger with a fantastic 6. Brilliant shot, one of the shots of the match. He just timed it. There was a bit of power there, and against Borshon's half volley, he dealt with it perfectly. The previous ball he missed out, but this time he made sure that he got enough connection, and there was no one there at the deep, and it went all the way.
He got just up front from his crease and showed Borshon that he could go big. So immediately after that, Borshon might have been thinking for another slower, but immediately after that, he just got into a pacey one. A huge appeal from the bowler and from the spectators. Definitely, but both were turned down, and the ball, I think, went on to the leg stump of the batter, David Tigger. What an innings he has been playing so far. 75 of 92, handling the pressure, handling the weather, and handling the bowlers pretty well. Yes, it could have been way past of that leg stump line. Borshon is coming up with the last ball of the over.
Tigger goes for the single, needs to be fast. The direct hit is there. The umpire raises his finger, and he has to go. Fantastic bit of fielding there from Bangladesh to get rid of the South African captain. What a throw there. There was always going to be a risk.
Agony.
David Tiger.
Agony for David Tiger, Shanur.
He's out for 75 from 92 deliveries. Bangladesh right back in this, right on top of things. South Africa lose their biggest wicket so far, 157 for 5. And as we look at the replay once again, look at it, Tiger, he nudges it on the offside, and there is the fielder. He has to charge him, and he just, it was a tight decision, and he just missed it. I think he just failed to make his ground, and the umpire, there are no third umpires here, so he had to make the decision, and he was in a good position to make that decision, and it was given as out. So as we can see, David Tiger, he has to go, and once again, yep, he was just a few inches short. Needed to put on the dive to really get there, and I said that 100 for Tiger would be vital for South
Very
Africa
much.
here. Now it's even tougher. They need 120 odd runs from here on in.
But at the same time, it's good captaincy from RR. I have to say, RR Amin just saw that Tiger was eager to take the single, and he just brought his close-in fielders very much close in. The short cover was there, and the short cover fielder just gathered the ball and bullseye at the non-striking end, the right end to hit. Again, we are seeing the replay. The short cover fielder just running through, and what a throw from there. He was very much near to the non-striking end, and he was absolutely thinking of getting only the wicket of Tiger, because Tiger was very much interested for that single, and as he was in groove, he was trying to get that strike in the next over to go big.
All right, so we're into the lower middle order of the South African under-19 team batting with Marai Pillai, and after that there is going to be one more, I believe, that can bat well. It's probably, we're talking about Ollie Whitehead. So that's the batting that remains, and they need to score over 100 runs for the South Africans. It will be a challenge from here on in. So even though this over went for 7 runs, the run out changes everything. And it's spin back on, and it's the captain, RR Amin, he comes on. It's a fuller length, almost a full toss delivery, dealt with nicely by Devan Marai, 1 run. So it'll be interesting if RR can get another wicket, or whether this backfires and Pillai, the new batter, he gets set. 158 for 5 after 31.1 overs. Pillai, yeah, the appeal goes up. Bangladesh's players appeal, but the umpire is unmoved.
Yeah, the players, spectators all along, a huge appeal from both ends. So I have to feel for the umpire, Shahanur, because he had to think very much cunningly and very much clearly to see that whether it just got hit onto the bat. Again, similar kind of deliveries, the copy-paste delivery from the bowler. Ahar Amin, the skipper, comes himself to get the wicket of Pillai. It's a mind game again. The left-arm orthodox spinner all along. Again, the flighted delivery, fuller length, and Pillai with his first run. Not that much good outing with the ball in hand for Romashan Pillai. So definitely he will be eyeing on at least get a partnership with Devan Marai to get closer of the target.
Once again, it's driven, and it'll be 1. No, they're running for the second one, and eventually they make their ground. We've already seen a run out. It was a tight call by the umpire, that has to be said. It took us a few replays to just check if he was in or out, but the umpire decided to give it out, and replays also suggested that the captain of South Africa was out just by a few inches.
And yes, Tiger also knew that. He was just an inches short.
Yeah, he
Shanur.
knew he needed to put on a dive there. If he put a dive in, probably would have been saved. Once again, RR maintaining that fuller length channel, almost trying to york the batter, and a good over, just the 3 runs off it. And that's what happens as soon as a wicket falls. the runs dry up and South Africa have all the work left to do. Still need over 100 runs and they have only 5 wickets left. It's going to be a very tight match.
Exactly, the straightener again from Ahrar. The straight arm on delivery, it was onto that fuller length delivery, the fuller length zone, and he has been also very much scrutinized with his bowling exactly onto the stump to stump line ball, and it's the ideal condition to bring back Iqbal Imon, who just got a bit costly, 38 runs of his 4 overs, and it might not be that much tough to guess that Pillay will definitely try to rotate the strike more to Dewan Marais, and Dewan Marais will be keeping the strike more to carry on this batting, to carry on this score, both taking a bit with those long hops and long shots, as he is the only hope, I guess, in this lineup, Dewan Marais. So Pillay just might have advised to get around with those singles and doubles. So Iqbal in his second spell, back of full delivery, started off where he left and guided very much nicely by Pillay towards that deep back 1 point region for a single. So single to start on, 162 for 5, South Africa under 19. So it will be a very much interesting one, how Dewan Marais will go on from here, Shahnur. Will he go up front? Will he go big? Or he will just get around with those singles and doubles with Pillay?
Well, it depends on the bowler against Iqbal. Iqbal has been a bit expensive today, so let's see if they continue. It's been driven very well, and it goes to the fielder though, who's at the deep point region, so not more than a single here. 165 currently in the 33rd over with the loss of 5 wickets. So the captain, you could say he's done his job just about. Would have been happier with 100, I guess, but now they need someone else to step up and continue, along with Pillay and Marais, and maybe a few runs from Whitehead here and there. But that's what they need, 100 odd runs, and this time it's a wide. So one thing that we have to say with the Bangladesh batting innings is that they haven't faced all these good deliveries that we're seeing right now. There were a lot of wides, there were a lot of loose deliveries at times from the South Africans, especially during the end part. Bangladesh's bowlers, they've been much better. They've been very good with their lines and lengths, and rarely has there been a bad delivery or a wide one. So the South African under-19 team boys, they've had to work hard for every single run just about, and the shots that they've played some really good shots as well, have come off of honestly a lot of good deliveries that the Bangladeshi bowlers have bowled.
Yeah, you are talking about line and lengths, but I also do focus on how much coordinative they were. They had the coordination with their fielders and the skippers also every time, and they were just reading the minds of the batters. They were impacting their minds. You have to say that, because every time a partnership been growing up and up, they were there with their cunning bowling to break that up, and that's been the key feature of Bangladesh bowling lineup. Another dot. And especially with Iqbal Imon, because he is still struggling with his line and length, and these struggles might not be that much impactful as South African wickets have been tumbling down. Again, it's being just carried on to that third man region for a single, so singles won't hurt Bangladesh's cause of winning this match, Shahnur.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. So that's what's happening right now. And I think, especially against Imon, if South Africa can't get him away, then it'll be advantage for the Bangladesh under-19 side. Once again, There is a chance of a run out once again, and this time the direct hit isn't there.
They are throwing, Shanur, they are throwing everything. Right.
At the non-strikers and Pillai, he ran halfway across the pitch almost and then eventually got back. And now his batting partner, Devan Marais, is having a word with him before drinks. These two batters are new, but they need to form a partnership for South Africa to be in this match. Try and get the score past 200, 210, 20. If they can get there, then they'll feel like they can bat on till the end and try and win it at the death. But I think we're in for a very tight match if they can form a partnership here, or else Bangladesh will run away with it if a partnership isn't built here.
Rightly so, Shanur. And you can see the drone view of Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium, Khulna. Has been a beautiful venue to have a cricket match and to have an international team, South Africa under-19 team, to host. And as you know, Bangladesh is very much known for its hospitality. So you could go around anywhere Bangladesh, you could find the warm hospitality of Bangladesh people, and that's been the USP of Bangladesh and as well as the Bangladesh cricket. So huge shout out for Bangladesh.
and they need a bit less than 100 runs. This over, they've taken 7 runs, 176 for 5. So the required rate is there and there about 6. And as we can see, Imon Iqbal into his 6th over, played late, and once again another run. This over he'll feel a little unlucky for that boundary that he conceded, because that could have been a catch.
Yes, apparently. But still, so far so good for Bangladesh in the field. They have tried everything, they are giving away everything. And here's a close look of the production team of ours, the Cloud Live, and definitely doing an amazing work. Lots of cameras, lots of angles from the drone shot, definitely, and from the basic of scoreboards and everything. The scoring have been top-notch so far, so you have to give credit to these crews. You're expecting some quality production later on from them, and it's for the welfare of the country's cricket. Cut it nicely, but couldn't just hold that cut shot properly. Dewan Marais. Aharar will be continuing on his 3rd over in a row, so he's just backing up, I think, Rafiuzaman and Rabbi for later on, along with Borshon. Again outside off, back foot cut, but for that sharp turn, the late turn from Aharar Amin, didn't let Dewan Marais to get over that extra cover region fielder for a boundary, or at least for a couple of runs. Another dot.
This time it's been driven, it finds the gap, there is a fielder running behind it near the sweeper cover region, and he cuts it off with 2 more runs added to the total. 179 is what South Africa have gathered. So they need exactly 90 runs from 87 deliveries.
Absolutely way outside off. That's a loose delivery, but he was very much lucky to get rid of that. Aharar Amin. Dewan Marais got another single to rotate the strike. 180 for 5. They are eyeing to just bat till 40th over to get those 200 odd runs. That's an ambitious shot from Romashan Pillai. Yes, the slog sweep, but eventually couldn't complete that shot. Another dot. Last ball from Aharar Amin. Romashan Pillai on strike.
3 runs off the over so far. It's been a good one from the captain of the under-19 team for Bangladesh. Wants to finish off strongly. It's been cut away. 1 more run, so just the 4. Romashan Pillai wanted a big shot in the last delivery. Didn't happen, so no boundaries, just the 4 runs. 14 overs remain in this match. South Africa are 181 for 5, with Marais and Pillai trying to build a partnership, and this needs to happen at least till the 45th over, one feels, for them to stay in this match. Lots of runs still needed, and when it comes down to 50 needed of 40 deliveries, then maybe the scenario here may start to change. But until then, they need to continue. And Aharar, what he's trying to do is, by bowling these overs, he's trying to take the pressure off of the other bowlers. There are spinners left, which South Africa will be very watchful of, especially against Rafi and Rabbi. We've seen both of them do very well. So 88 runs required for South Africa at this moment.
Yes, from 14 overs after that. So 37th over starting on. So as Shahanur was saying, that whenever it will come down to 50 or 40 deliveries, things will get a bit tougher and evenly poised for this match. So Borshon will be bowling the 37th one. Again a bit loosener from him. A bouncer been attempted, but went past that leg stump line towards the keeper. Started with a loose delivery, not that much grip from Borshon, so that it could have been gone to anywhere, the boundary, but good keeping from behind the stump. The umpire signaled wide, so 2 runs will be added to the tally. Full length delivery around the off-stump line. That corridor of uncertainty it is, but driven nicely towards the cover region for another single.
Pillay on 10 from 15. Dewan Marai on, in fact, on 11 right now. from
Yes, Bill is
16.
supporting well the one more rights, right?
Yeah, he's definitely doing that. This time it's played fine, finds the gap, Pillay, and the ball will go all the way for boundary. Has it gone? Has it actually hit the bat or not? The umpire is signaling as 4 byes, I believe. Oh no, it's actually come off the bat, as we can see. So Marai, he moves on to 39 from 38 deliveries. Yes, he's playing a good innings. And South Africa need him to stay and continue till the end. They need one of these to stay till the end if they want to have a chance of winning this match, you feel.
Yes, absolutely. And Pillay, I was talking about his role. He's supporting well Dewan Marais, and Marais has got that much freedom to go big, at least to go strong. Huge appeal. This is the wicket. Marais gone. What a delivery, a length delivery, perfectly pitched up around that off-stump line, and he was exactly in front of those off-stick to get out by Borshon. Second scalp for Borshon after Van Zyl, and it's the big fish, the biggest one at this moment, I guess. It is Dewan Marais. Dewan Marais or Pillay? Yes, I guess Pillay it is.
Yeah, I believe it's Ramashan Pillay who's going to have to walk back. Marai is still there. And the
But
new
still, it's a
batter-
good wicket to go.
Absolutely, absolutely. This was an important partnership for the South African under-19 team, and now they've got only 4 wickets left. Whitehead comes in, and they need another partnership, actually, from here on in to try and win this game. But Bangladesh, once again, on top of things. And
Oh,
definitely would have gone on to hit the stumps.
for surely. It's a cross-footed shot attempted by Pillay again. And for that reason, I guess, it was a bit easy job for Borshon as he hit the deck hard and got that perfect line, good length for him, and just go into his pads with an in-swinger. So it's a timely breakthrough from Borshon. Not that Dewan Marais, but it's Pillay, because they both could have been a bit harmful for Bangladesh's cause of winning this match, Shanur.
Ollie Whitehead is the
He needed to have that
new
cool head.
batter in.
Whitehead.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Pillay, after getting boundary, he's out. And Whitehead will be facing the bowling of Borshon, who's got 2 wickets for 31 runs. He's been among the pick of the bowlers, along with Rafi. And Whitehead is on strike. The first ball, he gets off the mark, manages to just nudge it towards the deep third man region. 6 runs off the over, I believe. In fact, 7.
That's 7, yes. 7 runs in this over, not that much bad. Couldn't have been asking so much from South African tail end in this condition, Shanur, but still it's 7 runs. But the important thing is a wicket, a breakthrough on that partnership between Dewan Marais and Pillay.
Yeah, this time it's hit to the covers. In the deep cover, the fielding will be done. One more run added.
Yes, Whitehead approaching very cool and calm in his two balls. Didn't just approach with any kind of loose shots, and this to be done if he could just get partnered with Dewan Marais. As I was saying, that Whitehead needs to have that cool head up and on to go big. What a delivery from Borshon to finish things off. It's wide outside off, but a lengthy one, a bit uprising, and attempted that cut shot down on his knees. So a dot to finish, 187 for 6 after 37.
Yeah, slowly but surely Bangladesh are keeping their grip over this match and their control. They're still ahead of the South Africans. They've taken 6 wickets, and I think that's the key. If South Africa were 189 for 4 at this stage, you'd say it's even Stevens. But because of the 2 extra wickets that Bangladesh have managed, I think that'll put them ahead, and only a big partnership, a 60-70 run partnership from here, can get South Africa in a position where they can also think of winning this match. Still a lot of runs left for the South Africans to score, so it remains to be seen if they have enough wickets in hand to do that. And now the danger man Rafi, he's back. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me.
Absolutely, no doubt of that. Ahar Amin just took himself away and just got that way for Rafi, along with, I think, Rafi-uz-Zaman is continuing, and Rabbi could be seen after a while. So Rafi 2 for 24, pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh under 19 so far. It's been very economical and very much tight to pick up, and Ahrar was just shadowing him for some while by bowling few overs, and what a shot, a reverse sweep from the batter
Marai.
towards that. Yes, Marai City was, and 2 important runs been taken. I think that's the most conventional way to play the unconventional spin, Shanur, because lots of players tried that shot and just got out early or got out very cheap at the very beginning of their innings. So you don't need to just think very much intelligently about playing spin, but you need to very much be protective or reactive at the same time to play that quality spin against any of your opponent. So again, a reverse sweep been attempted, but this time just couldn't complete the shot. Full credit to Rafi.
Great bowling, 2 dots in a row, and he's really slowing it down for the batter, Dewan Marai, who has been there for a while, but he hasn't faced much of Rafi. So Ahrar Amin brings him back, wanting that wicket. He's got 3 overs left. After this, he's got 2. So he wants Rafi to get the other breakthrough, get the killer blow, and bring the tail and expose the tail for the South Africans. So far, it's worked very well in Bangladesh's favor. They've taken 6 wickets, Bangladesh, and along with a run out, the fielding has been good, the bowling has been good. They've all shared the wickets, and the amount of variety that this Bangladesh under-19 team have, and the depth. And as we were saying, what a delivery! Ollie Whitehead, he sees his stumps broken, and the celebration from Rafi says it all. He's got his 3rd wicket, and the stumps have been exposed. The tail of the South African batting order has also been exposed, and Bangladesh edge closer to making this series level at 1-1.
Absolutely, a few words been exchanged in between the bowler and the batter. The Whitehead couldn't just hold his cool head for so long in front of Bangladesh's spin. So Rafi and Whitehead just exchanged few words, and the other teammates just went on to Whitehead and to Rafi to calm them down and to hold that spirit of cricket for so long. But hats off to Rafi, brilliantly bowled. Follow the batter as he was just opened. He was just opening his stance and opening his stumps to make a challenge to the bowler, and he failed it completely because Rafi held his nerve back there and flighted the ball. A bit quicker armour it was, didn't spin that much, and Whitehead just got trapped in front of his leg and middle stump, been completely dispatched. What a wicket and what a ball from Rafi. Third wicket for him, and South Africa lost their 7th wicket.
Yeah, the tail is going to be exposed now, and South Africa need a lot of runs still. They're yet to score 200, and what Devon Marai now needs to do is he needs to protect the tail. He not only needs to bat and take the strike and score runs, but he needs to make sure that he faces most of the deliveries, whatever is left. So it's going to be very difficult from here on in as Bangladesh edge closer to getting a win here, and more variation from Bangladesh, spin and pace mixing things up.
For surely from here, I think we just don't think that much different from here. Just doing the basic things, doing the basic plans and tactics from here on to get rid of that tail end of South Africa under 19. We'll seize you a win from here at Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium. Back of lane delivery, not that much comfortable cut because he got an edge, but the keeper just got short of taking that catch, I guess. A bit fumble allowed the batter to take a single. Liam Alder is there as the next batter, and what I was saying, it's the right time to, I think, utilize Iqbal over here, Shanur, because he had been a bit costly, and yes, you can see the fumble over there. It was a very tough chance for the keeper to grab that ball. Again, a good delivery to the tail-ender. Liam Alder has been pick of the bowler for South Africa, the most economical one. And regarding bowling, I was talking about Iqbal. He's not in the perfect groove today. 51 runs leaked within his 7th over, and he has been in his 3rd spell, so Aharar just trying him within different spell of bowling to get the best one from him.
Good shot from Alder. Will just be a single though. South Africa getting closer to that 200 run mark. Iqbal, he's been a bit expensive today, but I'd have to say that the captain is bringing him on to make sure he gets his confidence back, because there can be days where you're not fully in flow and bowling your best. This time though, the ball goes past the edge, and that's 4 runs to Ollie Whitehead's bat. So that's his first boundary.
Loosener, definitely from Iqbal. Trying to do something different. I was talking about that. You just need to stick with your basic cricket, the basic balls. And a tail-ender like Whitehead doesn't need that much extraordinary delivery or special delivery to get rid of. So exactly 200 runs mark for South Africa under 19. Length 1. Stand and deliver, stand and drive towards that backward point region for another single. So it's a runner ball from here for South Africa, but their most important loss is their wickets. The 7th wicket down already.
Yeah, and also the last batter, beg your pardon, we were thinking that it was Whitehead, but it was actually Devon Marai who got out, and Whitehead is still there. So Marai was the big fish that needed to go. And no wonder the celebration was massive from the Bangladesh bowlers and also the fielders. And I think now it's going to be very difficult for South Africa because both these guys, Whitehead can bat from what I've seen. Liam Alder, if he can, then they need a big partnership here, 50 plus runs to get close to that required total. But 67, 8 runs, whatever it is that South Africa need to win from here, it's a lot of runs.
Clearly, fighter delivery down the leg. Again, Rafi also trying to have something different. I'm also talking about those scalps of not getting carried away that much that you could just miss your basic cricket or basic balls, the stock deliveries from you. Drifted nicely in front of the batter, but we have to say, Shanur, that the wicket is still a batting friendly wicket. Not that much uneven bounces, the ball is coming nicely. It's all about the mental pressure, the mental thing with the South Africans to go past of the Bangladeshi spin department. Another delivery, reverse sweep has been attempted. So that I was talking about. This has been the most unconventional way to play the conventional spin from the spinners. A player might get hurt at this point, a bit stretch. The physio came in as well as the benched players from South African squad. I think we might have a drinks break over there, a bit stretch up there for the player of the Bangladesh under 19 team. We were talking about the clear skies. Absolutely clear. It's been a sunny day, a hot and humid day here at Sheikh Abu Nasser Stadium, Khulna. A bit stretch up going on for the fielder. He might got slipped. He just might got slipped away while gathering the ball. It's been a hard day, a hard all things been fixed up nicely, and we will be definitely moving on to the next ball of Rafi. He has been tremendous with the ball. 3 wickets, 27 runs in his 7th over. 2 balls left from now on. Whether you're going at any part of the world, spin is definitely the biggest weapon for Bangladesh side, whether it's been under 19 or the national team. So spinners like Rafi would be an asset for Bangladesh team for the future, definitely, but long way to go. The under 19 World Cup is coming on next year, 2024, in Sri Lanka, so it will be a good opportunity for the teams of subcontinent like India, Sri Lanka themselves, Pakistan and India, and Bangladesh also. A dot to finish, only a single came in from the last over. 202 for 7 South Africa after 40th. You could see the parents, guardians of the under 19 teams of South Africa sitting there enjoying the game. Not that much enjoyable sight, I guess, as per the result or the situation of the match, but definitely they will be feeling proud, especially the parents of Tigar. David Tigger, the skipper of South African under-19 team, scored a brilliant 70-plus runs innings in this tough condition, stood out single-handedly and played brilliant shots around the ground. In each part, whether you were eyeing on to that deep extra cover or the deep backward square leg or the mid wicket to that long on, everywhere he was flawless and just got run out very unluckily. Till that, it seemed very much evenly poised match here at Khulna, and they are traveling with their kids. Definitely a huge sight, an encouraging sight for any players. Have their parents sitting aside, sitting in front of them, watching them playing, making them proud for the country. Definitely a good one. Runs from extra cover. Another single been taken. 203 for 7. Whitehead 13 from 17, and Liam Alder just that single run under his belt from those 3 deliveries. So Whitehead must be eyeing on to carry this innings towards the very end and just get closer to that 269 runs. Another cover drive towards that extra cover for another single. So here is the equation. Just 65 runs needed from 58 deliveries now. Very much possible from here. That's a cover drive, very much sloppy in the short extra cover region. But in contrast, a very, very good fielding effort down there at deep extra cover for 2 important runs. Played it unconventional again. Just shuffle across that off stump line and went over for that paddle sweep or the slog sweep. Couldn't hold that much in comfort, so a single only to concede. Singles and doubles, they all are eyeing on at this moment, and I think they are waiting for Iqbal to come on to target him. A lesser with confidence. Again, a length delivery from the bowler. Couldn't just get past of the fielder, so a dot to finish. 41st over gone. It's 208 for 7. .61 runs needed now from 54 deliveries. If you could have all your wickets intact, at least 4 or 5 wickets in hand, it wouldn't be that much tough. But from here on, with your tail ender being exposed, just the Whitehead, the lone man, the very late middle order batter is there, but not that much batting left at the other end, it might not be that much easier to concede.
Rafi, to continue, this will be an important over in this match, you feel? With time running out. First ball, Ollie Whitehead. He manages a single, moves on to 15 from 19. Liam Alder. He's on strike. This time he cuts it away. And not more than a single will be taken. So South Africa dealing in singles. Yeah, they need one big over, you get the feeling, to release some of the pressure.
Yeah, but Bangladesh under-19 needs only 3 good ball.
Exactly, which is why they've been ahead of this match for the most part. And once again, every dot delivery. It increases the pressure on the South African under-19 team. And chasing a total that's over 250, close to 270 now, it's definitely not going to be easy. And that's what we're seeing. I was very close to the stumps. Once again,
Yes, we were talking about that good ball, right, for a wicket.
hey, if there is one player of the match, I'd probably give it to him.
Two.
To the bowler that is currently bowling right now. Rafiq Jr.,
Rafi,
as you like
right.
to call him.
Exactly.
Once again, I think him taking the last wicket of Devon Marai, I think that's been a big turning point in this match, and now you can see they're struggling to get him away. And he's done with another over. Rafi.
Yes, absolutely. So 42nd overs gone. Now 210 for 7 South Africa. 59 requires now of 48 deliveries going away from them. So they need that 8 runs or 10 runs over from here on, at least 1 or 2, to get just closer enough to that 269 runs total from here on.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs still. If they had 2 more wickets, as you said, if it was 210 for 5 and you had both their captain Tiger and as well as
Or at least Marais.
Marai.
Right, at the other hand.
Marai and Tiger, if they were batting together, I think South Africa would have had a better chance. But looks very difficult right now.
So you just can't rely on Whitehead from here because of the late middle order batter or at least a tail ender to start on. And at the other end, Liam Alder has a perfect tail ender for you. So just gone through those deliveries, like 10 deliveries, 4 runs, that won't just finish the thing off for South Africa under 19. You need at least to score runnable 10, like 10 out of 10, or the Whitehead I was talking about, to try some sort of shots, some sort of big shots, to have some impact onto that Bangladesh under 19 player's mind that it can be achievable. So that could have been a turning point for them also to win this match. Again, a slog sweep been attempted, but a backward square leg been kept there to hold it back. So back-to-back dot deliveries. Rabbi has been introduced. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi. Again, attempted pull, but missed it eventually. What I was talking about, you just can't rely on Whitehead to win this match from here for you. So you definitely eye on to take responsibilities by your top order batters. Like it's a complete mess over there by the top order batters. And you could see Wasim Zafar over there, the under 19 batting consultant, sitting right up there with the boys, did a nice job. And we just won phase by phase over South Africans in this match, more importantly at the slog overs, and the credit goes to the batting consultant thoroughly. Flighted delivery and a bit slower outside off. Fielding has been a top notch for Bangladesh from the very first match. So another dot to finish things off. 43 gone, 211 for 7.
Yeah, required run rates gone up to 8.29 as Marai, Pillay, Juan James, they've been the last 3 batters to go along with the others, and Bangladesh's dugout looking a bit tense, but I'm sure they're the happier of the two. They'll feel like that they've done the job.
They're feeling the heat.
Probably.
Summer.
Probably,
Summer
yeah.
23 hit.
Target of 269 still seems very far away, and just one run came off the last over. So Rabbi and Rafi, they've done a fantastic job with the bowling, and I think there will be more spin to continue as RR Amin, he will bowl.
Slog sweep towards that mid-wicket region for a single to start on the proceedings of 44th over. And as you were saying, Shahanur, that RR Amin has brought back himself with the ball. Couple of good overs from here that will lessen the pressure definitely from the other bowlers. Straight drive, a bit juicy and loopy one from RR, but straight onto the stump of the batter. Straight drive, he fielded well eventually. The batters had a run.
So 40 deliveries remaining and 56 runs required. The difference between the runs and balls increasing with every passing over that is being bowled by spin. And South Africans feeling the heat today. This time it's well fielded. Just a single once again. Partnership of 19. It moves up to 20 from 33 deliveries. Liam Alder, he's on strike now. 5 from 13. Whitehead on 19 from 26. Bangladesh did win the toss and choose to bat first. And RR Amin is getting ready for the next delivery. Some played on the offside. There is cover at the deep. A bit of a misfield, but still not more than a single. South Africa, with just 3 wickets remaining, I think they're taking their time. They want to go for the big shots maybe a bit later with 5 overs left and then start attacking.
I think they're waiting for the pacers to come up because they are struggling a lot against the spinners. Again, back to the bowler, RR, and they are hoping that they could use the pace, the genuine pace of Imon and Borshun.
I have a feeling there will be a big shot very soon.
Yeah, it could have been. Down on his knees now for the straight shot towards that long off region for another single to finish things off. Yes, you were just aware of that a big shot coming up, and more likely from Whitehead. And why not? Because it's the ideal time to go big. When will you go big from here on? So that's the main question of that. And at the same time, you need to keep in mind that this is the, I think, last wicket they could rely on partially, I guess, to win this match from here. Otherwise, I don't think so that this kind of waiting will be that much worthy here for South Africans.
Absolutely. Now, it's driven straight back to the bowler.
So that's the thing. As much as slow you can bowl, I think RR has given that advice or instruction to his bowlers.
Yeah, Rabbi's doing exactly that. And it's been very good from the Bangladesh spinners. Now the sweep comes out, but again, not more than a single. The boundaries have dried up. And as the match nears its end, you can sense that Bangladesh are going to win this match unless something drastically different happens anytime soon.
So you asking the favor for the South Africans, like they are not getting in the ICC tournaments for the rain or for the circumstances they are going through to the international events.
One of the Bangladesh players are down. It remains to be seen if it's an injury that's of any worry, and the physio is immediately running out.
I think the cramp.
He hurt himself trying to field there, so I'm not sure if it's exactly cramp or not, but yeah, it could be.
Yes, the physio came in.
These conditions are tough, and you can see the South African batters that are batting as well, looking to get some fluids in and try and keep cool, because as we approach late afternoon. The sun is coming at you from an angle.
And the most disadvantageous situation for the Africans that the heat is very much up above their heads, because down here at Bangladesh you will find that much temperature high up in the air after 4 o'clock. So that's been the thing. So Oliver Whitehead, 21 of 30, and Liam Alder, 7 of 15. They are the current batters. 75 for David Tigger and 38 for Dewan Marais. So these are the standout performers for South Africa under 19 teams. With the bat, Shanur, so it's the clear picture there that's been a downfall for them by the top order batters.
Yeah, and Bangladesh are edging closer towards getting a victory in the second match. And luckily for us, the rain has stayed away. Not much left now in this game.
Hoping the same for 11th, the last
Absolutely.
match here at Khulna.
This time the reverse sweep is there, and it's been timed well. It's going to take a few bounces before it goes to the boundary, and after a long time, we're seeing 4 runs.
So your big shots are coming away.
So far.
Come on, Rapi bhai, tight kore.
But South Africa need a lot more of this, because the target is 269. And Bangladesh,
Loud appeal. A reverse sweep it was, but it wasn't there. Good effort by the bowler, followed the batter, read his mindset. And Rabbi just got it right, but the umpire turned it down because it could have missed the off-stump line for surely. Another dot to finish. The short fine leg was there to field the ball. So 2-2-2, the triple twos on the board for the loss of 7 wickets after 45.
so yes, South Africa need around 10 runs in over in the last 5. And they will need to play at least one big shot per over moving forward. Let's see if Bangladesh changes their bowling with some pace or whether they continue with spin. Spin is still there because there are overs left from Rabbi 1, Ariful has 5, Arar Amin has 6, and also there are options in Rizwan and Shihab. But really the pick of the bowlers has been Rafi. 10 overs, 34-3. He's taken 3 wickets, given away just 30 runs. And I would say that Rabbi has also been very impressive, even though he hasn't managed wickets. 9 overs, 30 runs. And these two have really done a job on the South African batters because they've made things very difficult. Economic, tight lines and lengths, very good bowling from them, and that's meant that this 270 odd target has looked gargantuan for the South Africans, and now we're seeing some pace once again.
Certainly, and this is the acid test, I think, for Iqbal, because you need to just improve your bowling stat from here, leak some runs, like 50 odd plus runs in your 7 overs, so you definitely would like to see your bowling figure a bit healthier or a bit wealthier, definitely. And at the same time, you need to just restrict the South African batters to go big. That's a good start from Iqbal Imon, way outside off, but inside of that wide line. Back of full delivery, he just missed that ball, and for the first time it's kind of uneven bounces, not that much rise in delivery from Iqbal Amin towards the keeper. Batsman got disappointed, and why not? Why shouldn't be? Because from here the dead end for South Africa under 19.
Well driven, It'll just be a single though. They're looking for two, but yeah, staying with the single is the better option. So Ollie Whitehead, once again, he will take strike. He's on 25 from 33. Now this is a big moment for him, along with Liam Alder. In fact, he's on 8 from 17. South Africa need 47 from 29 deliveries. They've got 3 wickets in hand. And one of these players have got to go bang bang and play some big hits.
Absolutely.
This time it's driven once again, but straight to the fielder at the cover region. Another dot ball.
Yes, pressure balls, I would say. Because from here, I was talking about the dead end. You won't get past that score of 269, but at least you could give a try of going big and bigger. Whoever the bowler is in front of you, and yes, they have tried something lofted and straight as well for a 6. It's a good shot. I have to admit that Whitehead, come on man, you are just kidding. Where was the shot before? That's a high and handsome shot from Whitehead.
Yeah, South Africa under-19 team needs a few more of this. They need 5-6 more sixes, in fact.
It was dead straight from Whitehead. Absolutely dead straight. Bowler's back drive and just got past that boundary line with a rocking one.
Yeah, Ollie Whitehead moves on to 31 from 35. This time he drives it forward. Once again, it beats the infield, but won't be more than a single. So 8 runs off the over. The required rate is around 10. They'll want a few more in the last delivery. Liam Alder. He would ideally like to increase his strike rate, which is around 50, or actually it's less than 50 at this moment. So let's see if Alder can find something as well. Iqbal, it's just not been his day, unfortunately. This time it's a bit short and just guided towards third man. It'll be 1 more run, so 9 runs off the over. Required rate is 9.5. South Africa finish the 46th over on 231 for 7.
Bangladesh won the toss and bat first. And after that, 268 runs they scored. And chasing that target of 269, South Africa just fallen apart. 231 on board. As Shahanur said, it's been a late response from the batters, and most importantly the top orders of South African under 19 team not getting that much run, just got a perfect start but just couldn't just hold that or continue that for so long. And from here on, they don't have any option rather than going big.
Borshon has been impressive in his first spell. He's taken 2 wickets. Took one in his last spell. And he's been very, very good. The economy's been good. So South Africa, this is going to be a massive over. If they can somehow get runs off of this over of Borshon, then they will be within this match.
But they need at least 15 runs from here, from this over of Borshon.
Exactly.
At
They
least
need a
15.
few big overs,
Right.
or else Bangladesh are edging closer towards a big victory. The first ball is driven well. They're going for the second one, and eventually the 2 runs are taken. So Liam Alder, he started this over decently. Ollie Whitehead at the non-striker's end on 32 from 36. Ideally, I think you'd want Whitehead to face most of this bowling.
Yes, there's no chance of that, I think, because Liam Alder not that much confident enough or comfortable enough in front of the pace bowlers, and that's been exactly what's happening. Borshon is tending to keep the strike by Liam Alder more over than Whitehead, because at least he will be going for some big shots, and you don't know about that. If some shots over and there the hick and hacks from anywhere of the bat just have that connection towards the end, because we have that fielding set up right in vacant position towards that deep extra cover region from the sweeper cover and the cow corner region. So a wide vacancy over there at the deep backward square leg towards the fine leg. So any sort of unconventional shot might result in a havoc from now.
2 dot balls in a row. Liam Alder under pressure. Bangladesh just on top of things, and it's been relaxed cricket in the last 5-6 overs from them once they had taken the wicket, the 7th wicket, and after that it's been cruise control for the Bangladesh bowlers. The South Africans behind the 8 ball for a while now. Liam Alder definitely needs to play a big shot. Now he's played it, but it's been dropped, and he's looking for the second one, but will need to just be happy with one. Maybe try and give his partner the strike, Ollie Whitehead. So just 3 runs of the first 4 deliveries, and once again a really good over so far by Borshon.
Exactly. Tried that shot, a bit uppish, but it landed safe. 20 balls now. From here on, 35 runs requires. And that's the first attempt. A scoop shot. It's going down to the wire. At the very last moment, it's been pulled off. Brilliant attempt. Running back from the third man region towards that long leg. It wasn't easy task for any sort of fielders. And after fielding about 47th overs, like 3 hours, it's taking a huge toll of running from the third man region to long leg to stop a boundary. Hats off to Bangladesh fielders.
Ollie Whitehead, he's on 34 from 37. Once again, this time the connection's much better, and the ball goes fine past the wicket keeper for 4 runs, a much needed boundary.
I was thinking, Shahnur, where was the scoop shots? Where was the unconventional shots after Dewan Marais? And here is the answer. They were just getting under those bells and get those heavier with the pacey deliveries, and that's what they are doing now.
So the required rate is just over 10. It's at 11 to be exact. They need 29 in fact, from 18 deliveries, so it's just under 10 in fact. So the last over was a decent one for South Africa, all things considered. And you can see the crowd has become a little quiet because they know that we can maybe be in for a big finish here, and it could be an interesting match. And they're waiting in anticipation for a Bangladesh win. Bangladesh still ahead of this match as things stand. South Africa need 3 big overs to win this, and one feels that Ollie Whitehead will have to play a big role with the bat if that is to happen. Once again, after 2 overs of pace, we see spin for Bangladesh.
Of course, you could see the spins really at the very last, so they will definitely take a chance, a diving effort from the fielder, but it just went off Vane. Another boundary, so things getting tighter, Shahnur, from here on. Rabbi with the ball, and another boundary been scored after 2 consecutive ones from the last over. Beg your pardon, only a single one from the last ball, and 2 runs from the previous one, almost a boundary. So these kind of approaches might hurt the cause of Bangladesh under-19 team. Aharar with the field setup. It's very much calculative on a tactical move from there on. So they could easily think about that straight vacant position. They have fielders though on wide long off. Another long hop there. Singles been taken from that wide-ish long-off region, so a vacant position created at the deep extra cover region and also at the backward of the batters, the fine legs and the third man.
Oh, this time the finger goes up. Ollie Whitehead, he has to go. South Africa lose their 8th wicket. And finally, the breakthrough comes just as things were getting a little tight for Bangladesh. They get the breakthrough. South Africa 245 for 8 after 47.3 overs. Ollie Whitehead, he needed to stay till the end, going for that reverse and eventually being out LBW.
It was an open challenge for Whitehead, for surely from the bowler and from the skipper. 38 runs from 39 deliveries. Whitehead just couldn't hold his cool head enough to win the match from there, but a good innings comes to an end. It's a very tactical change over there because both fine leg and third man were up in the circle and there's a vacant position to hit, and if he could just clear that deep third man region for a boundary, things could have been different.
It's spin once again that breaks the partnership, and right now 15 balls remaining, 24 runs needed. Once again Bangladesh, had this over gone for over 10 runs with no wickets falling, things would have been a bit different. For
Yes.
South Africa, they were clawing their way back, but once again they fall behind. Mapaka is the new batter, and I'm not really sure if he's very good with the bat. We've seen Alder hold up an end, and Whitehead was actually playing the big shots just a while ago. Now it remains to be seen if the remaining 24 runs can be had. But what a match we've had so far. It's been such a tight contest at the end.
Yes, rightly. So far, so close and very much tight from these two teams.
I would say Bangladesh were always ahead in this match, but still South Africa in the end, especially for the 8th wicket, they fought back. And right now, if you look at it, 24 from 15 deliveries, it's not impossible. One
Yeah.
big over
Yeah,
can
surely.
change it, but who's that batter that can make that difference? That remains to be seen, and I'm not
Just think
sure
about-
about Kwena Mapaka's batting ability. So that's going to be very important. He could be out in this over and it could be game over. Now there's the edge, but it's gone past the fielder, and now an overthrow. But
Total-
Mapaka's back on strike, so I'm not sure if that's the best thing for South Africa.
Yeah, a bit of comedy of errors for the fielders of Bangladesh, definitely. The throw wasn't there. It was a very ambitious throw to get rid of Mapaka. And it could have been another couple of runs been taken though. Struck well. It's a cover drive. Fielder from deep extra cover went on to collect the ball, and that's the vacant positions I was talking about, Shanur. Whitehead just failed to through that, but I think Alder has spent few times in the middle, so he has some sort of batting capabilities to, I think, get close about the total.
Yeah, the last ball, it's hit towards deep square, deep point in fact, and it'll be one more run. So Alder will take strike. 20 runs needed off the last 2 overs, 2 wickets in hand for South Africa under 19. Alder, can he pull this one off? If Whitehead and Alder were there and this was the score, I would say South Africa had a very good chance.
Absolutely. Can Alder alter the scenario from here? That's the most important question from now on. 20 runs, 12 balls, just 2 shots. Just think about a boundary and a 6, Shanur. Just the score would come up to 10 of 10. So that's been the most risky thing in front of Bangladesh under 19 team.
Yeah, but who's going to bowl this over? See, the captain is having a
I
word.
think Borshon.
And yeah, he's trying to entrust his fast bowler, I believe.
with this over. No, in fact, no. Ariful is going to
it's
come
Ariful.
on. And that is the right arm off spin. Ariful has bowled 5 overs so far, so more spin. But in strike is Liam Alder, who's got 18 from 25. So this needs to be an over where he tries to hit big. Now, whether he does that from the first delivery or not remains to be seen.
Yes, the very much decisive ball. The first 2 balls of this over will be like that. Liam Alder, 18 of 25, and he needs to go from the very beginning of this over and try to just at least get over of Mapakha of coming into the strike, because the left hand batter, the right arm off spinner, always do possess a hint of danger or a hint of hamper of scoring runs. But from here on, you could see if you're a right hand batter, you could go big against any off spinning bowler. A last moment change from the keeper of Bangladesh under-19 team. A very much mind game going on with Liam Alder. Quicker delivery, it's clean bowled. What a delivery! Ariful with the golden arm, with the bat and with the ball. His second wicket, and what a timely wicket. I think this would definitely get rid of the South Africans from this match. 9th down, Liam Alder got out in the very first delivery. C4 for Tsoane, the last man in. So this match won't be got out of the hand of the Bangladeshi players. Ariful, spot on. Brilliant bowling from him in the very first delivery, and that's the hurdle. That's the team hurdle in the middle of the ground. And for surely that will be the winning hurdle from Bangladesh. They are clearly ahead. A quicker delivery, a bit sharp turn, getting into the stump of Liam Alder. He just exposed his stumps to Ariful. Tried that big shot, but just couldn't connect it well. That was the biggest gamble played by RR, with Ariful, the man with confidence, the man with a timely knock of 48 in the batting innings, and the man just proving himself again with the ball. Guided nicely towards the leg. Silly mid wicket. It was from where the run been taken, but it doesn't count that much whether you are going big or not, because you're 9 down. A pretty easy match on your grasp. 19 requests now from 10. So you'll definitely feel he could just stretch that match. High up in the air, lofted, higher, but it falls short in the safe land, into that no man's land. Half-hearted shot, half-hearted off drive, a bit uppish. Only a single been taken. Again, driven nicely through that super cover region for another single, so they are just sticking around to get closer to the total. But run a ball won't be fulfilling your cause of action. You need to go big. If 2 shots could easily grab down your attention from that 17 of 8, from 7 to 6. Lofted cover drive, 3 fielders marching on, 2 runs been taken, good run in between the wicket, and no extra runs been taken by the batter because the backup fielders were ready. Good team effort. So the last ball coming round the wicket for Mapaka. Again a gentle push, a throw to the keeper, and it's run out. And that's the match for you. South Africa under 19 falls short of Bangladesh total of 268 by 14 of runs. And Bangladeshi Tigers just level the series 1-all with that brilliant performance with ball, bat, and with the hand in the ground fielding. A brilliant knocks from Ariful and James Shihab with the bat, and with the ball also Ariful Islam. And Rafiuz Zaman, the junior Mohammad Rafiq. It's a collective team performance, ensures that Bangladesh under 19 winning this match by 14 runs and level the series by 1-all. The first match was rain-affected match, won by South Africa by 10 runs in DLS method. And now today, on 9th of July, the second match has been won by Bangladeshi Tigers, the under 19, the junior Tigers, I must say, with barest of margin, 14 runs, and they scored only 254. A brilliant innings from the skipper of South Africa under 19, David Tiger, 75 odd runs, got run out, a very much unlucky one from the skipper. And under 19 team won by 14 runs. The handshakes going on between the two teams. And here's the last wicket. Mapaka somehow wanted the strike, and Futsane was nowhere there to take the run, and the throw was top notch right to the keeper to dispatch the stumps. And here's the card, here's the batting card. Pretorius, Dre Pretorius gone for 1, 20 for Jonathan, 75 the standout performance by Tiger, 24 for Richard, 7 for Juan James. Not get out that much effort from the bat. Dewan Marais, 38. So that's the performance with the bat by the South Africans. 38 from Whitehead also, 18 from Liam Alder. Here's the bowling card. 2 wickets for Borshon, 2 wickets for Ariful Islam, 3 wickets for 30 runs, standout performance, Rafiuz Zaman. I think the man of the match award should go to him. And they all bundled out within 254. And Bangladesh under 19 team won the match by 14 runs, a clear margin. We will go back to the ground where all the dramas happened a while ago for the post-match presentation.
Hello, 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 hello.
আমাদের হোটেল থেকে এটা অনেক দূর কিন্তু কাছে হচ্ছে খুলনা ভার্সিটি সরি কুয়েট নাজমুল কুয়েট
भैया
হ্যাঁ ভাই
ये नीचे की सब डूबे गए नीचे
হ্যাঁ সামনে হয়ে গেছে আমার কাছে।
खाওয়া দাওয়া করছেন
হ্যাঁ খাওয়া দাওয়া করিনি
খাওয়া দাওয়া করেন
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
কি আপনার গেস্ট আচ্ছা তো আপনার আসবেন না
হ্যাঁ সমস্যা নেই হ্যাঁ
তাহলে একটা শেষ করে সামনে যাবো নাকি না
সামনে আসুন দেখি না এখান থেকে হচ্ছে কুয়েট কাছে না তোমাকে এখানে 300 টাকা দিয়ে আসছিলাম কিন্তু পারছি না গল্পটা শুনবে না সমস্যা নেই সবজি গল্প যেদিকে আসুন কই
হ্যাঁ
অনার্স
रोड साउंड की जाब है रोड
ওকে
3 2 1 0 action
What an enthralling match we just witnessed. The second youth ODI between Bangladesh under 19 and South Africa under 19, where Bangladesh have leveled the one-day series 1-1. And with me in the presentation ceremony, I've got a long list, I've got a long panel. So firstly, I'd like to introduce the match referee, Mr. Ehsanul Haq Sizam. Then the Bangladesh under-19 team coach, Mr. Stuart Law. Former national team player Talha Jubair. And then from South Africa, their bowling consultant and ex-national team player Paul Adams. And of course, their head coach, Malibangwe Maketa. Right, to now introduce to you our man of the match today. He scored runs with the bat, and he took 2 crucial wickets for Bangladesh with the ball as well. It's been the all-round efforts of Ariful, who's the man of the match today. আরিফুল প্লেয়ার অফ দ্য ম্যাচ, সিরিজে 1-1 সমতায় বাংলাদেশ অনূর্ধ্ব-19 দল ফিরলো, কেমন লাগছে?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো। কারণ দেখেন যে আমাদের সবারই ইচ্ছা থাকে যে আমরা সিরিজ জয় করব, তো 1-1 সমতা আসি। ফার্স্ট ম্যাচ হারার পরে সেকেন্ড ম্যাচে খুব ভালো আলহামদুলিল্লাহ জয়লাভ করছি, এটা খুব ভালো লাগার বিষয়। তো আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো লাগতেছে।
সামনের ম্যাচ একদিন মাত্র গ্যাপ, আজকে যে পরিমাণ গরম ছিল এখান থেকে রিকভার করে আবার 100 ওভার খেলতে হবে, সেটা নিয়ে প্রিপারেশনটা এখন কি ভাবা হচ্ছে নাকি না?
দেখেন যে আমরা প্লেয়ার হয়ে জন্মগ্রহণ করছি আর আমাদের এটাই প্রফেশন, তো আমরা সবসময় রেডি থাকি যে নেক্সট ডের জন্য যে কি হতে পারে। সো আমরা আগে খেলছি, তো এগুলো আমাদের জন্য আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ইজি হবে মেবি।
All the best for the next match, Ariful. So that's it from the presentation ceremony. Hope you guys enjoyed a great match. We'll be back once again on Tuesday in the same venue at 9 a.m. sharp. Till then, stay tuned, goodbye, and take care.